Thank you. It is now 9:30, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. First of all, the usual announcements. We've probably heard the fire alarm, so that's practice rather. So that's gone. So if we hear the fire alarm, it's a real thing, and we go out one of the two fire exits either side of the room, go down the stairs, and we congregate in the car park outside. Obviously don't come back in the building till we're told we can do so, safe to do so. Everybody okay with stairs at the moment? You all right? All right, we'll just say if you're not. Everybody else? Yes. Right, okay, thank you. Are we expecting Mr. Pereira or not today?
Sorry, Mr. Pereira is just in a conference, but he'll be back this afternoon, madam.
Righto, thank you. Right, so yesterday afternoon, as you know, we had quite hopefully a useful session on programming and the highways evidence. The programme officers are going to be putting together an amended programme, draft programme for you to look at, probably either later today or tomorrow, all right? But it sort of struck me that really we're going to need to have separate affordable housing and viability sessions.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to suggest is that the evidence is divided up, if it isn't at the moment. The affordable housing can possibly or probably be dealt with by a round table, I would think.
Affordable housing?
Yes.
Would it be possible to take a view on that once
we haven't
the
seen the
evidence
evidence
is
yet,
out?
have we? But I can't really see why it shouldn't. Anyway, I mean, we're not talking about the viability side of it.
We're not. No.
We're just talking about the affordable housing, and
That's true.
You know. But anyway, I'm
Yeah.
happy to wait and see the evidence first. Viability, obviously, we will reserve judgment till we see what evidence we get on that, as to whether we do it as a formal session or a round table. So I think hopefully Kent County Council will be submitting, I rather got the impression they'd be submitting evidence in that.
I think Mr. Young actually said that they would do.
Yes, yeah, well I hope so, because, and there'll hopefully be some sort of statement of common ground as well on that.
But very much hope so, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Right. Good. All right. I mean, is Mr. Bell, in terms of affordable housing, just the provision of it, not the viability of it, are you providing evidence on that?
Madam, confess that I'm not entirely sure. I suspect we will be providing something, but I doubt it'll be particularly long by way of evidence. But Madam, I can just double check that with the clients and get back to you a bit later on. But I suspect there will be something, but I don't think it'll be extensive.
If I could just say part of the reason I'm wanting to just hold fire until all the evidence is submitted is because not anticipating that all of the detail of the affordable material will be contested. On the other hand, we're in a situation where, in our case, there's a number of high policy bars that, particularly in respect of the Southern scheme, that you need to grapple with in your decision, which are going to require, different sorts of public benefits in order for us to get over on heritage, AOMB, etc., etc. And it's an absolutely critical part of our position on that. It's a core part of our case, and obviously we no doubt it'll be something that the Secretary of State wants chapter and verse on. So even if it were not deeply contested, don't know if it's going to be deeply contested or not, obviously, but one of the benefits of being able for me to sort of do it in chief for an hour or whatever, an hour and a half, would be to really give you a thorough, unbroken, and sort of set out our stall as to not only what it is that's being offered, but why in detail, you should be, you know, attributing whatever weight to it that Mrs. Dickinson says you should. So yes, so it's as much presentationally for us to be able to give you lots of detail on it as anything that I would prefer, at least to hold fire at the moment on turning it into a round table. But you know, obviously TBD once the proofs are out.
I mean, I've done a lot of.
I know you have. No, I do appreciate that.
You know what it's all about.
I know, and I appreciate. In the end, I do appreciate that, and so it I'm not suggesting it couldn't
But,
be done as a round
on
table.
the other hand, you know, if you want to do the work, that's fine.
Exactly. Well, yeah.
It's easier for me.
Taking more of it on our shoulders. I mean, if we committed, you know, to do a...
Well, let's wait and see.
Let's wait and see.
Let's
Fine.
wait and see. We'll see
But
how
that was where I was
goes.
coming from. I'm not anticipating there's going to be... I might be wrong. There's going to be hours of cross-examination on it, but we'll see.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Right. Well, that was all the things I wanted to raise. Anybody got anything else they want to talk about? Yes, Mr. Bell.
Madam, just in respect of Councillor Bonney's evidence, there are two new documents that I was discussing with my learned friends yesterday, and we've agreed that they can be admitted if you're happy to admit
Who's
them.
agreed? I haven't agreed yet.
I know, Madam, but between us, there's no issue with them going in. They're kind of effectively bundles of photographs, some of which were taken, I think, 2 days ago. But, Madam, I've given the programme officer a hard copy of each kind of docket for you. Unfortunately, due to traffic conditions this morning, we only have one set of hard copies, but we can get more printed off. But my learned friends are happy to work from the soft copies that were emailed to them yesterday.
So everybody's happy to work with electronic copies?
We are for now. In fact, I actually think we've got hard copies,
got a
haven't we,
spare
which
hard
was
copy.
very nice of you, but we're fine. Just to say what they're essentially a series of, you know, you need a copy, but they're pictures. So we've got no problem with Councillor Bonney speaking to them, but obviously you need to have a look at them.
Have we not got enough hard copies that I can have a copy?
Unfortunately, my system's crashed and I'm trying to get into the PDF to print it.
Madam, unfortunately, we're a little bit delayed today because of traffic conditions coming into the inquiry.
We all have traffic coming into the inquiry, don't we?
Madam.
You know. And anyway, it shouldn't have been submitted so late. You know.
I can,
Well,
I'll run off the...
We'll have to. I have to have it.
Yes,
so if that's all we can do, then.
I can print one off from there. You can print one off? Yeah, okay.
Right. So I can have these. Can I?
Yes.
And
It's
you.
just I haven't got a copy to refer
No,
to.
but oh, should we?
I'll go print one then.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
All right. So we'll wait then.
Yeah,
Okay.
2 minutes.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. All right.
Yeah, that's it. Sorry, thank you.
All right.
My system's down.
Okay. Never mind. Right. Okay. So and you anything anyone else wants to raise? All right. Well, look, I'm going to have a look at these now. So we'll just adjourn until she comes back with the copies. All right.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. pictures, so I can kick off. I've managed to open them on the system. Open them, yeah. Okay. So if you, yeah, that'd be great if I've got paper copies. Saves me, but I can carry on. Yeah.
So thank you, Madam. If I can introduce Councillor Bonney, who is giving evidence today on behalf of the 5 parishes group. And I'm going to try and limit the documents that I need to take the inquiry to, insofar as it's possible. But Madam, you should have before you a copy of Councillor Bonney's proof of evidence, which is core document 42.4.1. The appendices to that document, that proof, sorry, which is 42.4.2. Madam, the 2 packs of photographs handed up this morning, and then Madam, I will, Councillor Bonney will be making references to some of the points in the applicant's ecology proof of evidence, so 37.5.1, and Dr Baxter's rebuttal, 37.5.3. So, Councillor Bonney, if we can turn to your proof of evidence,
Yep.
and I'm just going to lead you through the first section because I don't believe it's challenged. But Councillor Bonney, just confirm that you wrote this proof of evidence.
I did, including a couple of typos, which I shall correct along the way. But yes, I wrote it. So just to explain, because I'm not sure if I introduced myself very well last time. My name's Monique Bonney. I'm a Rommersham Parish councillor for the last 20 years. I also happen to be a Swellborough councillor, and I'm also a governor of the East Kent Hospitals Trust, although that's got nothing to do with this subject. I've lived in the area since I was about 8, moved away, came back. I've got a degree in land management, urban land management. I spent 18 years working in property finance, including complex development transactions, looking specifically at their due diligence, and that's my background.
And just confirm in what capacity you're giving evidence today.
So I'm giving my evidence today as a layperson on behalf of the 5 parishes group, which is a group of parish councils and communities together, who collectively would like to voice their concerns around the 2 applications.
Thank you. And you're not speaking in any way as a Swale Borough Council?
No, I'm speaking as a chair of the 5 parishes group.
Thank you. So if we could move on to section 2 of your proof of evidence. And here in section 2, this is you raising your concerns about the assessment of ecology. What I'm going to ask you to do in a moment is just to read through the proof, and I will ask you questions to clarify a few points as we go along. But before you start reading, since this was drafted, we've obviously now had the statements of common ground between the applicant and the council, and Natural England and the applicant. We've also heard from Mrs Foster, and we've got Mr Baxter's evidence. Has anything that you've now read or heard changed any of your evidence?
No.
Thank you. So if you could just start reading at section 2.1.
Okay. So the adequacy of the baseline data in the Highsted Park applications is questionable, particularly given the scale of the development and the mobility of the key species such as skylarks and badgers. While the environmental statement review, CD 4.76, acknowledges this by referencing updated walkover surveys for habitats. These surveys alone do not fully address the complexities of the species distribution and movement across a broad landscape. The key ecology concerns that we have: baseline data relevance. Given the scale of the development, species distribution should be considered beyond the red line boundary.
Okay, if I can just pause you there.
Yeah.
Why do you say that species distribution should be considered beyond the red line boundary?
Well, so we are talking about ecology, which are complex living systems for which us humans interact with. We're not, and they are not, the whole ecology sphere is not contained by red line boundary. We've got flying species, we've got species with legs that crawl out of the red line boundary. So you have to look at the interaction, not just within the site, the ecological survey area, but around the edges and how that interacts with the neighbouring communities, land uses, etc.
Thank you. If you could carry on at 2.2.2.
Thank you. The walkovers that have taken place have been limited, and we would argue not at the best time of year.
Pausing you there again. What do you mean by have been limited?
Well, I think the last walkover survey was that was drafted there was June 24. Now, this application, I think, was submitted back in 2021. Clearly, the applicants have been mulling this over since about 2017-18. An awful lot of evidence could have been built up during that time, but could also equally have changed. Walkover surveys are okay. It's just the moment in time, snapshot observation of evidence. And it does, it's how long and how detailed that walkover information is.
And if we go on to 2.2.
I should have said that, is that obviously that was given at a specific time of year. You would expect them to be at different, or I would as a layperson, and so would my parish councillors and communities expect that this would be a continuous monitoring.
So coming to that last point, kind of obviously approaching this as a layperson.
Yeah. What
is the importance of taking these snapshots at different times of the year?
Well, we've got the ecosystem is obviously quite complex with creatures, animals, plants, etc., all interacting in different ways, all having different life cycles. And so you'll have, obviously you'll have nesting season. You'll have other times where you've got migratory wildlife that will be transient in and out of the area at different times of the year. So it's really important that there is a holistic view across the whole time period of a year, or several in this case.
Thank you. So moving on to 2.2.3.
Yeah. Many of the species surveys are reliant on data that goes back as far as 2016. It would seem that update walkover surveys have been conducted in June 2024 related to habitats with no significant changes noted. However, there is a general assumption made that no changes in habitats means there's no change to population of species.
And to pause you there and just dealing with that sentence, what makes you think there has been a general assumption?
The way the documents have been presented there, just looking at the evidence that's come through.
So carrying on, given the scale.
Given the scale and nature of the applications, there needs to be a robust baseline data to form the sources of the envisaged mitigation. This is very true for highly mobile species like bats, birds, otter, badgers, which occupy habitats within any given season, which is what I've just said. So, for example, to inform mitigation for badgers, there needs to be a coherent understanding of the local population and how these species interact with the local landscape. Once this is established, a more resolved mitigation strategy can be developed.
So at 2.24, you start discussing about how unimpressed you are with how the badgers were dealt with in the neighbouring Stones Farm.
Yeah.
And this requires some explanation as to what you mean by that. And
okay.
This is where the first of the two documents handed in today comes in. So, Madam and Councillor Bonney, if you could turn to the document entitled Highsted Park North Wildlife, which I think is on the attractively brown recycled paper.
That's my printing.
And if Councillor Bonney, I can take you through to the 10th and the 11th page, appreciating that this is an unpaginated bundle of 18 pages.
So it looks like, so I'll describe it, it looks like a sort of brown earthworks with plastic tubing.
Thank you. It's after the dead weasel.
Yes. Yes.
Mustela nivalis.
Apparently.
It's a slightly less appealing picture than the dormouse from yesterday.
Yeah, sorry about that.
But if you could just take the inquiry through what pages 10 and 11 show.
Yeah, so I think we've had quite a lot of discussion previously about Stones Farm. Stones Farm lies within the red line boundary of the northern application. Certainly the open space element does, as we've previously discussed on mapping. Now, when the Stones Farm application was agreed and approved, a mitigation strategy was agreed for badgers. So where the housing is in the far top corner of Stones Farm, there were badger sets. And we, and the parish council, the community were told that there would be a comprehensive strategy to deal with badgers. Now they moved them. They moved them from where they've built the houses down towards the wet woodland. And this is an artificial badger set. So this picture was taken in 2018. And this is what an artificial badger set looks like. Basically, they've dug out a big hole and put in some plastic tubing there that's supposed to replicate a badger set. No badgers have ever occupied this, as far as we're aware. They've been checked by the locals. And the way the badgers were moved from the north, where the housing has been built down here, I mean, I got, the community, there were so many complaints about how it was dealt with. It seemed, I mean, they were literally turfed out their houses. And badgers have, and you're not going to think I'm some sort of badger expert, I'm absolutely not. But my understanding is that badger sets, when they create their habitat, they're there for decades. I mean, I think about 80 or 90 years. And certainly I can remember I'm now 50 odd. I moved to the area when I was about 8 or 9, and I can remember where badger sets were, and they still were in the same places. So that kind of gives you a feel for how long-lived they are, and the disruption of moving them, and that actually mitigation measures don't always work. So this is a prime example of where a badger set has been destroyed because of housing development, moved, and then it's not worked.
Ask, I presume that these are all covered, I mean...
Yes, so that was mid-construction there. So what they've done is they've covered them over with soil on the top, and all you see is a bit of plastic tubing protruding.
And when you said they're near the... Well, actually, one shouldn't really reveal where badger sets are. That's Sarwin also.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think this, and this is actually located within the red line boundary, it's pertinent to talk about it. And given that we've seen the plans of where the Northern Relief Road is going to effectively trisect that piece of land, I wonder whether this will actually have to be moved again. Badgers aren't very mobile in their set movements. As I said, they're long-lived in one place.
Sorry, you said...
So the location of this one, because of where the road potentially is going...
It goes through it?
It won't go through it, it'll go very close to it.
Right.
And badgers and roads, I mean, I saw 4 squashed... I've just driven back from dropping my son in Canterbury this morning. I saw 4 squashed badgers on the A2, the last one just being close to Tenham.
You said there weren't any in here?
No, I was just talking about somewhere else, but this set will be located very close to where the new Northern Relief Road will be.
There weren't any badgers in here?
No, there's other badgers elsewhere, but they haven't located into what this was. This was built specifically for them, and they've never gone into it.
Right, okay. You're saying that the road goes near other sets?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, on this site, the badgers have already been moved once. They possibly might have to be moved again. And if they're not moved, they're going to be extremely close to some very busy roads. I don't know how they'll survive.
Thank you. Now, the inquiry is aware of the importance, I think, of the Stones Farm site to the Five Parishes group in particular, and also in respect of the application. Obviously, there's more you want to say about Stones Farm, hence this pack of pictures.
Yeah.
Can we go to the start of this pack, and if you can just take the inspector through them quite quickly, explaining what they show. Yeah,
that's fine. So here we have, on the first page, is a nice picture of Meadow. This is the wildflower meadow at Stones Farm Countryside Gap. This picture...
Oh, hold on.
That's all right, it's the first page.
Yeah, I'm going... Yeah, all right. Down.
Yep. So you see it's wildflowers, your poppy.
Yeah.
And that picture was taken in June 2023, a haven for pollinators. This is the Skylark area that Highsted contractors have just mowed. So on Monday, just before we came back, one of my parish councillors was out walking, as she regularly does, across Stones Farm Countryside Gap, and saw a contractor offloading a mower. A mower, one of those big industrial mowers.
Yeah.
And she walked up to them and said, "What are you doing?" And they said, "Well, we're going to mow the area." She said, "Well, don't mow this area. This is Skylark nesting area." She went off for a walk, came back. They'd mowed the whole lot, all the wildflowers, all the Skylark nests. As you can imagine, the community are really angry because this site... part of it was the mitigation for the Stones Farm housing development. This is known about. This was an arable field, and it was during the construction process, it was re-landscaped, the whole Countryside Gap, to accommodate for the new planting regime that is conditioned as part of the arrangements for the Stones Farm approval. And they planted it, and you'll see how planting regimes can pan out, done well or done badly. And I think the suggestion from the group here is that this is planting that has not been done well, that was put in approximately 3 years ago, so it's immature. A lot of the saplings and the trees at the top have been snapped off. The wild meadow, which, as you can see, started being established last year, meadows now are just in their early growth. You don't cut them this time of year. Management plans are all well and good if they are adhered to, but you can have a catastrophic impact on your biodiversity by doing something as stupid as mowing at the wrong time of year.
I think
what that means is that where your baseline data starts off and your calculation for baseline data, you can wipe it out quite quickly.
I think to be clear, we're not kind of asserting that any of this is...
Absolutely, it's nothing to do with this applicant, but it's within the red line boundary. And the problem is, this land is clearly not owned by the applicants. We've established that through the registry of ownership. But how you condition it across a large site when you're using it as your calculation for BNG, when you're using it to say that you are meeting your ecology goals and your biodiversity goals, and then it can be wiped out. And so if I take you through the rest of the pictures here.
Is this the land that's actually going to be, the council's going to be taking over?
Yes, it's the Countryside Gap stroke park. It's been landscaped as a park.
But this was taken,
That was taken last summer when it was establishing. So when Hyde and Chartway, so Chartway are Hyde's contractors, but Hyde own the land through their, I think it's an LLP that they own it through.
But you said it was taken this photo in June 2023.
2 years ago.
Last year,
2
yeah.
years ago. So, yeah, it was just getting going.
I see.
And that's, I mean, when I went out for a walk a couple of weeks ago with the group of parish councillors and residents, we were standing in the countryside gap. You could hear the skylarks. They were above us. They were all around us. And they're everywhere in north and south. The next few pictures are just, they're just some pictures of what one of the parish councillors observed. It's a mixed flora and fauna with some elements of hedgerow. This is all round Stones Farm. These are all
where
taken.
all
All of these pictures are taken around Stones Farm area.
right, what, in the gap?
Yeah, in the gap and round by the wet woodland and going down to the stream. So it's just showing you a diversity. You've got nettles around, you've got some brambles there. And sort of unkempt, as some might say. Different moths. Obviously, there's someone that parish councillor saw a dead weasel there in the undergrowth, so we know weasels are alive. And I think, in fact, the evidence actually reflects that. But there's the proof.
And then we skip over the badger set.
Yeah, skip over them.
We come on to the slow worms.
So slow worms. I think there is the commentary in the evidence that I have seen. Says there's quite small populations of slow worms. So there's one there. That's actually by the artificial badger set. And they come down, there's quite a few there. So there's more in that photo, I think.
Why is it
referred to in the evidence?
Why is it particularly relevant that they're by the artificial badger set?
Well, that's just to give you an indicator of where it actually is, so that you know that they're on that site. So,
I'd just probably eat them, do they?
possibly.
I think they like
Funny-looking
earthworms, don't
things.
they?
Yeah. What we know on both north and south is there's slow worms everywhere. I mean, I've got them in my garden. I live in Rodmersham, and I back onto ancient woodland. And I find them in log piles. They're everywhere. There's loads of them. So the evidence says there's not many of them. Well, we fundamentally don't agree with that, because there you go. Look, there's a group of them there. The next picture is the dormice monitoring, which was put up. So this picture was taken back in May 2018. And obviously, that particular parish council was intrigued as to what was going on, and when I took a photo of it. Those dormice monitoring equipment is still there. There's 10 boxes that remain literally in a really small space, within metres of each other. So we were just curious as to why you'd put so many in such a small space and then sort of leave a wider area. It seemed a little strange, but then we are not experts, as we say. I'm not an expert on dormouse monitoring, but that's just to show where it is. When we get on to page 16, I think it is, there's a picture of what looks like muddy water. And I'll read to you what I've said there. Polluted water conditions in the chalk stream after the, can't spell there, contractors of Stones Farm Spring Acres failed to take appropriate flood prevention measures during the construction of the development, including during the period when they created the attenuation pond. The flow rate was not properly monitored. So this is the flow rate from the, I don't know what you call it, it's like a valve to the attenuation pond. It wasn't properly monitored or implemented, and the parish council had to call in the Environment Agency to take action against Hyde and their contractor, Chartway. What happened when Stones Farm houses were being built? They obviously did an awful lot of earth-moving works, etc. And at the same time, they decided to scalp what was the rest of the farmland, so the countryside gap, because it had been an arable field, and so it was to be landscaped as, the park. So they scalped all the vegetation off the site. And now I don't know if this is a normal process, but it seemed a bit peculiar to us that everything, all the grass that had been growing, the weeds, the whole lot, completely taken out. And what happened was we had torrential rain. The torrential rain resulted in, and it's on a hill, so housing's at the top, you've got the countryside gap, and it goes down to the Tong stream at the bottom, the chalk stream. And the water flooded off the site downhill. I mean, thousands, if not millions of litres of water, because it was torrential. It went around the attenuation pond, and it all ended up in the stream. And that is what you can see there. That was the state of the stream. It was brown.
And to be clear again, we're not suggesting that this is
Absolutely not.
the applicant, but I think your last sentence here, this cannot ever be repeated.
Absolutely.
Indicates as to why.
So there was a complete failure that we believe there was a complete failure or breakdown in communication between either the EA, KCC Flood, whoever the responsible parties are for looking after this area. Everyone headed for the hills and no one wanted to take responsibility. It was extremely frustrating at the time. Now, the conditions did not clearly take account that this is on a hill, that it should have been bunded. There should have been some form of conditioning around bunding. There should have been proper conditioning around flow rates. And what resulted, because this application, when it was put in an outline only, we're told, well, we'll do with this later on in detail. And the attenuation pond was actually found to be the wrong size. So we had to go then through a whole planning process of assessing and getting various people to assess, was this the correct size for a development that big, this attenuation pond? And that's when the attenuation pond was made bigger. And when it was made bigger, they didn't take a proper account for the flow and the flow rates. And actually, with lobbying from the parish councils, we spoke to Swale and asked them to hire a hydrology expert to try and resolve this issue. So when we talk about attenuation ponds for roads, quite flippantly, there'll be one here or there might be one there. This is a really sensitive area in the north. We'll probably get onto the whole thing around chalk streams separately, but what it shows is if that's not done correctly, if that conditioning or that thought process, this is what results, and it silted up quite horribly at the time. If we go on to one of the other pictures...
Didn't it go into the... I mean, you said...
It went into the stream.
Yeah, but you said the attenuation pond was too small, so presumably it must have gone in there and then overflowed.
So, no, they then made it bigger.
No, but before it they did... Presumably they did that after the damage is done.
So they made the process for planning, making it bigger, happened as they were constructing it. I can't remember if they made it bigger, but the problem was the water literally just funneled straight off the site. There was no bunding. There should have been like straw bales or whatever it is they use to bund around the area, because they'd scalped it. They hadn't thought through that scalping it, the water would literally rush off the site. It wasn't that the attenuation pond is supposed to take the surface water from the housing at the top and it drained through, but it didn't, because there was no vegetation for it to soak into and slow down the rate of run.
Okay.
So I think kind of just coming back to the first picture, I just want to kind of point something out in the text that hopefully won't be contentious. The penultimate sentence, the third sentence from the end, the flow rate was not properly monitored or implemented and the parish council had to call in the EA to take action.
Yep.
You then say this caused the silt to wash into the chalk stream. Just to be clear, it's not the parish council calling in the EA and the action the EA did that caused the silt to... No,
absolutely. It was the poor process of taking the vegetation out, what was happening on site.
And the last page of the pack shows a picture of the stream.
Yes, so we've had quite a lot of discussion both in heritage and landscapes about the stream, and well, you can't see the stream. Well, here you clearly can see the stream, and what you can see now is really as a result of a lot of that sediment that washed off the site. You've got a lot of growth now that wasn't there previously, so you can see that. There's a clear expanse of water there. It's easy to see, and you can see through the water if you look there. So the problem is, if you wash a lot of silt from a site into a chalk stream, it encourages plant growth. The nutrients suddenly tick up to support that. Now that remediation will need to happen to that stream.
So, thank you. So appreciating this part of your evidence is just effectively giving examples of when things go wrong.
Yeah.
And it overlaps, I suspect, slightly with the conditions discussion that we'll be having later on. Is there anything else that you want to say about Stones Farm at this point?
What did I say I was going to... so, Stones Farm... where to start, really? So, I think the issue that we have around Stones Farm is, as we said, it's not in the applicant's control at the moment. The grant of planning permission, there is an awful lot here that needs to be considered and dealt with. How you condition something that's not within the applicant's control, that will need to be obviously suitably dealt with. I'm having a bit of a blank here.
So maybe that you said what you need to say for
that's
these
fine.
purposes. So
Yeah, because I'll probably come on to it later. Yeah.
So if we return back to your proof of evidence, and we're coming on to paragraph 2.3,
Yep.
or section 2.3, dealing with species movement and habitat connectivity. Now, we obviously heard a lot about that yesterday, but if you could just read out paragraph 2.3.1.
2.3.1. So species movement and habitat connectivity, I've written here, the environmental statement should consider seasonal variations, breeding patterns, habitat fragmentation impacts over time, especially regarding the impacts on the loss of ancient woodland and nearby shores and networks of ancient woods around the Highsted, Milstead, Bredgar and Woodstock area.
So this might be a fairly simple question, I hope, but why do you consider the ES should consider these things?
Well, as I said before, you need to look beyond the red line boundary, and when we discuss landscapes quite extensively, what it was clear is the whole area, this dry valley that is so fundamental to the setting of the Kent Downs, is populated by the ancient woodland, the shores, etc. And they're pockets. They're not huge areas of ancient woodland, but they are actually in quite close proximity. So if we look at where Highsted Woods is, just south of, is north of the M2, obviously, and where the Science Park is. Next to it, you've got Cromer's Wood. Then just across the valley, you've got Cheney Hill Woods, you've got Beck's Woods, and just behind me, we've got Shoulder of Mutton Wood. I kind of almost hate talking about this at public inquiry because ancient woodland is a fragile ecology. I've grown up as a child backing on to ancient woodland, so I'm slightly protective towards it and the way people treat it. So, for example, where I live, I'm fortunate. We've got quite a large garden, and beyond the formal garden, we've got about half an acre of tree collection, shall we call it. And then we've right onto the Shoulder of Mutton Wood. And through my garden run the badgers. Some of them are in my garden, some of them are in Shoulder of Mutton Wood. And they run through my garden, between the house and the garage, through the front garden, over the road, the country lane in front of me, straight into the now newly planted orchard opposite and into the red line boundary of the southern application. And what it shows is that the connectivity between those different pockets of woodland and also the chalk pits, which have now established after, they've been extracted of chalk, they've well established their own ecosystems, is a connectivity. And we've got birds of prey, so I've got, a variety of different birds of prey, and I can see them when I'm sat in my office. They're sat in the woods on the top of the tall trees in the ancient woodland, and they fly across the valley. You can see which way they head. I go round to my friend's, and she lives on the other side of the hill, and we can see the birds fly from the Shoulder of Mutton Woods over to Highsted Woods, across to Cromer's Woods, end up, and you can see them, they'll hop over. And the owls, we've got a variety of different owls. In here, it has a limited discussion on owls. And they hunt in the fields opposite. They hunt. We've got the skylarks. So the skylarks are in the fields adjacent to the woods, the pockets of woods, that open expanse in that valley. So they are really vital connections. Sorry, I've waffled on a bit there.
Thank you. So if we carry on to section 2.4, mitigation measures and effectiveness.
Yes.
And if you could just read 2.4.1 to 2.4.2.
Yes. So while updated walkover surveys are good practice, they do not replace in-depth ecological studies that track species behaviour over time. Without comprehensive understanding of species movement, proposed mitigation measures may be insufficient to ensure long-term ecology protection.
So turning to that, in as quick an answer as you're able to give, why do you feel there isn't a comprehensive understanding of species movement, etc.?
Well, if I give an example, it's just one tiny example. We talk about newts, great-crested newts. The surveys are really limited as to what's been done. There's a kind of, might be one or two here. I can tell you, I've got people who've got them in their garden. We've actually had the newt guy out, the newt guy has come and recognised the great-crested newt, in particular, one property in Church Street, which is right adjacent to where the new roundabout in Southern Relief Road is. And we know, because that great-crested newt got caught in a water pump to that person's pond. But no surveys have been done on the ponds around the red line boundary. I created a wildlife pond in my garden. I haven't got great-crested newts, but I have got loads of smooth newts and various other types of newts. Literally, we created that, and they came and populated it. God knows where they came from, but we know they're there. We know they exist, and there's much larger. And when I spoke to the chap from the Newt Society and said, is this rare? Oh, no, we've got quite large populations of newts around this area, and they're known about. So it is a little surprising. It means that your mitigation, how can you mitigate if you don't understand what's there in the first place?
Thank you. And if you could just read section 2.5 now.
Yeah, so section 2.5, the cumulative and long-term impacts. So the development may contribute to habitat fragmentation, increased human activity, pollution, all of which can have significant long-term effects on ecology. The ES should assess robustly how mitigation measures will be monitored and adapted in response to changing ecological conditions.
Apologies, I interrupted you there. Was there something you were going to expand on that point?
Yeah, so this is quite close to our hearts as a community. I think lockdowns really focused people's minds on what was around them. And also, we've seen development over time. So if I speak from, I suppose, almost a Robinson Tunstall perspective here, Eden Village is a housing development that's built down Highsted Road. It's the south side of Sittingbourne. It's adjacent to Highsted Road. If you drove along Highsted Road in towards Sittingbourne, it's on the left-hand side. Now, that was quite a large housing development at the time. I can't remember how many houses it is off the top of my head. It's about 500. I think it was about 500 and odd. Could be stand corrected. It's different number. But anyway, we were concerned at the time, the community, about the impact of people using the countryside more. And this, we're not spoil sports, but with it comes the issues of, you know, littering, trampling. I think that was quite well covered yesterday. And lockdown perpetuated that. And people, I think, discovered areas, especially around the south side of Sittingbourne, around Tong. Wow, we really do have these gems in this area. And Highsted Wood is a prime example of that, where, you know, I went out a couple of days ago to have a walk, you know, and I see the rubbish thrown down. I went into Cromer's Wood, you know, I found melon box in the middle of a footpath, you know, plastic thing. We had to call the police out several times during the lockdowns where people were burning things in the middle of Cromer's Wood. I have rarely seen garden waste that all the experts talk about. But I have seen is the vandalism. There's a tyre in the middle of Highsted Woods. I have no idea how that got there. Kids playing. But we have seen an uptick in the antisocial behaviour and, you know, as more people have discovered the area. So I think it is a double-edged sword. We've got these absolutely wonderful natural resources, ecology, but you can't reason with Joe Public not to go and damage it when they don't understand what it is on their doorstep. The other thing that comes of people using these or living in close proximity to them, and I certainly witnessed it the other day I was walking around, is I saw various types of euphorbia, which to my mind are an ornamental plant. They're not native. I use them in flower arranging. But they're growing adjacent and close to ancient woodland. You know, the seeds have blown out of someone's garden. Well, you get several thousand houses living close to these ecologically sensitive areas, and you'll end up rhododendrons, you know. Rhododendrons are a nightmare. People love them in a pot. People love them in their garden. Please don't put them in an ancient woodland. The impact is enormous.
Thank you. At section 2.6 of your proof, we deal with recommendations, and just to understand, are these recommendations that the group is putting forwards that should be taken into account?
Yes. Do you want me to read them out?
I don't think I need you to read them out, as long as obviously you've said that you're satisfied that none of your evidence has changed. But what I want to ask you about is, you've obviously heard from Mrs. Foster's cross-examination that there's agreement that much can be dealt with at a reserve matters stage. And I just think it would assist the inquiry to understand what your view is about these matters being dealt with at that point in time.
Yeah, so we fundamentally don't agree with that. We've come unstuck before with other planning applications, and Stones Farm is a good case in point here, where we are told that, oh no, that can come out later on in the detail, and then it's an outline, it's already been approved, so you're going to have to accept this, and you get bamboozled into a position where stuff that's pretty unacceptable ends up being accepted. And it also has a cost. And I think we are all acutely aware from the discussions that we've had over the last few weeks that this is a huge site. It requires a huge amount of mitigation here. Some of the kit that's been proposed, including Animex bridges, these aren't cheap. Underground, underpassages, etc., they're part of the engineering. Now, they can be obviously put in at the time that the roads are put in, so it's making sure they're brought forward in a timely fashion. But there's a cost. And I think we need an honest discussion about what all this kit and infrastructure is going to cost up front. We can't have a discussion about viability, because I can't see in the viability report.
So I think we're straying into viability kind of here, obviously, and that gives an idea as to what the parish council's view is on that. But in respect of dealing with these at a reserve matters stage, is there anything else that you want to say?
Well, I think we need to have clarity around, we've got we've got maps here and plans which show general uses. So we need specific, we know, if it's going to be residential and you've got bats, you might want to put bat boxes on, or you might want to put other things in, but you can determine that at this point. There are things within the ES that could be dealt with now, and to our minds should be dealt with now, rather than backloading it all onto the detail, and then it may not ever happen.
Apart from things like bat boxes,
Well, we talk about visual impacts of, putting in, highways kit, for example. So I'll give you an example. The roads that we've discussed so far, and it's in our highways evidence, so I'm going to point to a bit in our highways evidence here, is there's talk about how you can contain badgers and you can funnel them to use, underpasses. So by definition, you have to put up fences or something, some sort of containment. Now, Mum, you're trying to work out through this mountain of information whether there is an acceptable scheme for highways and the impact that will have on landscapes and obviously on ecology. But what we've got buried in the background here is, well, we might have to do some fencing off for badgers to get them to go and use these underpasses or overpasses or whatever. And then you've got this green infrastructure of a bus tramway, the busway. And in our evidence, we talk about what's just happened in Cambridgeshire. And this is pertinent. It will come up again in transport, but there is a theme that runs throughout this, is that if you propose green infrastructure, you need to think about the implications on things like ecology. And what's happened in Cambridgeshire is not only did Cambridgeshire Council get fined £6 million for the deaths that occurred on their busway, the Health and Safety Executive have asked that they implement certain safety measures to make their busway safe. Now, in here, in the evidence, is an illustration of what it could look like, an artistic view, and there's the road, and there's a busway, and the busway in there has a single carriageway, but we know it's got 2 lanes. No, we're not, because what they said in Cambridgeshire is, and what they had, the difference in Cambridgeshire, was they had a service road that ran alongside their busway, yeah? So that meant it was 3 lanes. We've got an illustration in here in Ecology showing us the mitigation measures, showing us that it's only 1 lane wide, and they've got a central reservation where you've got green ecology crossings for animals, where you've already got 2 lanes of traffic, 1 in each direction for the Southern Relief Road, plus 2 lanes of busway, plus now, if you implement the health and safety regime that they've been asked to in Cambridgeshire, an additional service road, so you don't have to close off the live lanes of your Southern Relief Road. But now, as a result of the deaths and the fine that was incurred, they've asked they fence off the busway. So are we asking for overground mitigation measures? Are we asking for underground mitigation measures? Or are we asking for bridges? And if I'm confused, I'm sure the wildlife's going to be confused. And this all has a cost, which is why I go back to where we were earlier on viability, is we need to flush out clearly what our expectations are, because an artist's impression of a 1-lane busway and its impact on ecology is completely different to what I've just described to you that may have to happen in order to meet the safety measures. And that unwinds, I suspect, what you may think comes forward.
So thank you. Now, if we can move on to section 3, of your proof, which is dealing with ancient woodland and loss in the south application. Now, we heard a lot about this yesterday.
Yeah.
And many of the points that you've set out here were picked up yesterday. So
Yeah.
I'm just going to take you through to paragraph 3.5.
Yep.
And if you could just read that paragraph.
So we believe the loss of ancient woodland is unjustified and contrary to both national policy, planning policy and ecology legislation. Development fails to provide any meaningful mitigation or compensation, contrary to best practice. The local planning authority has a statutory duty to protect priority habitats, making approval of such an application legally questionable. Given the scale of the development, alternative designs should have been explored to avoid the impact entirely.
Now, I just want to ask you a question in respect of this last sentence. Now, Mr. Baxter, at 3.31 of his rebuttal, and we can turn it up, but to paraphrase, he accepts that good practice would be to consider alternatives, but it is not required in policy terms. And so I just want you to explain to the inspector as to why you're of the view that there is, in effect, a need to explore alternatives.
Well, my understanding is, unlike many designations under plans, is that ancient woodland is protected in law, and that effectively overrides local designations, and you can't pay lip service to that. I think we've clearly set out that ancient woodland is of significance and importance, and I've clearly shown to you what happens with, or what, and an example of what has happened when the mitigation measures that are proposed, implemented, fail to take effect. I mean, it was clearly, everyone agrees that once you've taken out ancient woodland, you can't just replace it. You can't just move the soil. You can move the soil, although I'd suggest that's probably not a great idea. And you can move trees, etc., but you can't replace the whole ecosystem. It just simply doesn't work.
Thank you. If I could take you now to section 4 of your proof, and we're now into the shorter sections of your proof. And this is dealing with the chalk stream in the wet woodland. If you could just read out paragraph 4.1, and I have a couple of points to put you in respect to this.
Yeah. The Five Parishes group cannot find any reference to the stream that feeds the Tong Mill Pond from the Thomas Becket Spring being a chalk stream. The plan is for the Sittingbourne Northern Relief Road to go straight through the country park and through over the stream. These are extremely rare habitats, and they need to be properly considered and protected.
What I want to ask you about here is, firstly, and this is just probably for my benefit, is what do you actually mean by wet woodland?
So, wet woodland, I didn't make it up, honest, is I read it in a document and I went away and thought about it, and I had a little bit of a research, and the locals have said to me, this is wet woodland, and I was like, I don't know what that is, so let's go and explore it. So we went for a little walk. And wet woodland is wood that is persistently wet. And so where Tong Stream comes down from the Becket Spring, it meanders and there's a little split. And off to the left is a little fork in the stream. And that creates an area there of wet woodland. So it's not just on the riverbanks, but it's set back and it's persistently wet. And what was really interesting when I went out the other day is it hadn't rained for ages. Remember we were saying, was there any water in the attenuation ponds, Mum? You asked me that question. Well, it'd been really dry. It's been, the garden was rock hard at that point. That's my monitor for everything. How difficult is it to weed in the garden? And it was. It hadn't rained for absolutely ages. Yet that area, there was water flowing there. You could see it in the woods. So when you go walking through the countryside park, you go down towards the stream, and as you're heading towards the mill pond, on your left-hand side there is the wet woodland. And, it was really quite damp. It's quite an interesting ecosystem. But it's also clearly explained in the work that was done by the South East Rivers Trust, and there's a nice document where they set it out. So that's where I'd read it, was in the document by the South East Rivers Trust.
CD 2011.
Yes, that's the one. So I'm just going to find my...
So, Madam, we are going to turn to that document shortly in respect of a slightly different point. But, I mean, in terms of the wet woodland, you referenced to it being a kind of an ecosystem. What do you understand the importance of that ecosystem to be?
Well, it's an extremely rare one. You don't find it in very many places. In fact, 2 secs.
Sorry, what's
Wet woodland.
really rare? The wet woodland.
Yeah. And I was reading in a document, and it was just saying that in the southeast, how little, I can't find it right this second, but it's a really tiny proportion of wet woodland in the whole of Kent. So although it is a small area, it is a really important one because it's not often found. At the,
Kent or
yeah, in Kent, yeah.
Right, okay.
So
I'll see if I can find the
if it
references.
helps, if we turn to CD 2011 now,
Hold on. This is where my technology might play up. So let's try this one first. I've logged out, so you're going to have to give me a sec. What did you say the CD number was?
so it's CD 2011, which is the document referenced at 4.1 of your proof.
.11. Oops, hold on. 20.
So yes, and this is the North Kent Chalk Streams Survey 2023.
Yep.
Page 3 of that document sets out the executive summary, which the inspector can read at leisure effectively, which just explains why this survey was carried out. But if I could take you to page 23, PDF 23.
Hold on. I've got a circle of doom. Here we go. Right. So what was it? PDF?
PDF 23, and this is in the conclusions.
Yes.
And there's a section at the bottom, 7.3 habitat quality.
Hold on. Right. Yes, habitat quality. So, yes, do you want me to read that?
Yes, if you can just read out the first paragraph.
Okay, so 7.3, habitat quality. The 11 streams offer a range, and this is a wider survey across a number of streams that was undertaken by the South East Rivers Trust. It says the 11 streams offer a range of habitat types, although mostly their riparian zones are arable land, which is used for grazing. In the headwaters of the Batchild Stream, Downswell Stream and Westbrook Stream are areas of wet woodland which show seeps and visible upwelling within the woodland channel. This is a perennial wet priority habitat. Unfortunately, the majority of streams within...
Thank you. If I pause you there, it's just really dealing with the wet woodland point at this stage. So is this the passage you were referring to earlier?
Yes, absolutely.
So if we can go back to your proof.
Yep.
and at 4.1.
Yep.
So here, and I'm going to summarise this. This is you explaining that you've been unable to find any reference to the chalk stream, and there seems to be a dispute that arises here between yourself and Mr. Baxter.
Yep.
As to whether or not this is a chalk stream.
Yes. So, well,
where have you formed the view that this is a chalk stream?
this document is put together. I found the so
if I can take you to PDF page 9.
yeah.
And this is the analysis of the Bapchild stream.
That's right.
And there is a conclusion within that section. If you could just read that conclusion out.
Yes. This stream has a clear groundwater input, as evidenced by knucker holes, seeps on the floodplain, and excellent water quality. It contains Apium species and encroaching marginal vegetation. The uppermost reaches of the stream are chalk stream habitat. The impacts of the Bapchild mill pond and low channel gradient downstream prevent chalk stream habitat from occurring. So that's further down.
So thank you. And if we have a look at Dr. Baxter's position. Mr. Baxter, apologies. And it's paragraph 7.83 of his proof.
7.83.
Sorry, madam, I've taken note of the PDF number. So, madam, sorry, it's PDF page 88.
Yep.
So here we have Mr. Baxter explaining that he's reviewed the North Kent Chalk Stream survey report and he's had a look on the data set on the Magic database.
Yes.
And that the stream is not classified under that database as a chalk stream due to the previous modification associated with Tong Mill, which I think is the point raised in the conclusion about the downstream aspect of it, the mill pond. Now, having read the chalk stream survey and Mr. Baxter's conclusion, what is your view as to whether or not this is a chalk stream?
It is.
And why do you say that?
Well, it clearly states that.
And by it clearly states that?
The report put together by the South East Rivers Trust.
And what do you make about Mr. Baxter's conclusions at the end of that paragraph? So if I just read it to you for speed. Identified sections of chalk stream are located north of the northern site to the north of Lower Road and would be protected through drainage safeguards as set out within the environmental statement. And then he gives the reference.
Well, what we can say and what we've learnt to date is that's ineffective and doesn't work. So the flooding off the site, where we ended up with the silt going in the stream, and that happened prior to this survey, by the way. So they're saying, in this survey, they're saying about how good this stream is, and that's after all that silt had poured off the site. It would have been superb had that silting event not occurred. And what we can't afford to do in that very rare habitat and geological, I suppose, occurrence is allow that to happen again.
So moving away from the stream now and on to section 5 of your proof, and we're coming to the end. I appreciate that I've overrun significantly. But local flora and fauna. At 5.1, you discuss Jill Avery and give reference in your appendices to her list of botany finds.
Yeah.
Who is Jill Avery?
Right, so I would love to have had Jill here. Jill was one of our, it was a resident and lived in Highsted Valley. Jill, I've written in, obviously, in the cover letter there that Jill and a typo, so I've got to apologise to her family publicly. There's a typo, I called it Ebury, it's Abry. So just for consistency, mark that up. Jill had a natural sciences degree from Cambridge University, and she worked extensively in plant research and had done for 70 years in Flora and Fauna. She also had an MA Cantab in plant biology. She and her husband both worked for Shell in the field of plants and insects, and after retirement they continued their field studies. They also held specialist plant licenses. They often travel abroad and were able to bring back plants under license. So this is not someone who's just made this up. This is someone who has a long history and what I would consider a deep passion for plants. Now, Jill came to me, I've known her for years, sort of loosely. I don't know her particularly well, but unfortunately Jill died last year. But what she left us was a legacy of a huge legacy of plant history within a very small area, and that was focused around Cromer's Woods and Highsted Woods and the Meadow area that she called there, and she mapped it. I was given by her daughter a pile of papers, and she said, you know, if these are useful, please use them. And Jill came to me and said, you know, I'm really concerned, you know, this has been kicking around for years, this development proposal. And I said, I don't really know much about plants, and certainly not in a context that I could do anything useful with them. So she took it upon herself to record over a number of years. And that started off with her daughter doing a project for her own, this runs in the family, plant science. Her own daughter when she was doing her degree, did a study of Cromer's Woods. Now, Cromer's Woods used to be owned by Shell, and when Shell wound up its operation, its agrochemical business, it handed over the site to the Cromer's Wood site to the Wildlife Trust. But what she puts here is almost a baseline study, from my layman's point of view, is a comprehensive look at the woods there. And if I looked, when I went on my walk the other day, I looked at Highsted Woods and I looked at Cromer's Woods. And Cromer's Woods is open to the public. It's managed by the Kent Wildlife Trust. There's lots of signage, etc. But the Highsted Woods is not well known. I've made sure over years, apart from the last few days, we've done very little publicity around it, but it's threatened now, obviously, with this development. And the impact of people having a lesser knowledge of it on a wider basis means that the impact of the use of it, people walking in it, is less. And so when you go and look in Highsted Woods, and I encourage the your mum to go and have a look now, it's a beautiful carpet of bluebells, wild garlic, the early purple orchids are out at the moment. You'll see them in Highsted Woods, and there's more of them than there is in Cromer's Woods.
So I think at this point...
And what this does is basically, this solidifies that we aren't making it up. This is someone who understands plants and plant biology, and she's gone out of her way. And what I've included, I just chucked the whole lot in so the inspector can see the whole lot, is the correspondence between her and the people who take account of the plant, I call them registrars, but they're not. The biological records, the keepers of these databases. And she clearly set out what she was finding. She even has, you'll see, there's a bit of an intellectual debate as to which plant type it is, and it goes well over my head. But anyway, it's interesting, it's in there, but it's corroborated by a chapter written by a local lady in the archaeology book I will be referring to in the next subject. But the Flora and Fauna, that book was written independently of the knowledge of Jill's evidence. And on top of that, I know they were late today, and I'm really sorry about that, but there's photographs, and they were taken by a
So this is the second pack of photographs
Yes.
you're now referring to.
which look very artistic. They are the Cromer's and Highsted Woods local nature I circulated to you this morning. Now, John Millen lives also in Highsted Valley, and he did this completely independently. He didn't know Jill had taken any notes. It's only recently that I've revealed that I have this evidence, because people give me all sorts of stuff. So this is almost an independent corroboration of what she'd written in her notes, what was written in the Woodstock book around the ecology, and it shows you there's pictures, and they're all taken over a number of years. But it includes in there the pictures of the really rare bee orchid that's found, as well as a number of other things. Anyway, sorry, I'm waffling.
So, taking you to Mr. Baxter's rebuttal
Yeah.
proof, which is 37.5.3.
Yes.
And then on PDF page 18, we have at 3.4.2 Mr. Baxter's response to the botany records.
Right.
And for speed, I'll read it.
Yeah.
Paragraph 5.1 makes reference to botany records provided by a local resident. I note these records appear to be general in nature and lack detailed location information, whilst no specific records are drawn to our attention within the proof. Now, since this information has been provided, has anyone from the applicant's team contacted to discuss this?
No. And what I would say to that was she's included in here, Jill included in her evidence OS maps, and she's got references on there, and she pinpoints things to specific locations. And when she's recording it to the official databases, she's written in references of exactly where she's found it. I mean, I had to laugh because some of them are obviously to do with the Highsted and Cromer's Wood area, but some of them where she's actually gone on holiday to other places. This is how passionate she is, that she had it ingrained in her that she wanted to record all these plant species. Wherever she went, she felt she was doing something useful and constructive, and I think she did it very well.
So, thank you. If we can move on to your section 6,
Yes.
which is mitigation.
Yep.
Now, I don't think we need to spend too long on this,
No.
because these are kind of similar points raised earlier in
Yep.
respect of baseline data. Now, we've heard now more about mitigations. We've already referenced the Dormouse Bridge, and I think Mr. Simons made a reference yesterday to a green culvert. Is there anything you want to add in respect of this issue of appropriate mitigation that you haven't already discussed?
Well, I think it needs to be. I think I've given an answer really that, you know, the mitigation needs to be dealt with now rather than or a substantial chunk of it, and have an idea of the cost for it.
So, section 7 of your proof deals with the group's views on ecological monitoring. We have discussed some of this, and this does appear to overlap in respect of conditions as well.
Yeah.
In addition to what you say at paragraph 7.1, is there anything else you want to expand on that you haven't already expanded on?
Not on ecological monitoring, no.
Thank you.
Well, actually, I mean, you know, normally when we look at an application, it's quite a small site. It's really relatively easy to understand that. This is an enormous site. I mean, we can't underestimate the complexity of these two applications and the sheer area that they cover. And it feels a bit superficial because it's such a big area. It is really my take on that. and my comments to you, Mum.
I wasn't quite sure what you meant by a more sophisticated approach. What do you mean exactly?
What to the monitoring? I think a walkover survey. So we, in the early stages when we're responding, we had some advice from Red Kite who looked at landscapes and ecology for us, and their view was the same as ours. Was that you can do a walkover survey, but it is quite broad brush. It's not very in depth. You need to have a better understanding of specific areas and the detail around that. So, I talked about slow worms, for example. There's species in there that we believe haven't been adequately covered, that should be. But there's so many, it's such a big area. I mean, we could have written pages on this, quite honestly, but we decided not to do that.
So coming to the end, section 8 is the group's conclusions. I don't propose you to read those out. You said nothing's changed in respect of your view of how ecology has been assessed, etc. But is there anything you want to expand on in this section of kind of 8 paragraphs?
Yeah. So let's have a look. Right, so we talk about sensitivity of ecosystems. There is something I would like to raise. And so I talk about generally, so we talk about sensitive ecosystems, including salt stream, wet woodland.
So this is paragraph 8.4.
8.4, yeah. And then I talk about 8.5, the ES prioritises restoration and offsetting over avoidance and minimisation, providing inadequate protections for key species, failing to assess trends beyond the red line boundary. So that is pretty fundamental, we think. But the ecological monitoring strategy also has a wider impact to minimise, and I'll go right to the bottom here, alternative design should be explored to minimise environmental harm, incorporating up-to-date ecological data, strong mitigation measures and long-term monitoring. Now there's a bit of an elephant in the room that we have mentioned before, and I would like to draw your attention to it, is the historic use of shell. And in the pack, I've previously given you is a copy of a document that was written by Shell.
Madam, if it assists, this appears a couple of times in the inquiry library, but there is a version at 4.70, and it's one of the appendices, I think, to the community representations that were made at the time it was before the Borough Council.
Yeah, 4.
Madam, it's a 43-page document, but I think Councillor Bonney is going to summarise her concerns.
Yeah. So the vast majority of the site is agriculture, of which it's high-grade agricultural land. And why that's relevant is that's the reason Shell came to the area. Shell came to the area and acquired a farm, which became Woodstock, the Woodstock Research Facility. And this book here with the yellow cover, and hopefully that version of it, because we did have a problem with the resolution on the scan, is one that's legible to you. And what that book is nice in that it's called 50 Years of Shell Research at Sittingbourne, and it summarises very neatly all that they did over the time that they owned the site. And they started their journey, shall we say, of exploration into agrochemicals back in the late 30s when they acquired the farm and the area. And they acquired the farm, which was a bit ran down, and they talk about it in here and say that they wanted to improve the farm. And it gives you the nice history. Talk about, there's a little paragraphs that run down the side of the pages that give you a running commentary all the way through Shell's history of what they got up to. And Shell, obviously, a big company, and their ethos, obviously, was to create agrochemicals that would help things like food production. And this site...
Can we just be clear as to where the site is currently?
Yes, so it is the Kent... Well, it's called Kent Science Park now, but that was the Shell Research Centre. So you'll see when you go up there on your site visit, sort of lab space and buildings, but that was built up over the years by Shell. They originally acquired was just the farm and a farmhouse, the old listed building there. And this site became more and more important to Shell over the years. And its sole purpose was to look at agrochemicals. This was a big chunk of their business that they wanted to develop, and it was the hub of their business that spidered out across the world. And there were some really well-renowned scientists, really educated people who understood plants, insects, all sorts, and they were tasked with creating all sorts of different products. It was a research facility, so there were labs,
So
there were greenhouses and farmland, and that's the principal concern here is the historic use of that. The farmland was farmed to test these products and chemicals that would become products. And over the years, so we've got lots of the scientists live in our community and talk to us and tell us what happened. You know, and there's nothing untoward. It was of its day, of its technical ability. You know, and one scientist told me she was tasked with looking at a particular type of insect and developing a product that would try to kill that insect but preserve the crop, and it was an orchard. And they put this chemical on, and expected it to die, but it didn't. It exploded. And what they found was you can put some of these chemicals, which are now known to be extremely toxic. So dialdrin, aldrin, some of them are talked about in here. So this is Shell's own words of what happened on the site. And why that's particularly important is their persistence in the environment. They obviously get washed into the soil, but the important bit is that land is also the water protection zone. So this feeds parts of Sittingbourne with its water. And I suppose our concern is this has lain dormant in, you know, these agricultural fields. But there's agricultural fields, but there's also things, you know, scientists talk to me about, you know, obviously what happens and things. A lot of stuff they didn't know what they were dealing with. It was coded.
You said it was where the science park is now.
Yes.
So is it?
It's a continuation of the use.
Other fields as well.
Yes. So they had the lab space, and then they had the fields. They owned the farms around.
How much of it? I mean,
it's all in there.
Right. Okay.
And what we have included in our representation. So there's a SERDA document, and this is in there, but is also the title document, which shows the transfer of the land from Shell to the current owners, who are the applicants in the south. And that land transfer shows you it was transferred in 2 tranches. Okay, so land registry, we have included that in there so that you can see it. And the top 12 inches of the farmland is transferred into one particular entity, and the subsoil below 12 inches is put into another entity. And that was demonstrated in the register that came round. You'll see that different parties own what looked like the same pieces of land.
So where was all this information? I don't remember.
That's appended to the community's objections.
But is this to the application when it was with the council?
Yes, when it was with the council. So, and that forms part of our proof of evidence, our statement of case, our original statement.
So was it attached to your
Yes, it's attached to our statement of case. So in there you will have the title documents and you will have the Shell document. And our concern is that not through anything that the applicants have done, but through its previous use of being tested. And these cycles of testing went on, we understand, from what I'm told, sort of every couple of years. So the cycle of spray something on the trees, see what happened. Did the critters die? Yes, they died. No, they didn't. Moderate it. And so these cycles went on. And that was for a 50 to 60 year period on this farmland. Now, as I said, those chemicals, there's literally, I'm told there's thousands of them. They research lots of things in the labs, but they also spread lots of things on the land. What's interesting in the transfer that you might like to take note of is I was told about pits, dumping pits that were used for disposal, because at the time that's what they did, different health and safety regime. The top and the bottom was transferred in those land registry documents to the entity that owns the lower part. So where the pits are, instead of owning just the top 12 inches, there's holes in the title. And I wondered why we would do that, and I have to question why you'd do that. But what I do know from what I was told about what went in those pits was there's glassware from the science labs, smashed glass, plastic containers, cans of experimental, whatever it was, cars. Apparently there's a Herald in there, Triumph Herald, in one of the pits. Now, people will say, oh, well, it's all right, it's cleared. We might have cleared it. But the chemicals, they're soluble. Some of these are highly soluble, but they'd have to be because they're going to get sprayed on trees, on crops, on strawberries, and they've gone into the soil. Now, if you're going to develop a site, by definition, you're going to disturb the soil. Now, one scientist was pretty categoric in talking to me that she said she'd never let a child play on that soil. That was her words to me. I don't know what to make of that. She's a scientist. I'm not. But if you're moving lots of soil and you're translocating it, then that concerns me, is where does it go and how do you know what's in it? Because I've read the reports that they will test and they have tested the soil and nothing has shown up, but you don't know what you're testing for. They're not even the scientists working on it at the time knew what they were working on. What I do know about Shell's agrochemicals business is they shut it down. And a significant chunk of the chemicals that they brought to market were banned worldwide for their toxicity. Now, many of those products were developed at the science park. I suspect many of them might have been tested on the land, because we know they tested on the land. They say in their book they tested on the land. But what happens to that soil? It sits right above the area's water source. If you dislodge that, there is a really good book, and we refer it to is anyone who's an ecologist will understand Rachel Carson's Silent Spring book, which was written back in the 60s. It started the whole movement around understanding what chemicals do to the ecology. She talks about dialdrin and aldrin. She talks about consequences on ecosystems, the toxicity. I can tell you, one of the scientists I know, he's died, but he dealt with these chemicals on a daily basis. His consultant said to him, have you ever dealt with pesticides or herbicides or fungicides? And he said, which ones would you like to talk about? He ended up severely handicapped because of a neurological condition, extremely rare, but it's coincidence that his specialist job was the containerisation of these chemicals, because they knew they leached out.
I think we better be a bit careful.
Yes.
About this.
So that's what I was told.
Yeah,
I was
okay,
told,
well,
and it's
let's just stick to the.
Yeah, but what I understand from what I'm told, and I have to say, you know, we've got to go in basis in fact, and because this is no reflection on the applicants, but it is a concern about what happens to the land and how it's dealt with. That's what we've got to get to the bottom of, I think.
Thank you, Madam. There's no further examination in chief. I apologise for being significantly over. I will attempt to cut my cloth accordingly later on.
Okay, that's fine. Right, we'll have a break now.
I've not got any questions from Councillor Bonny. No. I mean, obviously I asked a lot of things I wanted to ask about yesterday, so I won't repeat them. And she's very clear that the things that she says are given from the perspective that she's got as a non-expert, which is all absolutely fine. But I think the most efficient use of England, not to dismiss any of it, of course, but the most efficient way of doing it. I mean, I've got no questions for her, but if a barrister wants to ask our expert about any of it, that's absolutely fine. But I've got nothing.
Well, I mean, I would like to have your comments on the this aspect that she's just talked about the hydrological, which is probably a little bit not really. It's sort of wandered off the point of ecology a bit and gone into hydrology. So I mean, I think I did mention that before, actually, that I think we do need to, you know, have your view on that. No, that could be by way of a note from a hydrologist, or we could have someone to explore it.
Let me, noted. Let me come back to you because let me come back to you. But yes, agreed. Yes. We do need to put something in to deal with it, and we will do. But obviously, won't do it through questions.
No,
but certainly in writing.
Okay, thank you. So it is now 25 to 12, and it's time for the inquiry to resume. So I just got a few questions,
Yes.
Bonnie. Can't let you off without asking anything.
Could I clarify something? Because I said something and I said I'd find you the answer.
Oh, yeah.
So you asked me about wet woodland.
Yeah.
So I found you an answer and I read it. I can't give the core document reference. I do remember I read it somewhere. It is, so the quantum of wet woodland is in Kent, under the Kent Habitat Survey in 2012, it said there was 662 hectares of wet woodland in Kent. And if you contrast that with, apparently there's about 28,500 hectares of ancient woodland. So it gives you a degree of understanding of proportionality of wet woodland.
Ancient woodland in Kent.
Yeah, yeah. But wet woodland is such a small proportion of that. And I was talking, obviously, about the wet woodland on the northern application round near Tong Pond.
Yes. So the Kent Habitat Survey, have we got a reference for that?
No, I don't. Maybe somebody else may know what that is. It was the...
So you're saying that 662 hectares wet woodland in Kent as against 28.5 thousand hectares of ancient woodland
Yeah.
in Kent. Okay.
Yeah. So that's the
If
Kent
anyone-
Habitat Survey 2012 reference, that number. And why that was important, the wet woodland bit, because I think when we talked in Heritage about watercress beds, they were going to take out the wet woodland.
Okay. Well, no doubt Mr. Baxter can comment on that, presumably. Right, okay, thank you. Well, if anyone can find a reference to that survey, that would be helpful, if we've got it.
I think it's buried in a document.
You think it is? Oh, right, okay, well, perhaps someone could find it for me. Right, anyway,
It was a Kent County Council led survey in 2012.
yeah.
And I'm just trying to find the document. So
All
I
right,
can
thank
send
you, thank you.
Send the details.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Right, Miss Bonnie. Now, let's just, there are only just a few points. Paragraph 3.4,
Sorry.
3.4 of your proof.
Yes.
You say here, there's a strong precedence for councils refusing planning applications where ancient woodland is threatened, particularly where no adequate mitigation or compensation is proposed. This aligns with recent appeal decisions and case law, reinforcing that planning balance should not be relied upon where irreplaceable habitats are at stake. I'm just wondering what recent appeal decisions and case law you were referring to there.
I'm going to have to confess, I can't remember off the top of my head. I have to go back and look through my notes. But I'll find out and send it to you, if that's okay.
Yeah, well, Mr. Bell can tell me then.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, well, that's fine. I mean, I'm just saying that the information can come via you, can't it?
yes.
Thank you very much. Okay. Right, in terms of paragraph 3.5, you're saying, I think you were asked about this, you said given the scale of development, alternative design should have been explored to avoid the impact entirely. And I'm presuming you're talking about there primarily the effect of the Southern Relief Road on ecology and the ancient woodland, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Right, okay. So I'm just wondering...
Oh.
Yeah, go on.
I was going to say, that's primarily, it was in the front of my mind when I was writing that, but clearly, when we talk about priority habitats, I think wet woodland is classed as a priority habitat, although someone better informed can tell me otherwise. But the chalk stream and obviously that area around Tong is obviously clearly important in the northern application. And why I say that is this question in our minds around, you know, because we've got attenuation. We've got at least one attenuation pond. We know there's now several, because if you're going to run a road through, you need drainage for it. But we need to consider really carefully that how that drainage works, and if that should really, in fact, be feeding into the chalk stream, because you get the ecology of the chalk stream is a sensitive, that's clearly described by many parties, a sensitive nature, including South East Rivers Trust. But if you start putting in chemical pollutants from road traffic, bits of tyres, you know, all of the other nice gubbins that comes off vehicles, that would have a really devastating impact on the stream.
Right, okay, so you're concerned here, you're concerned about the effect then of the northern relief
Yeah,
road
I mean,
on the habitat, is that what you're saying?
yeah, because that wet woodland there is served not just by the upwelling of water, but where the stream forks around effectively the wet woodland. So if the water that feeds the wet woodland is contaminated, then obviously that could have, it's a fragile environment.
So you're worried about the contamination from the water runoff from the road?
Yeah.
Right, okay. And you don't think that could be resolved through, I mean, it's fairly standard sort of conditions, actually, that I know you don't like conditions, but needless to say, we have to rely on them to some extent. It's a fairly standard condition that, you know, the drainage from the road will obviously have to go into, you know, properly dealt with and filtered and all the rest of it, so it doesn't...
Well, so I suppose this is born of the experience.
Well, that was a bit different, wasn't it? Because that was you talked about scalping the whole of that sloping site, which, you know, presumably just let the water just go cascading down and, you know, over the presumably attenuation pond and straight into the stream. But this is slightly different, isn't it?
Absolutely. And so when we asked the council to hire a hydrology consultant or whatever it is that deals with attenuation ponds, a drainage consultant, we asked him about, you know, when we're out on site, about the highways water that was feeding from the A2,
yes,
that comes across Stones Farm and ends up in the attenuation pond and is then let out of the attenuation pond into Tong Stream. And I was concerned, and the other parish councillors were as well, about how those contaminants then end up in the river. And I said, in the stream, sorry, how could that be dealt with? Because there is no filtration, other than you have it soaks into the bottom of the attenuation pond and some just soaks through, but there's no filter as such. And I asked him about that, whether that's a possibility, and this is well out of my comfort zone and sphere of knowledge, but his response to me was that these traps that could be effectively created, but they were in still quite experimental stage, not experimental, but that was I suppose the understanding I took away from that is it's not the normal done thing. I mean, we had a real battle with KCC, I have to be honest here, had a battle with KCC to recognise that highways water drained into Stones Farm. They didn't understand that. We do now, we've got to that point, but of course we're adding more drainage issues with this application.
I was going to say, I mean, you know, obviously you're very worried about Stones Farm and what's happened and everything, but as you also said, that's not the concern of this applicant, or these applicants rather, because that's being dealt with under the Stones Farm development, isn't it? What is the concern here is, as far as I understand it, is from this new road that's proposed and how the drainage from that would be dealt with, and to ensure that pollutants from the, you know, sort of, I don't know, oil, petrol spills, and all sorts of bits and pieces that get off the road into the hydrological system, how that's dealt with. That's what you're really.
Yeah, and it's layering one on top of the other here, because the attenuation pond is going to have to be.
Well, they're going to bridge
existing.
that, aren't they? They're not going to. I don't think that attenuation pond, I might be wrong, is going to be serving this development, is it?
But there's several more attenuation ponds coming in, but the current
I'm
existing
one
one,
on Stones Farm.
Yeah.
That's not for this development.
not for this application, no, but they're having to cross it with the road.
They're going to have to cross it. That's a different matter, isn't it? What we're talking about is the actual drainage from the proposed relief road and how that's dealt with, and your concerns about that. Is that right?
Yeah, but overall, you've got to have an overarching strategy, because you've got different outlets, because you've got one attenuation pond outlet, and it's how the others feed into it and how they're coordinated.
There will be a drainage strategy, obviously, for the whole of the northern site, if it were to be permitted. But that, presumably, I don't know, I haven't really seen it. But, I mean, I know there were plans, actually, but I'm not sure that they link into Stones Farm. I don't know, actually. I really don't know. I haven't got that information, but I don't know if anybody can provide that. The drainage.
Yeah, what I've been wanting to do is to let you know that, you know, that in terms of the note that we discussed just before the coffee break.
I think you better deal with the drainage from the northern site as well.
Yeah, there is. Today the rebuttals went in for highways, and are slightly jumping around, but today was the deadline for them. Yeah. And we've actually appended to our rebuttal on highways, because we didn't know when else we should put it in, but we've done it. So it's actually now in with the programme officer. I don't know whether it's all been circulated, but
I haven't seen it yet.
Well, no, not to you. I meant to the other part. Yeah, no, of course. But
what's that got in it?
It has got something called a drainage response note from it's the appendix 14, if you can believe it, to the to the highway. I know. Well, there's a lot of highways matters to deal with.
That's why I think they're going to take a long time.
Well, exactly. Yeah. Well, that's why I've said a day and a half in chief. It's from someone called Glenn Charles, who's a drainage engineer, and he is at the same firm as Mr. Wild, which is Charles and Associates. So I'm assuming
what is this?
He covers, as you'll see, it's only a few pages, but what he's trying to do is to respond to what Miss Bonney had said, what Councillor Bonney had said in writing, in respect of effects on surface water from the northern and southern roads and surface water runoff. Okay,
that's fine. Okay, so that deals with that point. You have to look at that.
Just to read it, obviously.
You know,
it's only
just I'll have a read of that when it's...
Yeah. Okay, but we also do need a note on the agrichemical infiltration point that perhaps he could turn his mind to.
We will have a think about that. Yep.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll leave that then.
Yep, fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, that was helpful. Right, next. Oh yes, well, sorry, just going on to that, we sort of got, I wasn't really thinking of the northern site, but thank you very much for that. But looking at the southern site,
yes.
So you said the RPA has a statutory duty to protect priority habitats, making approval of such an application. I presume you're meaning there, well, either of the applications, legally questionable. When you're saying that, what do you actually mean? Do you mean if proper process isn't followed, or do you mean that, you know, if there's an effect on priority habitats, planning permission can't be granted? What do you mean?
Well, quite a simple, straightforward one is that, you know, it's ancient woodland is protected in law. It's just to make sure that they abide by that.
But I mean, we've gone into the fact, haven't we, about compensation? Wholly exceptional circumstances and the suitability of the compensation that's proposed, and that's obviously a matter that the decision maker will have to
Absolutely.
consider.
Yeah.
But presumably you're not saying that if the decision maker considers that according to the proper process, that's then not illegal.
No, no,
You're not saying that?
no.
No, okay.
That's well out of my...
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Right, let's go on to, paragraph 5.1 is the next one.
Flora and fauna, yeah.
Just a point of, just so I can identify where we're at here, and that is, hang on just a minute. Yeah, could you just, we were talking about Joe Avery's evidence, and I have looked through that.
Yep.
And you say we endorsed her comments about the harm to the meadow and Tunstall Forstall. I just wasn't quite sure exactly where those were.
So on the second page
Right, hold on a minute.
of Jill Avery's, so that's...
So is this not in her?
Yes, that's CD 2032.
Yeah, well, hold on a minute. I'll find it now. Just a minute. Yeah, second page.
Yeah, so there's a handwritten note, and this, before she died, she actually wrote an objection into
Yeah.
the council. So
I just wasn't sure where these two things were.
what physically are?
Yes.
So there's...
Could you identify them on a map somewhere as well?
Yeah.
Let's find them. I wonder what plan would be best to look at.
Let's just have a look. Hold on.
Ecological plans. Someone help me, please.
Yeah, hold on.
What about the in the technical ancient woodland assessment? Would that help at all?
Just having a look in the
One of those two plans. Anybody?
So Tunstall Forstall is effectively the section, I can explain it, is between the two sets of woods. It's what I call the green spine. There's a hedgerow, and you walk along. When you walk up to Highsted Woods, you see there is the connection visually of that green spine, and that's the area she refers to as the Tunstall Forstall there.
Sorry, so you've got Highsted Wood.
You've got Highsted Wood on the right, and you've got Cromer's Wood on the left if you're walking up towards Highsted Woods, and that's the Tunstall Forstall section. I think.
So
hold on.
can you just, if you just look at the technical briefing note, ancient woodlands assessment, which is CD, I don't know what. Someone help me, please. The ancient woodland assessment.
Hold on.
Which is it?
Let me log in.
Yeah. Oh right. Sorry.
Oops.
Yes. When you've got 9 points.
9.2.35.
Thank you.
I'll just say it on the thing, 9.2.35.
9.2.35. Right. Hold on.
Yep.
Hold on.
And then
9.235. Ancient woodland assessment.
yeah, could you go to the plans right at the back?
So that's page 15, is it?
Yeah, 14 and 15 are two plans. I don't know which would be the best one. Probably the one on 14. Can you identify it on there?
So both woods support badgers and dormice. Tunstall Forstall is particularly very large ancient badger set. So this is, as you go, where Highsted Woods
Yeah.
is there, and then you can see the other brown blob south of it, and which is Cromer's Woods that's outside
Yes,
of the
I
red line
know where
boundary.
Cromer's Wood is, yeah.
So she was talking about it kind of wraps around the back of Highsted Woods and goes towards the quarry there. Like, I think I don't think she realised that it was actually part of the development would go across it. So she said even if not actually part of it, but it is actually part of it. Between a quarry and buildings, both woods support badgers, and there is actually a very big badger set along the back there, which if you take the paths around the woods, you'll see it. You see it drops down, and you can see the badger sets.
Yeah, okay, but I just want to know where this Meadow and the Tunstall Forstall is.
So the Tunstall Forstall is the gap between those two woods, and it wraps around the back.
So that farmland, or is
Yeah.
it all that
Yeah,
farmland
yeah.
between Highsted
Yeah.
Wood and Cromer's Wood?
Yeah.
Okay, and where is the meadow that she's talking about?
So that is, I believe, the meadow is down where Cromer's Woods is.
Yeah.
You see where you've got this sort of finger that sticks out and goes around the edge of Cromer's Woods. If I point at the,
Is it in orange?
it's in green down here. There's like a flat meadow section. I think it's now turned into a horse field.
Okay, yes, I think it's there.
Yeah.
That's got the green. Is that the orange bit that you're talking about? And there's a little green bit at the side. Dense scrub. Is that what you mean? You got the right plan?
This. Hold on.
Excuse me. Let me have a look. Right. Yes. So where is it? No. Go back.
Oh.
Back
Right.
to where you were.
Sorry.
you can.
Hold on. Yeah. Mean tech.
Right there.
That one. Yeah.
Yeah. The
yes.
orange bit.
Yes.
The orange
yeah.
bit.
Yeah.
That's the meadow. Isn't
Yeah.
it? Right. Okay. So that's right. Okay. Cute. All right. Thank you very much. Next question. Let's just put this away. Yeah, we were looking at those pictures of the badger
Yes.
set that's been. I just wondered, any ideas where you think they've gone? If they're not there, presumably have they gone? They must
Well,
have gone somewhere else. They all
when
know.
I spoke to a parish councillor recently, who regularly walks that area there, and a couple of others, they're a bit mystified as to where the badgers may have gone. We think quite a few died.
Was there evidence of that?
Yeah, because they were desperately trying to get back in their set. It was actually terrible to watch, and they.
Oh dear.
Yes.
Because, yeah, I mean, when you're translocating, as far as I understand it, protected species like badgers, for example, you obviously require natural England licence for it. And they, as far as I understand, quite, have to be done properly. So,
I don't think we were saying it's not been done properly, but it's not been effective.
but wouldn't that all be part of what the licence required? Has to
It was
be?
too late once they're removed.
Well, I think perhaps Mr. Baxter can explain the
Yeah.
procedure then.
If we can find them, that'd be helpful.
Well, no. Well, I mean, I'm not talking about these badgers, but I'm talking about just generally how you actually take them from A to B and make sure that they're and what the licence requires. I think that needs to be
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
explained. Okay, thank you. And the other thing you were mentioning in paragraph 6.1 was about skylarks.
Yes.
You're worried about those.
Yep,
Were you worried about those on the northern site or the southern site?
both.
Right, okay, because the southern site, there is a provision in the Section 106 agreement, isn't there, for a skylark mitigation proposal. I don't know whether you knew that.
I haven't seen it yet.
No, where there would be, well, in fact, actually, I think it's more compensation because they would be provided with a land outside the site somewhere else to provide suitable habitat for the skylarks. So, but not in the northern.
So
northern
if
one.
I can,
In
if
the
I'm, yeah.
where do you think the skylarks are in the northern site?
Well, they're on the field that got mowed. Or they're on
That's-
Stone's
yeah.
farm. Yeah, you can see that they were. Well, when I went out there, you can see them bobbing up and, bobbing up and down here and above you when you walk across Stones Farm Countryside Gap
I see. Right.
until they mowed them on Monday.
I see. So you think there are skylarks in the
Yeah.
northern site? Then?
And if I can comment on the south, is moving them off site is, you know, it's less than ideal to move wildlife off the site. We've got developments elsewhere around southern Sittingbourne, including in Borden, where they've moved skylarks. So, you know, this is a bit like,
Well,
you know...
sorry, they did or they didn't?
Yeah, they've developed the site, or they're in the process of developing the site there. And again, skylarks were affected. So what we're finding is the southern side of Sittingbourne, poor old skylarks there are being repeatedly made homeless.
But they're presumably being provided with an alternative site, are they?
Yeah, but I think we need to have an understanding, really, of the cumulative impact. And you've got to take into, obviously, your consideration. That's the Wises Lane Borden development where skylarks are affected there. To give you a reference point.
Well, I don't know anything about that one, but I mean, so are you saying there's not any sort of proposal for?
Well, they've got
provide-
mitigation measures, but
on site or off site, or?
I think that my understanding is they've been moved off site, but I'm happy to be corrected because they're building residential properties on that land. So obviously skylarks and residential properties don't seem to
no.
mix.
Uh-huh.
So there's that set of implementation that's going on as we speak, and then obviously you're going to move them off the site here. So what is the wider view? I mean, there's got to be an assessment that takes into account other measures that have been taken locally.
Okay. Right, okay, and what about the northern site then? This is actually not on the, I mean, this is on the application sites, but it's on the Stones Farm part, which has been, it sounds as if they've been, well,
Mullered.
yeah, already.
Well, I just hope that some of the, you know, I hope it's just, well, you don't hope it's the nest, but...
Or do we know that they were nesting?
Yeah, they were nesting there. They'd been witnessed to be nesting there.
I mean, it is an offence, isn't it? To
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Could those points be dealt with by Mr. Baxter,
Yes, some of them.
please? He's the professional witness.
Yeah,
so.
of course.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's my points. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bell, do you want to say anything? Oh. Thank you, Miss Bonnie.
You're welcome. I'm sure I'll see you again shortly.
Well, I'll be here. I don't know about you.
Thank you.
Should we just have 5 minutes?
Yeah, just five, no more than 5 minutes. We'll set up and.
Yeah, if you
we
wouldn't
can
mind, that would
crack
be
on.
great. And then
Thank
we'll
you.
start the evidence in chief.
Absolutely, yeah.
Right, I won't adjourn. You can just.
No problem.
When you're
Thank you very
ready.
much indeed.
Right, thank you.
Say, Michael, I don't. Thank you very much indeed, and good afternoon, Mr. Baxter.
Good afternoon.
Right, now, Mr. Baxter, you have produced a proof of evidence, which is, just for those following along, called document 37.5.1. And you've also produced a rebuttal proof of evidence, which is 37.5.3. Both of those things have appendices attached to them, which we'll be turning to in due course. And you explain on the 5th page of your main proof who you are. You're Alistair Baxter. You set out your academic qualifications, your degrees in biological sciences from St Catherine's College, Oxford, your Master in Sciences from UCL, your professional memberships of the Chartered Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management. You're a chartered ecologist, you're a chartered environmentalist, you're Senior Director of Aspect Ecology with over 25 years of experience, as you explain. And at 1.1.3, you tell us about the particular sort of areas of experience that you have within your field in relation to European designations, and you set out some of those, including, in addition, non-statutory designations like local wildlife sites. And you tell us a few lines down in 1.1.3 you've got particular expertise in the assessment of ancient woodland, and in 2016 you formed a specialist collaboration known as Sylvan Consulting with arboriculturalists to provide consultancy advice on this habitat, which is to say ancient woodland. Is all of that correct?
It is.
All right. So, in your evidence in chief, I won't ask you to read any of that stuff out. I'll ask you to focus on the key areas as you understand them of dispute and discussion that have emerged over the last day or two from the evidence of the council and Councillor Bonney as well. Starting, if you can, to set the tone with what is agreed, at least what's agreed with the council and what's agreed with Natural England. You were involved, I take it, with this process of achieving these statements of common ground that the inspector saw yesterday.
I have been indeed, yes.
You just talk us through the highlights.
So, shall we begin with Natural England and the statement of common ground which has been achieved with them in respect of habitats regulations assessment? Mm-hmm. So I deal with that in my proof of evidence under section 2, which is section it would be looking forward. Section 4.
Section 4.
European designations.
Mm-hmm.
So, in terms of Natural England, they are concerned at the international and national level, which are in terms of designations protected by law. And as we've seen previously, there are a number of those in Swale, which sit primarily to the north of the site. And those were assessed via HRA process, Habitats Regulation Assessment process. Mm-hmm. That's a two-stage process, as I explained at section 4 of my evidence. First stage is a screening stage, which looks at all potential issues and screens in those which are of concern for further assessment, and that's known as appropriate assessment.
Right, so appropriate assessments is the initial SIFT, the initial screening exercise.
No, that's the second one. Yeah, initial screening exercise is a screening test under the general HRA process, and then those which issues screened in, taken forward to appropriate assessment.
In this case, what issues were taken forward from the initial SIFT to appropriate assessment?
In this case, those issues related to functionally linked land for curlew, in regard to Swale SPA, and then there were air quality effects on SPA birds for Swale and Medway Estuary, and also Ramsar plants in regard to both SPAs, and also recreational effects of both SPAs. So just to run through each of those issues now, which are summarised in the Statement of Common Ground with Natural England.
Yeah.
And the HRA, which is relevant, is attached as Appendix 2 of that Statement of Common Ground. I won't go to that unless we need to, because it's a lengthy document. But essentially, in regard to each of those 4 issues, curlew is reviewed in my proof. I'll do that starting at paragraph 4.3, section 4.3, functionally linked land is the title in the proof. And there it looks at the issue of curlew and summarises the situation, which essentially they're not a qualifying feature of the SPA. Large flocks of curlew were, however, recorded on 3 occasions out of 15 surveys at the site, so there's some sporadic use which has been recorded from the survey data. They're using arable fields, which are not a typical habitat of wintering use for this species because they're searching for earthworms essentially. And they were recorded outside of the typical foraging range of curlew, which is normally closer to the SPAs. So that overall, it didn't appear to be a significant contribution to the SPA. But nonetheless, Natural England, acting under their precautionary principle, have requested that mitigation is nonetheless provided. And to answer that request, 16 hectares of mitigation land is now provided for the curlews. And I can direct you to a plan at the HRA if we want to look at where that is.
Let me just check. Would you like to just have a look at where that is, madam? Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Could you take us there?
So that would be the Statement of Common Ground with Natural England, and it's
Right.
Appendix 2 to that.
Let's just take a moment to find that then. That, I think, is core document 34.15 is the Statement of Common Ground with Natural England. Appendix 2, I think, I don't know whether the inspector's got a hard copy, but it's PDF 8 is the beginning of Appendix 2, so it's obviously 8 pages in or so. And then there's a document that's headed Shadow HRA, including appropriate assessment, brackets updated April 25. Is that where we should be?
That's correct. That's
Right,
the
let's just
document.
make sure that everybody... Have you got that, Inspector? Great. Where in it do you want to go?
It's Plan HRA 2, which is the second plan towards the back of the document. That's PDF page 87 if anybody's looking at a soft copy.
Thank you. Obviously, we can see where it is, as in where, not it, I mean where the mitigation land is.
Yep,
Do you want to just
once-
talk us through it?
Once you have that plan in front of you, see there's a purple field, which is in the centre of the site, shaded there, off-site, adjacent to the site, which is been allocated, essentially, earmarked for curlew mitigation. And so that has been looked at and agreed with Natural England as suitable in terms of its type and nature and the foraging resource it will provide. And they've agreed, Natural England, that that is a suitable mitigation for this issue. Some flexibility is requested as to it may be an alternative field comes forward in due course should the landowner have a preference for that. Natural England is happy with that approach as long as it's of equal quality, and at the time, if any change, that would be looked at again via this process. And to ensure that it is separated from the site, there will be dog-proof fencing, scrubby vegetation on the boundary to prevent access, so there's no disturbance to any curlew. And that'll be managed and maintained in perpetuity and monitored to ensure it functions as intended.
Can I just ask, the curlew isn't a qualifying feature in its own right, is it? Is it part of the overwintering bird assemblage, or just the
It is.
just the ordinary bird assemblage?
It's part of the wintering bird assemblage for Swale SPA.
Thanks.
That's set that out at my proof 4.31A.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that's curlew. The second issue that was taken forward from the screening to appropriate assessment related to air quality.
Yes, air quality, so detailed air quality assessment has been undertaken as part of the process, and that shows exceedance of relevant critical loads and levels for habitats, and that exceedance extends 40 metres into the Swale SPA and 20 metres into the Medway estuaries, estuary and marshes SPA. And this is a very large SPA, as you can imagine if you're familiar with these things, and hence the areas we're talking about are extremely small, and therefore there's a high level of precaution which is being applied here by Natural England. And we can look at some of those areas if we want to in the HRA plans, but unless we need to go there, I think we all know what those distances look like. And that was taken forward to detailed assessment at appropriate assessment level, which looked at the types of habitats which are present, which are largely road verges, some other sort of habitat types there, which are inundated by some of the flows from the estuary, and they're of low sensitivity to nitrogen deposition, whilst they're also subject to elevated noise issues from highways. So, as a result, change of vegetation is unlikely, and noise issues are also meaning unlikely the birds are going to use these areas. So there's no realistically identifiable pathway to harm to bird species. And so Natural England also now satisfied that this issue it will lead to no effect on integrity.
Okay.
And I deal with this in the proof. I should have given the reference 4.2.4.
Thank you. The next issue that was taken forward for appropriate assessment related to recreational effects.
Yes. So the SPAs are coastal and attract visitors, and therefore they're a known issue in terms of managing that to ensure that birds are not disturbed. And there's a well-established strategic mitigation project in place here which manages that. And that's managed by the standard approach of Strategic Access Management and Monitoring, SAMS, and there is a standard contribution which is available for that Birdwise project to ensure that no adverse effect arises on the SPA. And that contribution will also happily benefit the Medway Estuary Marshes SPA as well. And in addition to that, over and above, there's a further contribution which has been agreed with Natural England, which we call SAMS Plus, whilst it's also recognised that on the site there's a large-scale green space provision as part of the country parks, which are going to provide alternatives for the local residents to utilise. So that as a package as a whole, Natural England's in agreement that will ensure no adverse effect on integrity of the SPA will arise.
So that covers curlew, air quality impacts in respect of birds, recreational effects. There was also another linked air quality matter, wasn't there, in respect of Ramsar plant species?
So one issue remained, which has been most latterly addressed with Natural England, is that once they were satisfied with that, so they said that the only issue outstanding now is in regard to the Ramsar and the rare plant species which that supports, and in regard to those same zones of influence of the air quality which I mentioned before in terms of the exceedance of 40 and 20 metres into the SPAs, there was a concern that should there be any Ramsar plant species present, would there be an adverse effect on those? So to address that, a review of the known records of those species was carried out, and then also a review of their distribution, whilst we also agree with Natural England that they'll be informed by some new high-resolution habitat survey. And that's been carried out and demonstrate that the results demonstrate that the air quality zone of influence in question would not lead to any effects on the interest features of those species. Essentially, there's not this appropriate habitat types present for those plants in those areas, and the nature of the plants is such that they wouldn't be affected. So Natural England have reviewed that and are now satisfied as well on that front.
So as a whole, the situation in respect of European sites that you've been talking through is what?
So now we have an agreed shadow HRA with Natural England, which concludes there's no adverse effect on integrity. And Natural England is a consultee under the habitats regulations has essentially fulfilled that function and provided their response at Appendix 1 of the Statement of Common Ground.
Appendix 1, yeah. That's PDF page 4, just after the short Statement of Common Ground.
That's
yes.
right. Where they review these matters which we've just summarised, and conclude that they are fully satisfied.
We'll come on, obviously, to the matters in dispute at this inquiry in relation to ancient woodland, the local wildlife site, etc. But from your perspective, how significant is this level of agreement in the grand scheme of things with Natural England that's been reached on the European sites?
Well, it's extremely significant because the habitats regulations are heavyweight in their nature, with a very high bar which requires clearing to enable development to proceed. And so these really have been scrutinised in considerable detail by Natural England, and to now have their agreement on this after some time is very important. They do. I would just draw attention to one matter.
Sure.
In the Statement of Common Ground under the title Air Quality. They did request a very slight amendment to one paragraph of the Shadow HRA.
Yes.
Which is paragraph 6.3.15. That has now been made, and the Shadow HRA attached to the Statement of Common Ground includes that amendment.
I see.
And so, should the inspector wish to adopt that Shadow HRA, that is complete.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. I mean, it's an obvious question maybe, but for completeness, what exactly are you asking the inspector to do with all of this?
So now the inspector is able to take forward either their own HRA or adopt the Shadow HRA attached to this Statement of Common Ground, and the content and wording of that has been scrutinised by Natural England and agreed, and includes this latest requested amendment.
Well, the Secretary of State actually will have to do an HRA. You can't just say, well, that's that. You know, you have to go through the process, don't you?
Well,
You can't just lift this and without any questions, I would say.
Yeah, that is often the way, so that a separate HRA is conducted, or a review conducted, informed by the information,
Exactly.
included by the Shadow here.
Informed by.
Informed by, not just pasting.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think we're all, well, I'd say we're all agreed on that. I mean, that's clearly what the Secretary of State needs to apply their own mind, don't they, to it?
Yeah, that's normally the approach, yes.
Hope so. Okay, lovely. Thank you. So that's it. So I asked you about what had been going on with the European sites, and that's the whole summary of where things have got to with Natural England and the Shadow HRA.
That's right.
We'll come on then in a minute to, as I've said, the more localised matters in respect of the local wildlife site and the ancient woodland. Before I do, though, I'll ask you about those things. I wanted to ask you about something that we've touched on in the inquiry before, but not at this bit of the inquiry. But it's something that you talk about, which is the green grid strategy, which is something that was turned to during both the design evidence many months ago and the landscape evidence as well. And so the inspector's seen it, or seen paid parts of it, but there's also an ecological slant to the green grid strategy, isn't there?
There is indeed. I discuss the green grid strategy in the proof evidence in regard to the policy section, although it's not strictly policy. And indeed, we have indeed ensured that we have paid attention to this as part of the design process.
Could you just talk us through what you think to be the sort of relevant bits?
Yeah. It would be.
It's 18.35 is the green grid strategy.
would also be useful to have open ecological mitigation strategy actually to help us look at this, which is 9.2.33 is a
Yes.
CD reference.
Have you got those, Inspector? Yeah, thank you. So where would you like to go first?
So in terms of the green grid strategy, F, we've got that open.
Mm-hmm.
We were taken, or Mrs. Foster was taken to map 5 in the green grid strategy, which is on PDF page 24.
24, yes.
And attention was drawn to the dashed corridor, which runs up through there, which is set out on the key as a strategic green grid route. It's quite difficult to orientate yourself, though, on this map. And I would draw attention to map 2, which is a few pages above it, which is easier, I find, to orientate oneself.
Just give us a moment. So that's on pages 18 to 19, map 2.
Yeah, it's page 18,
Yeah.
where you can find Sittingbourne, which is labelled. And then in terms of the key on this, which is on another page on my PDF, ancient woodland is in dark green, local wildlife site is in
Right, a sort of...
a hatched green.
Yeah.
So with those in mind, if we find Sittingbourne, we find the M2, we can then see in the centre of that plan Cromer's Wood, if you're familiar with it, just sitting above the M2.
Mm-hmm. Do you see Cromer's Wood, madam? Can you see where that is?
Directly
is it
south
just
of...
below the quarry?
Yes,
No.
so Sittingbourne, you have the quarry, local wildlife site, 3 quarries, just south of Sittingbourne. Then you
See, and the next thing down is Highsted Wood,
The
isn't
little
it?
blob,
correct.
Little blob is Highsted Wood,
and the big blob is
and the
Cromer's.
big blob is Cromer, right? Is that right?
Exactly right. Exactly right. Now, with that orientation in mind,
Yeah.
I think we can then return to map 5,
Going back to map 5.
which is slightly less clear, but with that in mind, we can now pick up the green corridor,
Yeah.
which runs through.
So what's it passing through?
It runs through Cromer's Wood and Highsted Wood and
Yeah.
the quarries, the local wildlife site quarries, up to Sittingbourne.
So this is this idea of a proposed strategic green grid route that connects the 2 ancient woodlands, does it, and the local wildlife site all up?
It does, indeed.
Okay.
And in terms of the proposals and how they contribute to this, it's useful to pick up the ecological mitigation strategy, which, as I said, that is core document 9233.
9.2.33. And where within that?
And the best plan is probably BNG3, which is PDF page 65.
Yes. Okay.
And again,
Just wait for the inspector to get.
Yeah, I'm just...
and again, if we can find Cromer's Wood, which is just off site,
So you can see Cromer's Wood.
just off site to the south of the
off-site.
quarries.
Yeah.
We then have, in terms of the contribution to this, we have green space, which is running directly north from Cromer's Wood.
And just to be clear, which green space are you talking about running north?
Talking about, that's made up of a number of components. It's made up of new woodland planting, which is the 50-metre corridor of ancient woodland compensation planting.
That's the bit that's dashed. As in there's a line around it, isn't there?
Correct, that's
Yeah.
the dark green. And adjacent to that, there's further amenity green space.
Mm-hmm.
The green corridor also contains other retained habitats, community gardens. So that runs north all the way, connecting into the country park and the local wildlife site.
Mm-hmm.
And Highsted Wood, the existing connection, which runs by a hedgerow from Cromer Wood to Highsted Wood, is retained and bolstered in a new green corridor, which runs up to Highsted Wood, and then of course that is adjacent to the local wildlife site.
Could you just be clear which corridor you're talking about there? When you say you're saying that there's an amendment or an improvement of
there's
the connection that exists now.
The existing hedgerow, which is actually really a line of young poplar, is retained, which is that sort of arc which goes from Cromer's Wood to Highsted Wood.
Yes.
And that is, instead of it being a narrow hedgerow, which it is at the moment, it's retained in a wider green corridor. And so that link is bolstered up to Highsted Wood there. So essentially what green grid strategy plan map 5 shows is a link through, and what I'm trying to show is on this plan BNG3 how that link is formed and contributes to that green grid strategy.
Mind you, the ancient woodland compensation planting isn't really on that line, is it?
On which line?
Well, the dotted line.
The one in the green grid strategy.
No.
It is more or less, is it not? Is in it tends to go up. The line there, because map 2 and map 5 aren't aligned, it's difficult to be precise without any base plan behind it where the line lies. But the line lies somewhere between Cromer's and Highsted Wood, more or less.
Right.
I think it's diffuse in terms of it's a guide rather than
I see. Okay.
a very defined location.
All right. And I mean, I suppose taking a step back, how much of a big deal is this? I mean, to what extent, how much weight do you put, or do you ask the inspector to put on the creation of these so-called strategic green grid routes set out in the council strategy?
Well, not necessarily for myself, but I understand they're not policy in the true sense, but nonetheless they're a relevant document, so therefore its use in ecological terms, which is what obviously I'm more interested in. What do we know? Well, we do know that Cromer's Wood and Highsted Wood have been isolated in the environment for a very long time, certainly in terms of all the historic mapping I've been looking at, probably over 100 years at least, if not longer. Cromer's Wood's been isolated from Highsted Wood apart from this single hedgerow link. So therefore an ability to provide linkage to the north is a distinct benefit.
All right. Thank you. Now, we've started to, I was going to ask you about the baseline situation at the site and the habitats that exist in and around the site. I suppose we are focusing on the southern site, aren't we, given the nature certainly of the local authorities case, although Councillor Bonney's got concerns that cover both applications. The inspector's seen, I think, probably the key plans that show what there is, and she's seen the delineations of where all the different things are. But I suppose just in chief, you've explained it in your proof. Are there any observations that you'd like to make orally on the existing baseline situation before I ask you about the impacts on the baseline?
Yes, I think it's worth just having a contextual plan to hand. I find ES figure 11.2 is useful, which is on a single page, and that's CD 9238. I've got a hard copy of. And the reason this plan is useful is it gives you an overview of the site on a single page. And the observation I would make is that the site is dominated by arable habitats, which are the yellow coloration on the plan, and also in regard to commercial orchard, which is the stippled green on this plan. So the reason to draw that to your attention is that these are low value habitats, that's low distinctiveness habitats in BNG terms, And
You're
therefore,
talking there about the arable and the orchard, and
Correct.
the commercial orchard.
that's correct. And therefore, they're of low sensitivity and low value in ecological terms. So that they occupy the majority of the site. There's obviously some notable exceptions, which we've heard about already, which are Highsted and Beck's Woods and the local wildlife site quarries. And there's some very small pockets of parkland and other secondary woodland amongst the site, and a number of hedgerows, but not many hedgerows compared to many other sites, particularly of this scale, which we would be dealing with. So there are a number of footpaths across here as well, and I have I have walked all of them, including all of the other field boundaries and fields here, including Highsted Wood. And
You've been into Highsted Wood.
I've been into Highsted Wood. I know the inspector particularly asked a question about that. There are pathways through Highsted Woods. They are used by the public at the moment. When I was there as well, they were also used by motorbikes. And so local youths are obviously using Highsted Wood at the moment. So it's not untouched by recreation at the moment in there. And having spoken to the farm manager as well, he does tell me that they're an issue with regularity, which they need to deal with.
Well, notwithstanding the extent of recreation that's happening in Highsted Wood at the moment, or at the present time, to what extent has that affected its status or deteriorated from its status as a high quality ancient woodland?
It hasn't. Most of the recreation appears to be limited to the paths within it at the moment.
Could I just ask you, just before you go on through this plan, just a slightly more higher level question, if I can? You've obviously visited Highsted. Have you visited other parts of the site as well?
Yes, I have been to the site a number of times and across the entirety of it.
Could I ask you, again, it might seem like a silly question, but as a professional ecologist preparing your position to give evidence at something like this, why did you think that was worth doing? What does an ecologist get, if you like, from actually going along and walking these paths and visiting a site that one can't get from just doing it on a computer?
It's vital, I think, in my experience, particularly on this site, to gain a sense of the scale, because this is an extremely large site, and therefore that sense of scale in terms of the habitat delivery and other scale factors is important. It's very important to get a feel for the topography, in that it's not completely flat, and what that does, that's often beneficial for ecology if areas are not flat. And in regard, for example, for local wildlife site quarries there, is to gain an impression, again, of that topographic change, but also the distribution of habitats, particularly where there's habitat change going on, where we notice that the quarries are particularly scrubbing up and becoming wooded, and to examine the grassland interest there and what species are we actually seeing in those grasslands, so you can get a feel for the species which are recorded on paper and how they're distributed within the particular habitat types.
So you've given an overview with reference to this plan of the flora side of the equation. What about when it comes to fauna and different species? What are the key things by way of overview? Obviously, the inspector needs to be thinking about for fauna.
Indeed, the faunal distribution really reflects the habitats, as you'd expect. Fauna sits within its habitats. And the arable and the intensive orchard, again, are relatively low-value habitats for the fauna on the site. So the fauna at the site is not evenly distributed. They don't tend to use those large-scale arable fields or the intensive orchard to any particular extent. Rather, they are going to be centred on the more interesting features. So, for example, dormice, which we've heard about, do make use of Highsted Wood, and a number of the hedgerows. They're particularly, we'll talk about those later, but distributed in the south and the north, or should I say perhaps east and west of this plan. And in regard to other species, great crested newts, which we have also heard about, we have done survey work extensively on the available ponds for that species. They're not present on site. They are recorded from a single pond, which is just south within Cromer's Wood. Other species present, we do have reptiles, which are distributed around some of the field margins. You'd expect that. We're in Kent, the warmest county in the country almost, and therefore reptiles are of their highest prevalence. We'd expect to find them, and we do. The area is used by bats, but no rare species recorded, and again, no particular hotspots of activity. Farmland birds do make use of some of the arable fields, and the skylark are present mostly in the east. Other than that, water vole and otter are limited to the watercourse which is in the north site. That's off-site, essentially from this plan's perspective. And then badgers, which are not a rare species, they're common in the countryside, but they are well distributed here, particularly making use with main sets in the west and in the centre, and a more distributed distribution, as it were, to the east. So the fauna essentially uses the site in that summarised manner.
Could I ask you this question? You summarising your understanding of the baseline for flora and for fauna, and we've seen what's in the Statement of Common Ground with swale, both the the original Statement of Common Ground and the most recent Statement of Common Ground about the adequacy of the baseline data. All of that has been, won't read it all out. It's all, we saw it yesterday, but it's all been essentially agreed that the data is what it is, and it's been adequately set out. But that's with swale. I want to ask you about Councillor Bonney, who criticises it both in writing and then this morning, the adequacy of the data that's been assembled, the walkovers, the survey data, and as she said, something along the lines of, you can't mitigate things if you don't have a proper understanding of what's there, kind of thing. And so I suppose, what's your response to the criticism of the survey work that's been done?
So the survey work has followed industry standard. ES has been scoped. The suite of surveys which are appropriate have been agreed, and those surveys have been carried out to standard methods. As I say, they've been then looked at by the local authority, and those surveys have been agreed with them as appropriate, and the survey findings as valid. So the suite of surveys is appropriate to assess the site and its characteristics which is present. And then the validity of the survey work, which I know is also been questioned, I do address at section 3.4 of my proof of evidence. And there, the survey work has been undertaken over a duration from 2017 through to 2023 for the suite of species. And then to ensure that that is still relevant, further update survey work was undertaken in 2024 to verify habitat change, which may or may not have taken place. And essentially what section 3.4 of the proof is detailing is that where minimal habitat change is identified, the need to update surveys is reduced, because the rate of change for species is linked to their habitat types. So therefore, we shouldn't be asked to do survey work if actually it's not going to add substantially to the base of information we have here. And it is fully acknowledged, though, in making these decisions as to the adequacy of survey work to inform the decision making at this point in time, is that due to the very large nature of this site, it will be a phased build. It will be over a very long duration. There's going to be a need to update those surveys periodically to inform those reserve matters, phased applications, and therefore the detail of the mitigation which will be developed then will be informed by up-to-date survey work at that time. Indeed, the survey work will be out of date. It may take decades to build a site of this scale.
Was the geographical scope of this baseline surveys adequate in your view? The Councillor Bonney was talking about we should have looked further outside the red line, etc. To a wider area. Is it your opinion that enough's been picked up geographically?
Yes. So the answer is that yes, we do look outside the red line, if we want to turn up the environmental statement, CD 9.1, the ecology chapter, sets out the zones of influence which we have worked to. Oh, sorry.
Give us the document that you're talking about.
It's the environmental statement for the south site. That's CD 9.1.
Is that 9.1? Where there would you like to take us?
Take to the ecology chapter, which is 11.
It starts, it's a big old document, it starts on PDF page 549. That's where the ecology chapter starts.
Yes.
Just get there.
So,
And where within it would you like to take us?
right at the beginning, on the introduction, page 549, which you're already on, under the title Assessment Methodology and Significance Criteria, the first subheading is Zone of Influence. And that explains that there's a two-step process taken here with a zone of influence, a primary zone of influence, which relates to the application site itself, habitats and species directly affected by the footprint, and the zone includes a range of other factors, which it outlines there, noise, vibration, lighting, dust and pollution, for example, and that's focused within the nearby surrounds 100 metres. So there's a primary zone of influence, which is around up to about 100 metres or so from the site. And then there's a secondary zone of influence beyond that, where features at a wider scale are assessed, and the zone of influence there takes in, for example, great crested newts, which are assessed up to 250 metres to 500 metres out from the site, and also ecological designations, which may be many kilometres away. So the answer is that indeed the zone of influence does extend outside of the site in that staged manner, as I just described.
So it would depend on the species, just how far you go out.
It does indeed.
Yeah.
Is there any more that could have been done in terms of baseline? You know, if we really wanted to belts and braces establish a robust baseline, has the Secretary of State got enough in order to be confident that we know what's there and where it is?
Yes, we've got a full suite of surveys here, which take in the full range of species groups. And if you carry on across the page there to table 11.1, which is PDF 552, sets out there the range of surveys conducted.
And that's up to 2021, isn't it, that table? It says, I think, in the heading.
Okay, yeah, exactly.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, PDF 552.
PDF 552, not paginated page 552.
Looking, ma'am, for table 11.1.
That goes, and then if you just note that, and then if we just turn on to the end of the table, which is a couple of pages on, reference to, just beneath the table, references to wintering bird surveys in 21 and 22 and a update walkover in 24. Do you see all
That's
of that?
correct. Yep. So the survey suite is comprehensive here to allow a detailed assessment to inform the ES and in terms of the decision making.
Now, Madam, I was about to then change tack onto first ancient woodland and then the LWS. 7 minutes to one. Do you? I mean, Excellent. There we go. Fine.
Yeah, that's fine if you at the end of the topic. All right. Thank you very much. Obviously, it'll be better if you don't communicate with your team, Mr. Baxter, and so we will have a lunch break till 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. Many apologies. We were actually just discussing the programme, so sorry about that.
Not at all.
Anyway, right. Right, so the inquiry is now resumed. Would you like to carry on?
Yes, thank you very much. And I was just going to give you, because you know from yesterday, the Book of Northern Plans.
Oh, thank you, yes. I was going to ask for that.
There you go.
Lovely, thank you so much. Try not to lose this one.
No, not at all.
Imagine I've lost it.
I've got a feeling there's more where that comes from if you lose it. Right then.
Can I just ask, are those the updated plans?
No, it's
No.
just the
Replacement
original.
set.
We've not done yet a sort of a new book, as it were. Yes.
But it's only the outside, it's nothing to do with the site, is it? It's only the outside bits. So that'll do for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
Right then.
to know.
Now, Mr. Baxter, could you turn your microphone on? Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
Changing tax. I've asked you a bit about the baseline situation and the surveys that were done and all of that. Turning on to the next topic I wanted to ask about was ancient woodland.
Yes.
I could ask you about ancient woodland now. First then, just I suppose overall, obviously you set this out in writing, but your approach, your understanding of the relevant core tests in the framework, which bits of the test are you talking about, which bits are for others, in your opinion?
Yeah, so it's NPPF 193C is the relevant paragraph, which sets out 2 tests to be applied in respect of ancient woodland. First test is there needs to be exceptional reasons to permit the development, and there also needs to be a suitable compensation strategy.
So there's wholly exceptional reasons and a suitable compensation strategy.
Yes.
And how does your evidence fit together with those 2 things? Where does it sit?
So the wholly exceptional reasons test is one of a planning nature, and that's for others to carry out. And we provide some commentary on that. I've put some commentary just around that in the proof at 5.45, which also shows how effects have been minimised as well as the loss which is incurred, but actually minimisation has been a large part of it.
Could you just pause? Could you just unpack that a little? And I don't want to sort of get you onto planning matters, because I won't ask you about whether there are wholly exceptional reasons or not, but just on minimising impacts. What is it that you say about that?
Which bit of the proof are you?
Sorry, it was 5.45 you said, which is on page 46.
46. Yeah, okay, thank you.
So you set out at the top of the page policy test that you've just been talking about, and then you do go on to suitable compensation strategy in a couple of pages time, but before you get there, you have a section on wholly exceptional reasons.
Yes, it's to set out some commentary around that, and that whilst there is a loss, efforts have indeed been made to avoid wherever possible losses being incurred, and where that is unfortunately necessary, those losses have been minimised. Okay. So, for example, I turn to the transport assessment at 5.4.8 and point to some of the commentary in there, which talks about how the highway design has been shaped to minimise the effects. So, for example, we've heard about the carriageway being reduced from dual carriageway to single carriageway before the ancient woodland, so that obviously narrows it, whilst also at the point of the ancient woodland itself, as I set out paragraph 5.49 of the proof, there's design measures there which have been further narrow the road and reduce its earthworks, so that the footprint is minimised as much as possible at that point.
Okay, thank you. Well, so in some ways, there comes a point when the baton gets passed to Mr. Wild and his highways infrastructure evidence that we'll be hearing later in the inquiry. So, wholly exceptional reasons, as you say, in the end, for Mr. Bashforth and his planning evidence, from our side of it, obviously, and ultimately for the Inspector and the Secretary of State as a planning judgment. But and I provide
some case studies to assist with that at 5.4.12 as to other highway schemes and how they're affecting ancient woodland, including the Lower Thames crossing, which of course has only just been permitted.
Thank you.
Relevant to these are all DCO schemes, and so those have been subject to involvement of Natural England along the way, so that Natural England has been a consultee, and we can see what they have said on those as part of the process.
Thank you. And then you have a section, the next section in your proof is headed Suitable Compensation Strategy. And you go through guidance, what the strategy is, how suitable it is, etc.
That's correct.
And so is it right, just to sort of work out who's covering what, if you like, so who we should be asking questions about, so far as the MPPF tests go? Wholly exceptional reasons is in the end for Mr. Bashforth.
Yes.
And the question of whether there's a suitable compensation strategy, which is the other limb of the test, that's actually for you.
It is.
Okay, right then.
So
yeah, go on.
So the approach to assessment for ancient woodlands is set out in the standing advice. That's the Natural England ancient woodland advice for making planning decisions. That is core document 20 point something ancient. So it's 18, it's a couple of times, isn't it? It's 18.4, but it's also 20.13, I believe. Is it 13? I've got a hard copy. Yeah, 20.13. So in there...
Sorry, where is it again?
So it's core document 20.13.13 is the guidance from Natural England.
Please.
Sorry.
Yep.
So, that sets out a variety of background to ancient woodland.
Make sure the inspector's got it.
I haven't got it yet. So.
Yeah, so this is the Natural England guidance on ancient woodland.
Page 4, it tells you how to assess the effects of development.
Page 4, hang on.
PDF 4.
Oh yes, assess the effects of development, yes.
And over the page, it then includes a subheading, direct and indirect effects.
So you look at the direct effects, and then you look at the indirect, and you also look at the indirect effects.
That's right. That's
Okay.
right.
So breaking it down in that way that's suggested by the guidance, could I ask you first for your commentary on the extent of direct effects? We'll do that first. Give some examples, some of which I think we looked at yesterday with Mr. Rhymes's questions in the bullet points as to what those can include. And then after we've done direct, we'll turn to indirect. So direct first, then.
Yeah, that's fine. And those direct effects, I'm using the same approach in my proof evidence at paragraph 5.4. I use these same headings, picking up those from the standing advice here. So direct effects is included, as I say, scroll back up in the soft copy to give you the paragraph number. It's on page 5 of the standing advice.
The standing advice, yes. Page 5, yeah.
It then gives a list of those direct effects.
Yeah.
So as you'd expect, these are centred around damage. So it's damaging or destroying parts of ancient wooding, including their soils and ground flora, roots, understory, compaction of soils, and then functional habitat connections, air and light, changes to water table, and changes to archaeological features, and so on and so forth.
And there's also just one over the page, isn't there? Woodland ecosystem.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So you deal with this in your written evidence, don't you, on page 53?
Yep. So starting at 5.4, I deal first of all with the primary effect, which is the loss. And then I go on at 5.5 to deal with the other effects. So the other effects really are avoided. In this case, in the central direct effect is that of loss, which is the 0.21 hectares of ancient woodland loss, which we've already heard about.
And that 0.21 hectares, we have seen where it is, but just explain why and where is that happening?
So that is the northern section of the ancient woodland, which we can see in the plans on the ancient woodland assessment, if we want to go to that. And there, the necessity to route the SRR between the quarries and the ancient woodland requires some small amount of land take to the woodland. It is only a very small amount.
So, we've got some direct effects that you identified to the ancient woodland as a consequence of the southern road, and by dint of its loss, of the loss of the of that area of 0.21 hectares of woodland.
So in fact, it's just one direct effect, isn't it? Or are there more?
So that's the core direct effect. Essentially, there's a number of those you're wrapped in, of course, together, such as the effect on the soil and roots and so on and so forth. That all really wraps into the same thing.
Are those other direct effects sort of? Are they a consequence of losing it, as it were?
Indeed.
So,
I cover them off at paragraph 5.5 of my proof.
Right. So you've at 5.5 on page 53. You've got a number of subheadings.
Hold on.
You've done loss, and then you do direct effect brackets other effects on page 53.
Exactly, because the
So to come to the inspector's question, is loss the only one, or are there other ones that she needs to be? I'll just find the page first. Hang on.
No, I have found.
Oh, you've got it. Sorry. Are there other things to be concerned with? Because you're talking about, is it air and light pollution and water table and
those can be screened out.
Right.
It's the loss which relates to us in regard to direct effects.
Sorry, so you're saying that the other things, air and light pollution and noise and vibration, you're saying that's been screened out?
Yes, those are going to be non-significant effects as I outline at those sections of the proof.
So you're covering them to explain why. So if we look at changing the water table, which is that the second one?
Yep.
You say the matters considered and potential effects screened out, and then you explain why.
I see.
Correct.
Okay. Right then. So you've explained that there's an extent of direct impact, which is to say the loss. What do you say about what the compensation package for that loss, such as it is, what is offered, and also, I suppose, most importantly, is what is offered suitable or not within the language of the MPPF? What should the inspector be looking for to judge whether it's a suitable compensation package or not? So what's offered?
Exactly. So there's no guidance set out in the standing advice as to what suitability looks like, and so what is a suitable compensation package. What we do have is guidance set out as to what compensation measures do include.
Right.
And that list is on page 9 of the standing advice.
So same document.
Under the heading compensation measures.
Just get there. So page 9, 20.13 compensation measures.
Right.
We're told that compensation measures are always a last resort, only partially compensate for loss and damage. They should be appropriate for the site, for the scale and the nature of the impacts, and a compensation strategy could include measures too, and then there's a number of bullet points.
Yep.
So what do you take away from this list?
So these are the available measures to compensate for loss of woodland. Mitigation is not possible because it's irreplaceable habitat, so we're talking about compensation.
Mm-hmm.
What we don't have is guidance on suitability. So what I've done is look to recent highway schemes which have taken place, have been permitted, and which have affected ancient woodland to provide some guidance. And the ancient woodland assessment document also looks at other schemes as well, one of which is a highways scheme.
Okay, just before we leave this this list, which of these bullet points in the Natural England Guidance are sort of relevant to what's being proposed in this case?
So the highway schemes tend to...
Sorry, not the highway schemes.
Yep.
In our case, so in our application,
Yep.
which of the bullet points in the compensation in the Natural England Guidance at page 9 are relevant to what's being proposed by way of compensation in this case?
So we pick up bullet point 1, which is to create native woodland, new woodland. So it's to create new native woodland. Bullet point 2, we improve the condition of the woodland. That's Highsted wood. We don't really have invasive species in either the woodland, so that's not available. So bullet point 4, however, is manage or restore other ancient woodland. Well, Beck's wood is going to be subject to enhancement as well. So we picked that one up. Connections to woodlands and ancient and veteran trees separated. So we do that by looking at linkage from chroma wood through the new planting there. And of course, we're going to talk about green bridges and tunnels as well. And those will all be subject to the next bullet point, which is long-term management plans. So that all of that woodland will be cared for in the future and enhanced. At the moment, it's all, for example, sweet chestnut, which is a non-native species. It's been replanted with, commonly used in Kent. The problem is, because it's non-native, it doesn't have positive species associations like a lot of our native trees, so it doesn't rot down and so on and so forth. So there's an ability there to improve those woodlands by the introduction of more native coppice cover in there.
Sorry, did you say it's not native to Kent, sweet chestnut?
So it's Spanish. It's not native to this country.
Oh, right.
Thank you. Now, the first bullet is about the creation of new woodland, among other things. How much woodland, how are we supposed to judge how much woodland it's appropriate to plant if you're seeking to do this in a way that comes up with a suitable compensation strategy? How does that work?
Indeed. So guidance from other schemes is the first port of call to inform that thinking. And the Ancient Woodland Assessment, which is CD 9.2.35.
I think the inspector had that hard copy.
That's, yeah.
9.2.35. Just let everybody find it. Ancient Woodland Assessment. What page there in that document?
It's page 10 of the printed copy.
Which is PDF 10 as well. You've got your table 4.1.
That's right. And I replicate the same table in my proof at 5.1.
Right.
Page 51 of the
Could
proof.
just talk us through. Obviously, we have seen this table, but I think I only focused on a bit of it, which was the first line about our scheme.
Yep.
What else is it showing?
So the Ancient Woodland Assessment here looks to examples where there are schemes where ancient woodland loss has occurred and looks to their compensation, which has been provided, to provide some guide as to what is appropriate. And the measure used is the ratio, the compensation ratio, essentially. So looking at the table, the first line is our scheme. The second line is a highway scheme A21. And looking across on that, the second column provides the area of loss, and the third column provides the ratio of new woodland planting. So
it was twice as much put in as was taken out.
Correct. So it's 2-to-1 ratio there.
Yeah.
The next scheme is not a highway scheme; it's a quarrying scheme, and the ratio there is 0.9 to 1. And the third scheme is an airport scheme, and there is a ratio of 2 to 1.
So, what in your view, what does the 38 to 1 number that you've adduced tell us? What should the inspector make of it? What does it mean?
So we are substantially ahead of commonly used compensation ratios, and therefore it's a very high level of confidence can be provided to the suitability of this as a compensation package. And I go further in the proof with another 3 case studies which further inform the thinking.
Do you want to just give us a reference to them?
Yep, so it's back in the main proof, paragraph 5.4.21. And in drafting the proof, I've picked up 3 case studies of highways schemes, which are relatively recent in nature.
Yeah, page 51, further case studies.
That's right.
What do you take out of those further examples?
The takeaway here is that the highway schemes are providing compensation ratios for the A1 of 12 to 1, for the M54 M6 link of 7 to 1, and the Lower Thames crossing of 11 to 1. So again, the applications here are well ahead in terms of the compensation ratio being put forward.
I think so far the council's with you from what Ms Foster said yesterday. She accepted that quantitatively, the 38 to 1, I don't think she had an objection to the 38 to 1 as a number. I think where her caveat came was on the quality rather than the quantity. She was saying, you know, I'm paraphrasing, obviously, you know, it's all very well it being a 38 to 1 ratio, but you're not planting woodland of the same quality as that which is being lost. What's your response to that?
Yeah, that's correct. If it was woodland creation of the same quality as that being lost, then a 1-to-1 compensation ratio would be fine, because you would be suitably compensating. However, it's not. New woodland planting is, of course, by definition, not going to be of the same quality as a 400-year-old ancient woodland. And so, therefore, a higher compensation ratio is utilised. Now, there's the conservation sector has an organisation called the Woodland Trust, who particularly advocates woodland conservation. And I include a document of my proof, Appendix 5, from that organisation.
Do you want us to have a look at it?
Yeah, that's informative because it goes to this point.
One moment then. So your Appendix 5 to your main proof is on paginated 77 of your appendices.
That's correct.
Inspect further.
And I include an extract there from...
Yeah, so you've got a one-page extract, which is on page 79 of your appendices, and the heading of it is Compensation for Loss of Ancient Woodland. Is that right?
Yeah, it's from the Planner's Manual for Ancient Woodland, produced by the Conservation Sector's Woodland Trust.
Thank you.
So essentially they are advocating best practice for woodland.
So could you show us, where do you want to take us in it?
So it's over the page, 79, as you pointed out, compensation loss for ancient woodland. It's the second paragraph down, and it's the last line. There they say, where ancient woodland is to be replaced by new woodland, this should aim to create 30 hectares for new woodland for every hectare lost. In commenting on the proposals for the new HS2 link, Natural England has supported a 30 to 1 ratio. So I term this the gold standard, as it's from the conservation sector.
Why do you call it the gold standard?
Because it's from the conservation sector, it's from the Woodland Trust, who are strong advocates of ancient woodland, and if they're putting forward a ratio which they say is appropriate, that's got to be the gold standard to work to.
All right, and so overall then, taking a step back, you say that this ratio, how does the 38 to 1 ratio feed into a conclusion on whether the compensation is suitable or unsuitable?
So what we know is that the ratio which is being provided exceeds the gold standard and exceeds the ratios put forward for recent highways schemes.
Okay.
Just also to add that in addition to that, of course, has already discussed contributing compensation to the other bullet points, which are on the standing advice, notably improving the condition of Highsted wood and Bexwood. I discussed this at paragraph 5.4.18 of my proof.
Sorry, 5.4.18.
5.4.18, page 50.
That's it.
You're talking about restorative and beneficial conservation management within the retained woodland.
That's correct.
And this gives you a different ratio, so that you've got here a compensation ratio of 29 to 1. Could
That's
you just
correct. There's some
work us through what that is?
Yes. So the total
Restorative management, which will go on with that woodland, totals across an area of 6.28 hectares, and comparing that to the loss of 20.21 hectares provides that compensation ratio there of 29 to 1.
So you're doing two different ratios for two different things.
Yep.
There's the replacement ratio, and then there's the conservation ratio.
And
I don't quite understand that.
Right. Well, could you explain it again, please?
Yep. So there's new woodland planting, which will go in, and that's 8.1 hectares of new woodland planting, and that provides a compensation ratio of 38 to 1 in terms of the loss.
So 38 times more replaced compared to what's lost.
Correct. So that's new woodland planting to replace the 0.21 hectares lost.
And here on this page, on page 50, you're doing a different ratio. What's this one?
And then in addition, as on top of that, as a separate item in addition, there's then restorative woodland management to the retained areas of ancient woodland. And they total 6.28 hectares in area.
And that is that area, 6.28, is that which is retained and to be conserved and enhanced, essentially.
It is, and compared to the 0.21 hectares of loss, that ratio is 29 to 1 in addition to the 38 to 1.
Is that all in Highsted Wood?
That's in Highsted Wood and Bexwood.
You can tell that, can't you? Because Highsted Wood is 5.34
hectares.
5.34. So there's more than just Highsted Wood clearly that's being that falls into that 6.2 hectares.
Yep, it's the two ancient woodlands in the site.
All right.
So what that means in conclusion is that there's very high confidence that the compensation package is suitable, and therefore we meet the test at MPPF 193C.
A couple of questions on that topic. Ms Foster, for the local authority, referred in her evidence to the BNG calculations, the metric, which I won't turn up unless you'd like to. Certainly can do. I'm not stopping you. But it was the reference at, I think it was at 10 years or something. The proposed replacement woodland planting is shown in the BNG metric as having a low quality. I think it was a high distinctiveness, or very high distinctiveness, but a poor quality. And she used that, I think, to reinforce her point that the quality of what's going in is nothing like the quality of what's coming out. I'm summarising. Do you remember that bit of her evidence?
I do.
Can you just tell the inspector a bit about how the BNG classification works for the replacement woodland?
Yes, indeed. So the metric is accompanied by a user guide, which provides guidance on how the metric should be used and completed. I discussed that in my rebuttal proof, and that's at 2.24 of my rebuttal proof.
Do you want us to have a look at that? 2.24
Yep.
of your rebuttal. Hang on. Do you mean
2.2.4, that's page...
2.2.4, sorry.
So 2.2.4, page 6.
2.2.4, page 6. Yes, far away.
And so the metric advises that a precautionary approach should be taken into terms of coding the new woodland condition into it, and particularly turning to the user guide I pick up there, it requires a realistic condition that can be achieved within the time frame of the net gain delivery is targeted. And it goes on to say that may be limited to poor condition when it's talking about the woodland type proposed. So therefore, we know that to adhere to the guidance, we have indeed gone ahead and coded that into the metric as poor condition, and it's seen to achieve that within 10 years in terms of the metric output. Obviously, as Ms Foster commented yesterday, that within 30 years, and indeed beyond that timescale, the condition of the woodland would be expected to improve further. And I would say that completely follows, given ancient woodland's 400 years old, you wouldn't expect new woodland to have the same level of condition. but certainly here the ancient woodland is going to be retained for the life of the scheme, so essentially in perpetuity, and therefore there's every opportunity for that condition to continue to improve over the years.
So just to nail down what you mean in the third line of this paragraph, when you say a precautionary approach, so you say you've adopted one, a precautionary
That's
approach.
correct.
Just to be absolutely clear, what is precautionary about the way in which you've dealt with this new woodland in your metric?
So the new woodland planting proposed, the 8.1 hectares of compensation, giving you that 1 to 38 ratio, is coded as poor condition in the metric. So it's a lowest quality. So that means you need the maximum quantity of woodland to offset the loss, essentially. Now, it may well be that the woodland achieves a better quality than that within the time frame, but to be very precautionary about it, the BNG metric assumes it's poor. So it has to work harder to get its overall gain. So it's precautionary in its coding.
Thank you.
I would go on to say that that is very precautionary, because the next paragraph I set out in the rebuttal proof there, 2.2.5, shows that, well, actually in this case we haven't got a blank piece of ground we're starting with. What we're proposing to do as well, in line with good practice, is to translocate the lost areas of woodland, its soils and other features, perhaps some coppice stools and so forth, to bring the fungal mycorrhizal across with the invertebrates to seed the new woodland to be created. Now, what that's going to do is bring the seed bank with it and the bulbs and so forth from the bluebells, so that actually the woodland has a head start. And what we know is that when care and suitable methodologies are applied to this process, good outcomes can be achieved, which substantially speed up the process of achieving a higher quality woodland, as opposed to the precautionary approach we've coded into the metric. So it is every chance here that the woodland condition will improve much more quickly.
The inspector's got a question.
See, yes.
No, not at all. You got your light on.
Sorry, yeah. I just wondered, when you're putting the new woodland in, I mean, do you use sort of mature stock, or do you start with whips, or what kind of what would you use?
Yeah, in this case, you'd be looking at creating a coppice woodland, which is mirroring what is there at the present time, but we'd use native species. So you'd probably look to put in young plants, which would then develop into that coppice stool. So as a result of that, the woodland then will take on that feature. As part of it, you would include some species such as the oaks, which will form the standards, which will go into the mix, which is largely lacking at the moment in terms of Highsted wood, for example. And those can be more mature stock.
But these young plants, I mean, they're going to take quite a while, aren't they, to grow up and provide the sort of shade that you need for a lot of these woodland plants, for bluebells that you talked about and things like that. You know, if there's going to be too much light, are they really going to succeed? And the Flora, Fauna as well, the insects and all those sorts of things.
Yeah, so it's the manipulation of light and shade, which is key for woodland. The problem with woodland in the current day is that management is typically ceased in a lot of the British woodlands, and as a result they fall into neglect, and that those traditional management techniques such as coppicing, which would remove them and use the arisings for forest products, there's no market for those now, and as a result the woodlands have become closed in their canopies, and as a result dark, and that's generally bad, because a lot of the woodland flora and fauna requires high light conditions. So it's the balance of light and shade which is there. So butterflies, for example, will particularly benefit from that light. If the woodland closes in completely, there's too much shade often for the ground flora to really benefit. So it's actually a periodic coppice of the woodland is actually highly beneficial for it. So essentially a new woodland is going to start at that early coppice stage, and it will be a matter of controlling it while it actually does become established, so that the ground floor vegetation is not swamped in terms of those species which are there by any overgrowing species such as bramble.
But I mean, the existing Highsted wood, presumably that's just been allowed to, or is that coppiced?
It's coppiced.
Oh, it is, right,
Yep,
okay.
it's coppiced.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask you about translocation, which is what you've just been talking about? You said that words along the lines of, you know, that the replacement woodland won't be at a standing start. It'll have the translocation to give it a boost, as it were. The evidence of Ms Foster for the council is that it's a risky business, translocation, and she says that there's limited literature about it to demonstrate its level of success or failure. So what do you say about that?
Yeah, so I include some of the literature at my rebuttal proof appendix 2. It's page 14.
These are 14. Yes, these are case studies of where it's happened.
It's a case study. So sort of page 11, I provide the cover sheet, which is a Natural England research report. And it's a literature review and analysis of the effectiveness of mitigation measures to address environmental impacts of linear transport infrastructure on protected species and habitats.
Okay, title that rolls right off the top.
It's a short title.
What do we find in the case studies that, so far as translocation is concerned?
So over the page at page 12, I include appendix 3 there, which is a table on woodland case studies, which we can go through, but the conclusion of that is over the page on 14.
14.
Page 14, subheading conclusions.
Yes.
First line, the case studies listed above have demonstrated that translocation of ancient woodland soil can be beneficial in accelerating the rate at which ancient woodland indicator species can be achieved.
Mm-hmm.
So the takeaway, in summary, from the case studies is that, importantly, where care is used and suitable methodologies are used, then good outcomes can be achieved, which accelerate the establishment of woodland and it's at increased quality. So that is the proposal here.
So, having regard to that point about translocation, having regard to your point about the ratios, having regard to the translocation, to the ratios, to what's proposed, your final conclusion then on that second limb of the MPPF test, on the suitability of the compensation package for the direct loss?
It is suitable.
Now, those aren't the only effects that you say that we have to bear in mind when it comes to the ancient woodland. Those are the direct effects, or direct effect, which is the loss. But you pointed out that the Natural England ancient woodland guidance doesn't just talk about direct effect, it talks about indirect effects as well. And it does them on PDF page 6 of that guidance, which is core document 20.13. And there's a series of bullet points that are set out there that are capable of being indirect effects to do with connections, reducing the extent of habitats, reducing resilience, and lots of other things. So on indirect effects, what do you say about those? Sorry, it was PDF page 6 of 13, 6. So, moving to indirect effects then,
Yep.
How have you assessed them in respect of the ancient woodland?
So it is using the same Natural England Standing Advice guidance document. The list of indirect effects I replicate in my table 5.2 of my proof of evidence. It's on page 55.
Okay. Yes, so you've got a table there.
Yep.
Table 5.2, listing all the potential indirect effects.
At the time, I was responding to the consultation which we'd received from the authority, which particularly focused on bullet points 1 and 2 of the list.
So when you say, sorry to be when you say in the top right hand corner of this table, it says identified by LPA, yes or no?
That's correct.
And
Yeah.
what identified by LPA? That's swale, is it? Presumably?
Indeed, it is.
But identified when or where or how by the? Or what are you talking about there?
Part of the consultation responses we've received from, for example, KCC Ecology, we talked about where the concerns lay with the council in terms of this list,
Right.
and they focused on
The first
1
two.
and 2. That's right.
So talk us through those then.
So the first one of those was breaking up or destroying of connections between woodlands, and we'll deal with that one first. I addressed that over the page. My proof of evidence, which is on the subtitle page 56, that's the link between Highsted and Cromer Wood. Now we've already seen that. Whether we want to turn it up again, it was in the ancient woodland assessment. The plans in there, the first of the plans is useful. That's CD 9.2.35.
Yeah. And was that the plan on page 14 of 15, was it?
Yes, the plan AW1, the first plan. There's 2
I
plans.
think that was the one again that you have in hard copy, madam. Ancient woodland assessment. So there's 2 plans at the back which we've been looking at.
And what we're looking at in this case is the link.
Just one moment, let the inspector find it. It's there somewhere. Yeah. So there are the 2 plans at the back, and the first one. You want us to look at the first one, I think.
It's the first plan, and we're looking at the link between Highsted Wood and Cromer Wood.
Yes, this is the hedgerow you were talking about.
Indeed, which is essentially a line of poplar really on the ground, sort of between a hedgerow and a tree line. It's narrow, and you can see its narrow nature from the plan, which extends from the southeastern corner of Highsted Wood down in a dogleg to Cromer Wood. Cromer Wood is the brown woodland on the second plan, which we can see to the south there.
And I think Ms Foster's point was that, there's connectivity already there. You know, there's already a hedgerow or a tree line or whatever that connects Highsted Wood to Cromer Wood. So, you know, to what extent is what's being proposed really a benefit?
Yep. So we're first of all making sure that we don't lose that connection. So the first observation is that it's a narrow connection at the moment. It's got arable either side. That arable is under intensive cultivation, we know, and therefore is affected by pesticide, fertilizer, herbicide inputs, and that's all going to be affecting the link. So the link is not great at the moment, I think, is the short analysis between the 2. Looking at the second plan, the Ancient Woodland Assessment, AW2, we can see the green corridor which maintains that link. So the hedgerow is maintained, and not only is it maintained, it's set within a green corridor which is 20 metres wide.
Yes.
And that is seen there. So we immediately get a benefit that the pesticide, herbicide, fertilizer inputs from the intensive arable will be removed. So there's a benefit to that. And the green corridor, whilst it's coded as amenity space on the green infrastructure plans, it does have an opportunity to have substantial habitat included in there, which will eventually bolster the function of the existing hedgerow there.
Could you just talk us through that a little, because it is, as you've just said, it is coded as amenity green space rather than as, say, new woodland, for example, or one of the other one, or parkland even, or whatever.
Yep.
So with that coding, you say that it's nonetheless, to you, possible to achieve some kind of ecological connectivity?
Exactly.
How does that work?
It's the same as, for example, the southern area of the country park. Whilst it's an amenity space, it's got plenty of habitat in there for wildlife, which we can talk about later. But it's the same here. We have an opportunity to include additional planting within there to increase the width of that hedgerow through whether it's a double hedgerow which goes in, scrubby planting, trees, so that the width of that and the function increases as part of that. So that would be subject to detailed landscape design, but there's enough width there to enable that to happen.
As well as people using it?
Yeah, so it'd be a 20-metre width. So
Wide though, is it? By the time, if you think of the width of a hedge,
What would be,
a big hedge.
just to be clear, what's 20 metres?
the corridor is 20 metres. The hedge width at the moment is 1 or 2 metres, and so therefore, there's a substantial amount of space there to increase that. So even if that's quadrupled, you get a benefit there.
Well, what's the intention of the amenity bit then? There's going to be a footpath there or something? Or?
Yeah, exactly. So there'll be a green corridor. It may well look like some of the case studies we have seen in terms of the edge of the woodland, which is the Wickery Copse case study. You might remember, Mum. The path which runs up adjacent to the wood there, it could be a green path like that. So it's yes, people can use it, but there's plenty of space for wildlife.
I see. Okay.
Right. So you were explaining then, in respect of you were dealing with this point about connectivity between the two woods, and you were showing the sort of the existing and the proposed.
Yes,
in your
exactly.
case, then overall on what's proposed vis-a-vis connectivity is.
So there's in terms of the indirect effect, the effect of breaking up or destroying connections between the woodlands is avoided there in terms of that link to Chroma Wood.
You have a. You also analysed connectivity from Highsted Wood to other things too. So there's the link to Chroma Wood that you've spoken about. There's also the links, aren't there, to the north to the LWS.
Yes.
And indeed to Bexwood as well.
Yes. So staying in the same place in the proof of evidence, page 56 and 57, the link to the LWS to the north is relevant because we've heard that it is substantially wooded in the LWS now, which is a recent occurrence. It's arisen in the last 20 years, as confirmed in the Statement of Common Ground. And that is evidence that figure 5.3 of my proof evidence, which is an extract from the 1974 OS map.
Which doesn't show that wooded.
So this shows that Highsted Wood is separated from the quarries by intensive orchard which wraps around it. So it's quite clearly separate in 1974, and the link has arisen since then. So in terms of the woodland species, which are important, the ancient woodland species, which are slow colonists, they have developed over hundreds of years and very slow to move around the landscape. They are not going to have found themselves as a reservoir in the more recent woodland of the quarries there. So the link is of low value.
Which I think that much is agreed in the Statement of Common Ground. Ms Foster has said it was of low value.
Correct. So in terms of actually a concern here, it's not a concern, but of course we've heard about how we're going to ensure that connectivity to the LWS is maintained in any event.
So could you just explain that? Sorry to keep interrupting, but...
No, I mean, obviously, please do.
Thank you. You said that they're not going to fight, that they're slow to establish the woodland species.
Slow colonisers.
Yeah.
Yes.
Presumably, you mean in terms of the 20-year-old woodland.
Yes.
So you're going to have them in the ancient woodland, all these species, but you're saying that they wouldn't sort of go out of it, or very gradually, so it wouldn't really be much in the woodland. Is that what you're saying?
Very, very gradually. So yes, you don't find those species in the new LWS woodland.
What sort of species are you talking about, the slow propagators?
Yep. So for example, if you're talking about wood anemones or stinking irises, these are the ancient woodland indicators. They often have got very heavy dead drop seeds, so they're basically not very good at dispersing.
They're not, because I've got masses in my garden.
Of
Woodland with the little white ones.
yeah.
They spread all over the place.
Well, they have a bulb in there, so you can spread them around whilst gardening. But in terms of the seed transport,
Right.
the seeds are not well transported, and that goes the same for other things. So
the relevance then of you've talked about this woodland connection being newish, being recent, within the last 20 years. What does that boil down to? Why do we care whether it's new, whether it's old, or whatever? What's the relevance of that?
the relevance is the LWS functioning as a reserve for any ancient woodland species? So the answer to that is going to be no, because they take a long time to get there. And we see that from what we've recorded in the LWS, which is of course centred on that grassland interest, which is what it was originally designated for.
Okay.
So we're talking about flora, not fauna.
Well, the same will go to fauna in the sense of you've got slow dispersing invertebrates, for example.
So slow dispersing, not just the plants, but the invertebrates as well.
Yeah. So
which ones are they?
Well, some of the beetle fauna, or you can have specialist species in there, such as some of the slugs and snails and so forth. So it depends on the particular woodland. It'd be perhaps less relevant at Highsted Wood because it's a coppice woodland rather than the old growth trees in there. But the same will follow. To an extent also for dormice, whilst they're more mobile, they also are very much associated with their traditional habitats. So, for example, we've recorded them in Highsted Wood, but not in the LWS. Theoretically, the habitat might be suitable in the LWS, but they don't appear to be there yet, at least in terms of a rate
Is
we
it
can
possible
sample.
to suggest why not, or are we moving into speculation?
Well, we are moving into speculation.
Okay.
Whether they function more like bats in the sense of actually bats are very traditional to old flight lines. There will be certain individuals which disperse more than others, and it'll take time for populations to establish. They will get there, and they haven't done yet, it appears.
What sort of time are we talking? Because you keep saying that they're slow. What sort of time are we talking about? Are you talking about hundreds of?
For the plants, it's typically hundreds of years. So now that the ancient woodlands are isolated in the landscape, these things can't get around. Is the short answer.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Thank you. So that was you've talked now about links to the north as well. So you talked about links to Cromer Wood. Now you've talked about links from Highsted Wood to the north to the LWS.
Yes. Yep.
Is there anything to say about links to between the two woodlands of Highsted Wood and Bexwood?
Yes. So that can be seen by figure 5.2, for example, in the proof of evidence, which is just the page you're just looking at, 56. You can see Bexwood in its location, and you can see that there are not strong green links between Highsted Wood and Bexwood at the moment. On the ground, when you go and look at these things on the ground, the best links appear to be on Ruins Barn Road, which is the road just north of Bexwood. You might just be able to read it on figure 5.2. That's actually got fairly strong hedgerow tree lines which are all the way along the road there, and that provides the best linkage there is to Bexwood. And what I would observe is over the page at figure 5.4, page 58 of the proof.
Yes.
Ruins Barn Road and its green hedgerows and tree lines which line it are fully retained in the master plan. So that existing link to the north is retained, and you can see that on the plan. And the connectivity to Highsted Wood is going to be provided by the suite of measures we're going to come on to talk about, such as the Green Bridge and underpass, Animex bridges and so forth.
We'll put a pin in them because that sort of forms a sort of freestanding topic, but you want the inspector to remember that when we come to talk about all of those measures in relation to the Southern Relief Road, that they play here in terms of Bexwood and Highsted Wood, do they?
Exactly, so that we don't get caught by the standing advice bullet point in terms of breaking up connections in the landscape to other ancient woodlands. Not that they're particularly well connected in the first place.
Okay. Right. So that was the first bullet point that the council asked you to look into, which is the one to do, of indirect effects, breaking up or destroying working connections between woodlands. The second bullet point was, or is, reducing the amount of semi-natural habitats next to ancient woodland that provide important dispersal and feeding habitat for woodland species.
Yes.
So what about that?
So we can probably stick with the ancient woodland assessment and its plans, if we've got that open at the moment, rather than going elsewhere, to look at this point. So semi-natural habitat are habitats which are functioning for wildlife, have typically arisen naturally and are under low intensity management. So that's not the farmed environment, which is the dominant environment on this site in terms of the intensively cultivated arable, for example.
Mm-hmm. So where is it? I mean, what are the inspector actually asked this question of Ms. Foster yesterday? What I suppose what are semi-natural habitats, and more specifically, where are they here?
Yes. So if we look at the ancient woodland plans, the semi-natural habitats we would suggest are probably the habitats associated with the LWS to the north.
Right.
But what we see is that most of the surroundings of Highsted Wood are the yellow wash on the plan, which is the intensive arable.
Right.
So are the proposals reducing the amount of semi-natural habitat adjacent to Highsted Wood? No, they're not, because the link to the north to the LWS is retained. The remainder is not semi-natural. So essentially, we don't offend that test within the standing advice.
Okay. Could I just ask you, you have touched on this in one of your earlier answers, but you've just noted that Highsted Wood is surrounded on broadly 3 or 4 sides, if you like, west, east and south anyway, by agricultural uses.
Yes.
What are the implications of those agricultural uses for Highsted Wood? Are they good, bad or indifferent, if you like, for its health as a wood?
Not good is the short answer, because it's just as we talked about with the link between Highsted and Chroma Wood. Those pesticides, herbicides, fertilisers which are applied to the arable will be drifting into Highsted Wood. It doesn't benefit from buffer zones at the moment, and therefore that detrimental effect will be arising on it. And I include a paper which talks about the adverse effects of pesticides. I include that in my rebuttal proof appendices. That's Appendix 4. And this is an English Nature Research Information note on the impacts of pesticide spray drift and fertiliser overspread on the ground floor of ancient woodland. And in the results and conclusions section of that, which is just over the page, 35, top of the page, sets out there analyses of the abundance of individual species and groups of species showed significant differences related to the adjacent land use up to 12 metres into woodland margins. Those species identified as highly sensitive to herbicide damage in the plant screens were found to occur significantly more frequently in woodland margins alongside unimproved grasslands, with their lowest frequency being alongside arable fields. So it's the arable which is detrimental due to that overspray of herbicide, fertiliser, pesticide we talked about.
Thank you. Now,
so just to complete that, there'll be a benefit to the woodland of removing those inputs, of course.
You identify that as a benefit to the woodland?
It is, yeah.
Now, I'm not going to ask you about every single one of the bullet points on indirect effects. I've asked you about the first 2. I say the bullet points. I'm still on page 6 of the Natural England Standing Advice Note document that we've been working through. I've asked you about the first 2 already. Let's see if I can find it.
To just complete the analysis on the semi-natural habitat, the same analysis can be had for Bexwood.
Right.
In terms of the arable to the south and the east, that's not semi-natural. Parkland to the north is more semi-natural, and that is retained as part of the master plan. We can see that again by looking at the two plans in the ancient woodland assessment. So it's Bexwood. We just complete the same exercise we've just done for Highsted Wood by looking at the semi-natural habitat occurrence, and we find that there's arable to the south and to the east, but development to the west, and the more semi-natural habitat is the parkland, which is the brown on the plan, which is to the north. And looking across to the second plan, AW2, that is retained, which is the green wash on the master plan. So
is that semi-natural parkland?
it pretty much we could go as far as to say it is. Depends on the parkland, but yes, in this case it's reasonably.
We're going to get to the bottom of what semi-natural means by the end of the inquiry, I think. So that's, thank you very much. So that's
and then Chroma Wood is the third one to just cover off. Again, there's only an interface on one side to the application site, and that is interfacing with arable. So again, it's not semi-natural habitat. So we don't cause an issue in terms of that bullet point, which it goes to indirect effects in standing advice.
Thank you. So that's the second of the bullet points, and as I say, won't do all of them. But the bullet point number 5, even though this wasn't one originally that was flagged in your table, but obviously it's certainly come up since then. Bullet point, they're not numbered, but the 5th bullet point says increasing disturbance to wildlife, such as noise from additional people and traffic. Do you see that?
Yep.
And then there's one. That's the 5th one. The next one is increasing damage to habitat by things like trampling, by people, and erosion of soil by people accessing the woodland and tree root protection areas. And the one after that relates to things like fly tipping and domestic pets. Do you see?
I do.
So here we're moving these 3 bullets. Sort of they're talking about what happens when people, and I suppose the people and their pets, start to come near or into the ancient woodland, and they call these things indirect effects. So could you talk us through the headlines on your view on these?
Yes, indeed. The starting position is that, of course, there is some access to Highsted Wood at the moment, so it is not a completely unentered woodland, if that's the right term, including that used by motorbikes I had the encounter with while on site. And so what we do know is that when we manage access from people appropriately with good strategies in terms of that visitor access management, that woodlands can remain in good condition even where they interface with residential development. And that's set out in the 3 case studies we've looked at, which I included in my rebuttal.
And we went through one of them, didn't we, yesterday?
And that's, I've just mentioned the Wickery Copse, and that's the Appendix 5.
Appendix 5, in your rebuttal.
Yeah. What I would... Yeah, so we can certainly look at how those are achieving the favourable conditions, and I include some detail there of the management which goes into those woodlands to achieve that, and that is proven and well established.
Do we need to look? I mean, because what's the extent of agreement on this topic now with the council? Do you think?
Yeah, Ms Foster's agreed in the Statement of Common Ground that woodlands are indeed capable of being appropriately managed in terms of their visitor footfall to avoid adverse effects, as long as that's done in a proper way. So I would also just add to that that the ecological mitigation strategy, which we're going to have to get to shortly anyway, so we might as well just turn it up now, which is CD 9.2.33. Includes a series of plans. In those plans, we've looked at a lot of these already. The plan I'm looking for is EMS 4, which is the indicative recreational zoning plan.
That's PDF 59, PDF 59. Yeah.
Oh, hang on a minute. I'm looking at the wrong thing, I think.
So it's 9.2.33 is the document.
Oh, that's out.
Plan EMS 4 is it's the
Oh,
recreational
Sorry.
zoning.
What page for?
Page 59.
Yep.
So take it away.
And Highsted wood is included as a green coloration, which is coded in the key as a minimal access zone. Reason I draw attention to that is that allows proper boundary treatments, for example, to be included, which are currently absent, and that can control the unauthorised access by the likes of the motorbikes we see at the moment.
Can I'll just let the inspector take a note of that, but also just give the
Yeah.
inspector a reference to where minimal access zone is sort of defined, if you like, which is on page 28 of this document, PDF 31, page 20, paginated page 28, talks about what minimal access zone means. All right then.
Sorry, page 31, did you say?
It was PDF 31, yes.
Thank you.
So that's recreational effects, which, as I say, I think in the end we've actually achieved an agreed position on after yesterday with the council, subject to the caveats of proper management and into the future. And just to be clear, you Ms. Foster repeatedly gave in her answers, she gave a yes but sort of answer, and it was yes in principle, but so long as there's adequate maintenance and management into the future. She said that repeatedly. Do you
Yes.
remember?
Yep.
And so I suppose just a general question, relevant here but relevant throughout, is there any reason at all that we should be assuming that there won't be appropriate management into the future?
No is the short answer. This is a large-scale development with large-scale green space, so it's going to have extensive management body which is going to be appointed to control that, and that's going to include the employment of a warden, which will be deployed across the green space with a particular focus on the ancient woodlands. So that warden will be able to carry out a range of duties, but that's going to include regular patrols to examine the boundaries and to ensure that negative effects are not necessarily occurring, and if they are, to then take remedial action.
To tell the cats to go and hunt somewhere else.
We haven't really talked about cats, have we?
Yeah, we're about to get to cats.
We're going to get to cats.
We're going to get to cats, absolutely. So before we get to cats, fly tipping is another issue that has been raised, but by I think both actually Councillor Bonney and also the local authority as well. Your position on the likelihood of fly tipping occurring as an indirect effect on the ancient woodland?
Yeah, so at the present time, there are no buffer zones included as the ancient woodland. Those will be included as part of the design, and the purpose of Natural England's recommendation for buffer zones, which is included in the standing advice, is so as to avoid the adverse effects arising from housing which might otherwise have backed onto the woodland. In those instances, people can throw garden waste over their fences. They can put gates into their fences, direct access into woodlands, and dump their garden waste, and species can escape into the woodland, non-native species, and even garden extensions. Use of a buffer zone avoids all those effects because it provides a spatial separation between the housing and the woodland. And modern design, which we tend to recommend here, is to face housing onto the woodland margins, and that's what we see at the photographs in the Wickery Copse case study.
Yeah.
Which the inspector was looking at the housings facing on
We saw
to the
them
woodland,
yesterday, didn't
and you
we?
end up with essentially what I call a hard buffer, which is the private drive, which goes in front of the housing, and then you get the green buffer of the 15 metres proposed, so that essentially you're creating passive surveillance of that housing over the hard and green buffers there, which is surprisingly effective at deterring adverse antisocial behaviours such as the dumping of that garden waste and fly tipping. And my experience is when you've got that arrangement, it just doesn't occur.
Thank you. Next, and most importantly, cats. So, the dispute. One of the 4 disputed issues in the statement of common ground, of uncommon ground, with the council, is on the level of cat predation, and we've heard from the council yesterday as to how it went about its sort of analysis of what the likely extent of cat predation is. I don't think that's maintained anymore. There was a debate about, do you remember the questions about, is the number closer to your number or to Miss Foster's number in terms of how many cats are likely to be hunting? Could you just talk us through your logic for your approach and the extent to which you see cats as being a risk factor, as an indirect and causing an indirect impact on the ancient woodland?
Yes. As I say, naturally, you can put them in their standing advice, so it's right to consider them. I do so my rebuttal proof. And that's paragraph 5.2.17 through to 21. The analysis there comes out of papers written essentially by Woods and Baker, which are the 2 relevant papers we'll come on and talk about. And essentially, the ratio of cats which are owned is also subject to good research, and I include some of that at my appendix 6 of the rebuttal proof, which is the cats report, which tells us state of play in 2024 of essentially the cat ownership in the UK. And we can go to that if helpful, but in summary, we find from that report that 25% of households own cats, with the average being 1.5 cats per cat-owning household.
1.5 cats per house, and a quarter of households have cats. So you've taken that data, have you?
Exactly.
And have you applied it to the scheme on in front of us?
And the further data in there is that 36% of those cats will be house cats. So again, adjusting for that, and then taking the data which Ms. Foster points to in her evidence, which is the study of cats, which we find at CD 20.25.
Do you want us to have a look at that?
Worth a very quick look.
See 20.25. Yes,
Mapping the catscape.
Mapping the catscape.
That's right.
Super title.
And then,
hang on, just let the inspector find it. So, mapping the catscape. What do you take out of this study?
looking at the abstract there, which is the bold text at the beginning, 4 lines from the bottom, you can find the average summary here that cats spent on average 79% of their outdoor time within 50 metres of their owner's home.
Right.
Which suggests the primary impact is local and most acute for wildlife in the vicinity of homes with cats. So that 50 metres is the relevant figure on average for the bulk of use. Yes, some cats may go further, but those are the exception to the rule. And in this case, we find when we apply that 50 metres, that essentially forms 2.55% of the total residential area.
2.5%.
Yeah, that's paragraph 2.2.18 of my rebuttal proof.
Which scheme are you talking about?
Southern scheme.
Yeah, so you're just
You're doing
taking the
southern.
7,000, you're not taking the whole lot.
7,150 dwellings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
2.55% of that gets you to 182 dwellings.
Right. To which you then apply your ratio.
So then apply the ratios of the 25% ownership, 1.5 cats per house, 36% house cats, which then brings you to a figure of 44 cats.
44 cats.
In that 50 metre zone.
44 cats playing Miss Foster's, what is over 2,002 cats.
yes, she applied that to the entirety of the 7,150 dwellings, which are, from the research we know, are just not relevant in terms of the majority of activity. What I know is also cats are, of course, territorial, so there will be some exclusion going on with that. So really it's those dwellings which are going to front onto the woodland within that 50 metres, which are going to be the most relevant on there. And looking at that, that's probably about a quarter of those houses. So therefore we probably get to about 11 cats, or the most pertinent in that zone.
The 11 critical cats.
11 critical cats.
And do they? That's still cats. Not 2,000, but still. Nonetheless, are they likely to, in terms of the extent of indirect impact on the ancient woodland, whether it's 11 cats or 44 cats or whatever, what is there one in your view, and how much?
Well, I think it's relevant to just sense check. Is that the right sort of number? Do we think that's the right number? I think my feel is that yes, that is for a woodland of this size. When you go into woodlands, you do survey work in woodlands. How often do you frequently encounter cats when they're adjacent to houses? Not that often is the answer, and I think that therefore gets me to. I feel that the 11 is more relevant than the 44.
In the room might have different experience, but anyway, I suppose the question might be how often do you encounter 2,000 cats? That might be a different one.
Well, yeah. Obviously, that's not going to be right. Otherwise, you'd be tripping over the cats as you went round the woodland. So I think for that analysis, I think the 11 is more where I would land. And of that 11, the final bit of analysis to just point to, which I think you've already mentioned, but it's the Baker paper, which I include at my appendix 6.
Your appendix.
Sorry, it's 7. Appendix 7 of the rebuttal.
Your appendix 7. So that's page 63.
That's correct.
This is your rebuttal appendices.
Rebuttal appendices.
Another really good title, Cats About Town. What does Cats About Town tell us?
So this analysed domestic cat populations and their activities, what they did in terms of the prey species which they targeted. And the results section is on page 68.
Page 68. Yes. Okay.
And over the page at 69, there's some text under the tables, which I've used the data from. And the bottom of the first column of that text says the data indicate that on average predation was not observed in approximately 61% of cats followed.
So what does that mean?
So,
sorry. Page 69, and then there's a big table, and then a left-hand column of text at the bottom of the table, beneath the table, short column of text that says these data indicate that on average predation was not observed in approximately 61% of the cats that were followed. Have you got that, madam? Okay. So what does that? Yeah. What does that mean?
So not all cats hunt. Less than half of cats hunt. And looking at the prey species which they're taking the more commonly encountered species, as you'd expect, because they're going to be more commonly encountered. Right. So therefore, the predation rates are perhaps not as high as you might think.
Okay, so drawing that back then to an overall, lots of numbers, and I suppose obviously some of it starts to get perhaps a little bit finger in the air maybe, but we've got a flavour as to your view on the extent of how many cats there'll be, of how many are likely to go hunting, and how far they're likely to journey when they do go hunting.
The next point I would highlight just on that analysis, and sorry about all the analysis, is does it matter? And the only contextual point we've got there is also drawn out of the research papers here, summarised in the RSPB paper, which I include again over the page in my appendix 8, which is obviously is relating to birds. The RSPB is concentrating on here, but it's a useful synopsis. Is the hunting having an effect on UK bird species? And over the page 80, under the title "No Scientific Evidence," it sets out on the RSPB there, despite the large numbers of birds killed, there is no scientific evidence that predation by cats in gardens is having any impact on bird species UK-wide. This may be surprising, but millions of birds die naturally every year, mainly through starvation, disease, and other forms of predation. There is evidence that cats tend to take weak or sickly birds.
Okay. So does it matter? That was what I was going to ask, really.
So, what in scientific terms, the evidence is that the effect is not necessarily additive in the population. These birds would be killed anyway. We've all seen David Attenborough lions chasing wildebeest. The slower, sick wildebeest with a lame leg is unfortunately the one which is caught by the lion. The same will go to cats and prey species of birds. They were probably going to be the ones which would have died anyway, the weaker ones in the population.
What about the ancient woodland sort of as a whole? I mean, not as a whole, but indirect impacts on the ancient woodland. Is this extent of cat population likely or not to give rise to any indirect effects on the ancient woodland?
It's not, because in terms of the rare species which it might potentially target, such as the only one there is dormouse there, that's going to have such a low encounter rate as the effect is going to be negligible.
Why do you say that? A low encounter rate? Why is that?
Because cats do not typically take dormice, and nocturnal and arboreal, so therefore hard to catch. Mm-hmm. And I can take you to the data in the Woods paper, if you like, which shows you that the amount of dormice in the cat's prey is extremely small.
Cats are nocturnal, aren't they?
They are, yeah, exactly.
So are they not going to coincide with the dormouse?
Yes, but the dormice are very agile and light, and so they'll be in the tops of the trees and hard,
Tops of the trees.
hard to catch. Yeah, absolutely.
Do you want to show us the data then on the small numbers of dormice?
Yes, can do. That's the Woods paper, which is, I think it's now got a CD reference.
Oh, right. Okay,
it's
hang on. Sorry. Let me just find it.
Miss Foster refers to her to that at her footnote 2, I believe it is.
Let me just find it.
I'm not sure it's on my CD list.
Let me just have a look. It'll be in the 20s, won't it? If it is a... Is it 20.33? Is it the one... yes, it's Predation of Wildlife by Domestic Cats by Woods. So it's called, I think, is it called document 20.33? Have I got? Is that the right one? 2003.
That's it.
Paper
That's
by
the one.
Michael Woods
That's
and Robbie
it.
MacDonald.
Here it is.
So this is a paper looking at the predation of cats. Is it? Have you got that up, Mr. Baxter?
I have indeed. Just trying to find my note on this before I have to redo all my calculations.
There's a. I don't know if it helps. There's an appendix. I don't know where you're going.
Yes, there is. So to the appendix to the paper.
Yeah, so that's on page. If you've got it's the final page. It's page 15 of 15. There's an appendix, and that describes the frequencies of prey items brought home to 618 households by almost 1,000 cats. 191 couldn't be identified, but all the others are set out here. Pretty grim. But anyway, and we can see. Have you got that up? Just to say,
I have. Yeah.
And we can see. I think mouse is the top one. Maybe unsurprising. If you're under mammals. Dormouse, I think, is it sixth from the bottom or something like that? 12 dormice.
That's right. So 12 dormice were recorded out of a total prey of 14,370.
Right.
So that shows you that the incidence of dormice was 0.08%.
Right.
Of the prey encounter rate. So therefore, the effect of cats is negligible in that sense.
No, it's 12 of... Do you see the bottom right-hand corners? 14,370. 191 are the ones they couldn't identify. But they could identify 14,370, of which 12 were dormice. So
0.08%.
right. So you're an unlucky dormouse if you bump into a...
And you're probably one of the weaker ones, which would have gone anywhere, I'm afraid.
Oh dear.
And this is before we've applied any mitigation.
So tell us about the mitigation then. So this is an unmitigated picture.
Yep.
But what mitigation is possible in order to curb or to mitigate the impacts of cat predation on the ancient woodland?
So while we have the woods paper open, I knew it was a reason to go to this. So in the abstract to that, on page 1 of the woods paper, this looks at a range of things, but including what might be done. Under point 3 of the abstract, about halfway down there, it talks about the number of mammals brought home per cat was significantly lower when cats were equipped with bells and when they were kept indoors at night. So what we would propose is that home owners packs are provided to dwellings within 50 metres of the woodlands to encourage owners to keep cats in at night and to fit them with collars with bells, as that is a effective mitigation measure. Well, no, they would, because there's a warden who's going to be encouraging them and doing outreach. Signs that will be put up in terms of interpretation boards to encourage these. And homeowners packs is very much a mitigation measure which Natural England likes to encourage for promoting alternative green space and so forth. So it's a standard method. And other methods which I'm also suggesting here as part of mitigation, 2.21 of my rebuttal proof, is that the boundary treatment to the woodland includes fencing, which is backed with a wire mesh, and prickly planting, and then that again will act as a deterrent for cats.
All right. Last question on ancient woodland, and then I noticed that the time, and we've got another topic to cover today, which is connectivity with over the road, which we'll come to. But if I could, last question on the ancient woodland, then maybe it's tea break time. That's to do with wrapping all of that together, as it were, all the things you've said, buffer. So the council's case is having regard to recreational impacts, fly tipping, cats. I think those are the main things, maybe other things too. That a 15-metre buffer, as proposed, is not enough. It should be more. What's your take on the adequacy of the proposed buffer and why?
So in terms of the buffer zone, there's a range of mitigation which is being employed, as we've just heard, to safeguard the woodland there, including the warden, which will be employed, and the appropriate management of the margins. And I then consider this matter in a bit more detail at paragraph 2.22 and 23 of my rebuttal proof. So in the absence of an existing buffer, which is there's an improvement by including semi-natural habitat adjacent to the woodland. We know that it's coppice, as we've talked about, so we don't have root protection zones which are of relevance. We haven't talked about it, but I do deal with lighting in the proof as well, and we know that unmitigated light spill from light columns generally falls within a 10-metre zone of influence, so that a buffer beyond that is not necessary to deal with lighting, even before you put a sensitive scheme in place. There's minimal noise from residential disturbance from people. Yes, there'll be people talking and occasional sort of raised voices, but in terms of noise which disturbs wildlife, such as loud bangs, industrial noise, that's not relevant. And we talked about fly tipping, garden extensions, and so forth. And we also have extensive alternative green space for people to use as alternatives to the woodland. So therefore, on that basis, an increased buffer size doesn't appear necessary or justified in this case, because where we'd use those normally would be where there's no other green space, for example, around. And here we've got plenty to serve the wider area. So 15 metres is adequate in this case.
That's it for now. That's it on ancient woodland, and would be a good moment if we're looking for a moment. We're doing very well. So we're getting slightly. Does it not feel like we're doing that? We've got one more topic really, which relates to connectivity. Oh yeah. Yep.
Right, well, we'll break then in that case till 10 to.
10 to. Thank you.
Right, it's now 10 to 4, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. So if you'd like to carry on, please.
Thank you, Mr. Batch. Good afternoon again. I've asked you now about ancient woodland. Changing topic to two linked things. It's the topic of the LWS, the local wildlife site, but linked to that, and as part of that discussion, connectivity into it, out of it, in particular connectivity over, under and through the southern relief road. So first, oh dear, it's motorbike time again. Firstly, overall, what's your position on the LWS, which obviously we have been into in a bit of detail already yesterday. We saw its designation, what features it was designated for, and I asked about compensation for those parts of it which are being lost, etc. Could you give us the overall picture on the LWS?
Yes, from an LWS point of view, as we've heard, it's been designated in the first instance for its grassland interests, essentially, along with some of the other interests in terms of the quarry walls and so forth, not the woodland interests. And I do deal with that at some detail at section 6.3 of my main evidence, my main proof, where I look at the reasons for designation. We can go through that, but I think we have already done that quite extensively already. But the outworking of that is that very little of the designated features, the grassland of the LWS, is affected by the SRR proposals on that. But in any event, regardless of what is and isn't designated, the entirety of the local wildlife site which is affected is compensated for by new habitat creation and enhancement under the biodiversity net gain assessment, which documents this so that the outcome is positive for the LWS and indeed the site as a whole.
Thank you. So that's the overall picture on the LWS. I'd like to zoom in then to this topic of connectivity in respect of the LWS. How has, at a high level at first, then we'll zoom into the particular measures that are proposed, how have you approached the issue of connectivity in relation to the LWS and the Southern Relief Road?
Through a variety of ways, really. The first approach has been particularly through perhaps sensitive species mapping. So what are the most sensitive species which we need to plan for? Because in a way, if you plan for those, the rest will be able to follow them. So that is a good approach to utilise normally.
And what are the most sensitive species to be worried about here?
So the ones which we've discussed already, essentially, it's the nocturnal species, which are particularly sensitive, in this case dormice, which is one of the notable species present here. Bats are also a nocturnal notable species, although we don't have any rare species recorded here, so we don't have any of the particularly light-sensitive rare species you do encounter some places, but nonetheless bats are around. And the other nocturnal species, not a rare species, but nonetheless one which is planned for, are badgers.
I thought you said there weren't any dormice there.
Talk about connectivity around the site here. So dormouse are not in the quarries, you're right, but we are planning for them in terms of that future connection.
I thought we were talking about the local wildlife site.
Yes, so that the quarries are the local wildlife site. They're not there at the moment.
Are you saying dormice are there now? Are they?
No.
So why are we talking about, if they're not there now, why are we talking about them in respect of the LWS?
Because we're not talking about just the LWS, we're talking about connectivity across the SRR, really, essentially now. And we know that dormice are in the wider landscape, but they are highly dispersed. And so it's good practice to make sure you connect, put connections forward. But no, we're not connecting into a known habitat because sampling has shown that they're not there at the moment. We haven't recorded them in the local wildlife site.
So they're not there now, but they might choose to make their way there in the future.
This is to provide for a future link for them should they want to disperse in the future, because we haven't recorded them there now.
Sorry, I thought we were talking about the sensitive species mapping, which I would have thought was baseline mapping.
Let's turn that up. I think that might be useful. That would be able to be found in CD 9.2.31.
Okay. Just a minute.
9.2.31. And
Focusing on the dormice and the mapping of the results is the simplest summary to look at is in Plan Eco 8, which on my PDF is page 90.
yes.
Wait, sorry, just hang on a minute. Right, okay, so
So this is the Dormice survey results, is it, from 2021?
no, it's
Oh dear. Have we got?
local wildlife site designation.
Hang on.
No, we're on PDF page 90.
So it's Core Doc 9.2.31,
Oh, sorry, yeah, okay, so page,
PDF 90.
oh, I see, sorry.
Not
Yep.
all.
Got it.
So we've got, this is the survey results from 2021. Is that right?
That's right.
And can you just talk us through what they show? I suppose. I mean,
right.
in particular, well, across the piece.
The key is the thing to start with, which shows us what is shown on this plan, and of relevance to us are the stars,
Right.
which are showing where dormouse is recorded in terms of the orange-red star, which is the first star.
Mm-hmm.
The middle one is a sort of more of an orange, which is a dormouse nest recorded, and the third is the yellow star, which is a potential dormouse nest conclusive. It's less conclusive. And if we turn to the plan and try to locate the stars, we start in Highsted Wood, because we all know where that is.
Mm-hmm.
We see there's an orange star on its eastern boundary there, so that's a dormouse record. So we've got a positive 100% record of dormouse in Highsted Wood.
So that's.
Oh,
sorry.
on that plan, mine haven't got any colours on.
My stars are all blank as well. I didn't want to say anything in case it was just me. I've got 3 stars in the
Sorry?
key that are all white.
Sorry, Mum, if you zoom in, you can get then the colours pop up.
No, not on mine.
Sorry, I think on the legend,
I'm thinking about the
they're not
legend,
colour
not on the
coordinated,
plan.
but the plan themselves,
I
I think
see.
it is colour coordinated. Sorry.
Yeah.
The plan has coloured stars, but on the one,
Can you just tell us? Yes.
Orange is dormouse present.
Hang on.
Just to give an example of orange, just slow down. So orange is dormouse present, and we have an example of that in Highsted Wood under the number 50. Thank you. Orange means present, and that we've got one of them in Highsted Wood. That's what that means. That means you found one.
That's correct.
Right.
And so it's a reddy orange.
Okay.
The colours are not brilliant.
They're not
You
great.
found one, or you found a.
Could that
was
be
a
more than one?
That's a single dormouse recorded there. We can pull up the results to confirm in a second, but that's one. There's not a high abundance on this site.
Okay. What do the other colours? So what about the yellow? Is easy enough to make out. What do yellow stars mean?
In terms of distribution, we just find that there's none recorded in the local wildlife site quarries to the north.
Yeah. Just quickly, what does yellow mean? The yellow stars.
It's a potential nest, so it's not fully conclusive. And then the mid colour is a confirmed nest.
Right.
Mid colour.
It's quite hard to describe that colour.
I
brownie.
can talk you through them essentially, but what the takeaway here is that where we've got stars, we look at potential dormouse use.
Right.
And the distribution of those is what this plan shows.
Okay.
So you are sorry. Go on, Mr. Baxter.
And just to just talk about the distribution, we see that single record at Highsted Wood in the centre, and we then see in the extreme western boundary there are a number of dormouse records down by the motorway, and then the far eastern boundary on the edge of the intensive orchard there we see there's a couple of dormouse records again, potential and confirmed nests recorded. So they're very disparate around the site. small numbers, well spread out. This is not a strong population, and none are in that local wildlife site.
So nonetheless, so I was asking you about connectivity. I suppose it's connectivity into it rather than out of it for dormice who might want to visit the LWS.
It is. It's providing a future connection here, so that they can in the future access the local wildlife site, and therefore, in those terms, you could badge that a benefit. But what we're doing is obviously maintaining an existing connection. We would expect them to get there in due course anyway. We're maintaining the potential there rather than reducing it.
So you talked about connectivity in and out of the LWS, and you said that you'd approached it through the lens of the important species, being dormice, bats, and badgers.
Yes, that's correct.
And so if we could. Now we've seen where the dormice are at the moment, or where a dormouse is at the moment.
So
could I ask you then first about dormice and the approach to maintaining connectivity? What measures are proposed and how effective are they going to be so far as dormice are concerned? And then we'll do the other animals.
Yes. So this is informed by research which has been carried out in dormouse, which I reproduce at Appendix 9 of my proof evidence.
Your Appendix 9? That is, yes, page 93 of your main proof appendices is called Common Dormouse Movements in a Landscape Fragmented by Roads.
That's right. It's the Channin paper.
The Channin paper. Hang on, just the inspector get it. It's page 94. Right, and what's the headline from this?
The headline for this is that dormouse are frequently found in fragmented habitats, particularly, in this case, they were looking at roadside habitats, so they particularly were found in fragmented roadside habitats. We can find that in the discussion section, which is over the page on 95. Midway down the second column there, Schultz found considerable numbers of dormouse nests in some of the areas of roadside habitat. At one complex interchange, they recorded 153 nests over 3 years in 8.8 hectares of woodland. 75% were in fragments of habitat isolated by roads from the surrounding countryside. So they concluded that dormouse do not avoid the proximity of roads and suggested that roadside habitat might function as a good habitat for dormice, including dispersal routes.
You said roadside might actually be a good habitat for dormice.
Yes.
Why is that?
I suspect the reason for that is if we cast our eyes back to the Highsted site, the landscape's dominated by unsuitable arable habitats and intensive orchard, for example. These are of no use to dormice at all. And where you've got more semi-natural habitats, which are essentially the roadside habitats because they're not subject to the herbicide, fertilizer, pesticide inputs, they're allowed to grow into more species-rich semi-natural habitats. They're attractive to dormice. And because they're linear transport corridors, they're more continuous, and hence the dormice are actually favouring them. But they also use small fragments because the next paragraph down in where we were just reading continues, they observed the presence of dormice in fragments smaller than in any of ours, less than 0.2 hectares. So we know they use small fragments as well from this paper. But this paper was particularly concerned not only with what fragments they use, but how they use roads and how do they get to the fragments. So in that sense, they looked at how dormice were reaching them, and they found that dormice, I'm trying to find it relevant text in the main text rather than the summary here. Perhaps we can go to the summary, it'll do.
Well, I wonder...
just as well.
There's a conclusion section on page 97 that talks about this idea of, do you see on page 97 there's a bit about small fragments, the bottom left-hand side of the conclusions section, reference to small fragments, partially isolated, and this idea of stepping stones, medium-sized roads up to 12 metres, including verge, not being seen as barriers to the movements of common dormice.
Yeah, so I think the study, to summarise, found that dormice were regularly crossing roads to reach these fragments, and the top of the conclusion sections on page 97 sets out that we have shown that dormice are able to exploit small fragments of habitat, less than 1 hectare, separated by roads, where distances to be crossed are no greater than 12 metres. And it continues at the end of that column. Medium-sized roads up to 12 metres, including verge, should not be seen as barriers to the movement of dormice. So what it says there is that these species, whilst they are arboreal, are actually able to make ground-based crossings quite effectively, and that's not only through the wider environment, but also across roads.
I mean, to state, I don't know whether it's an obvious question or not, but the inspector said yesterday when we were talking about crossings of the roads, doesn't it sort of depend on the traffic? I mean, isn't it a risky business for a dormouse to set out over a road like the Southern Relief Road? And if not, why not?
So dormice will be crossing at night when there's obviously reduced traffic, and in the dead of night, as anybody in the morning on the roads, there can be very little traffic on roads. And that's, I think, really then probably goes to the conclusion on page 96, bottom of the first column, where it says we are unable to determine whether or not the presence of road has an impact on the mortality of common dormice. So there was no finding from this that there was any kind of mortality associated with this. But what we've said, what it goes on to talk about is just how frequently they do cross these open habitats. So top of page 96, it said that we'd pointed out that they recorded more than 20 instances where dormice had crossed a road at least once to colonise habitat which had been planted following road construction. And so what we are doing is we understand that they are actually colonising the central reservation of dual carriageways as a result here.
So, sorry, I thought you finished.
Yeah, well, I say it then continues in sort of the wider environment. Bright et al. Emphasise the importance of connecting hedges in this context, but we have shown that dormice are willing to cross very open, exposed ground for short distances, as have Schultz, while Buckner's data indicate they may cross a few hundred metres of ground, which has no trees or shrubs, but does offer concealment in the form of agricultural crops. So what we find is that there are a species which is able to get around, but perhaps just doesn't have that much suitable habitat in the wider environment, but does indeed use small fragments and is quite happy to do so.
So how does that play into, we'll come to the actual connectivity measures that are proposed in a minute for dormice, but in terms of the road, the Southern Relief Road as a road and the sustainable movement corridor and all of that, how should we view that piece of infrastructure in light of these findings and what dormice may or may not do?
So the introduction of a movement corridor like this, the SRR, is not in itself going to present a barrier to dormice. We know that from the research here, in the sense of at least where it's of a scale of less than 12 metres, because the roads, the research looked at that sort of scale. Not to say that they won't cross further than that distance, but we know that scale, that's the case. And from an SRR point of view, we know that when it moves from dual carriageway to the single carriageway arrangement, that is less than 12 metres.
But what about the other bit? Sorry.
Well, is that
So yeah, that's okay, but that's the road. But there's the road, there's a bus lane, there's a sustainable movement corridor, all of which we're going to hear lots about in the highways evidence. So it's not just the road, is it? And, and if that's so, how does that impact on the validity, on the sort of the applicability of these findings to our case?
So that it's worth turning up the highways plans, probably just to look at this.
Okay. So that's the Southern Scheme Transport Assessment diagrams that we've seen.
7.31.6.
Yes, thank you. 7.31.6, I think, with all these the infrastructure drawings. I think is that the way you want to go? Yeah, I think so.
It is.
Which of the ones are you after?
So if we turn up, it's after.
Turn your microphone on. If you turn your microphone back on, Mr. Baxter.
So we can take any really after the Green Bridge. So we could perhaps.
Do you want to do 4 of 8?
Pull up. 4 of 8 will be fine.
So that's PDF page 48 in 7.31.6.
Barely read it actually with my glasses on. So what we can see in there is that the main carriageway, when we get there,
Yes.
is 7.3 metres.
You're reading from the section at the top,
Sorry,
aren't
I am,
you?
yes.
Yeah. So it's section JJ and the top.
Exactly. Sorry, section J from the top.
Have you got that, madam? Let me just check. Yeah, needs a bit of a zoom. So you've got the main carriageway itself of 7.3 metres in the middle. Is that what you were saying?
That's right.
And what else are you talking about?
What we then find is that's then separated by verges and green landscaping with the guided busway.
Yes, that's on the left.
On the left at its 6 metre width.
Yeah.
And then on the right, there's more verge before it then separates into
the footway and cycleway.
Footway, cycleway further across.
And that's 3 metres, the footway and cycleway.
So it's not very pretty, that plan, to give an impression. I find it better to look at the EMS to give an impression of that.
Yeah.
Which is more useful in terms of functional dormouse terms. And that's worth turning up. It's 9.233 CD reference.
Okay. We've been there a couple of times. 9.2.33 is the ecological mitigation strategy. And where it just give us a page in that.
An irrelevant, it's Appendix 1.
Yeah. So it's PDF, I imagine, is it the illustrative sketch?
It is. In there you have
just find the page first.
Nature Park Design Study.
Yeah.
And on page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of that.
Hang on. I think, have you got it digitally? I think it's PDF page 71. Just to check, are you looking for the illustrative sketch of the country park?
I am indeed, because it shows the road.
Just give us a sec. Hang on, we're going to find it first.
Okay.
Yeah, PDF 71. So, illustrative sketch of the country park for the south site, which is an artistic rendering of the slightly more formal highways diagram you've just been showing us. What do you take away from this?
And the reason for bringing you to this diagram is to show that there's green spaces between the footway, cycleway, the SRR, and the guided busway. So essentially, those are mimicking stepping stones, habitat fragments, which we know that the dormice will happily occupy as they make their way across roads in the landscape. And each of those components is less than 12 metres in its width.
So your take then is what that even without, we'll come to the connectivity measures that are particularly proposed.
So therefore,
so far as dormice go and their ability to cross this road.
The SRR is not going to act as a barrier for dormice. They will be able to traverse this anyway. but there are measures which can help. In the Channing paper on page 97 sets out, top of the right-hand column, that incorporating roadside planting in an effort to minimise distances that dormice have to cross over open ground as an alternative is promising. So essentially what it's saying is bring vegetation up to the roadside in terms of hedgerow connections, for example, and that will facilitate dormice to then make their own way across the roads. Essentially, that's what this proposal does by the incorporation of the sustainable movement corridor being well vegetated with hedgerows linking to it. That is going to provide the vegetation to the roadside, which is recommended here in the Channing paper. So again, that'll help dormice cross of their own accord.
So that's just dormice crossing the road sort of as is. But in addition to that, there are particular measures that have been proposed to facilitate their crossing in other ways too, or through other mechanisms. Could you talk us through what those measures are and how effective they're going to be?
You can augment what I've just talked about with avoiding curbs and lighting controls as well, which we'll come on and talk about. But I think what you're getting at are the aerial crossings which are provided for dormouse in terms of the specifics there. And that takes the form of two elements, first of which is green bridges, or the green bridge, I should say, which we've already explored. That is shown on the highways plans, which we can turn up, but alternatively, again, slightly more illustrative, I include that in my proof of evidence.
So your proof,
which
where
it gives an impression on page 60, figure 5.5.
Yes.
Gives an impression as to what the green bridge could look like.
Mm-hmm. And what do you say about this in terms of its utility or not for dormice in particular?
Well, we know that green bridges are used well. There's an example in Kent, the A21 Scotney Castle one, I think that Miss Foster's mentioned. That is well used by dormice, that's planted up. But I also include a research paper in my evidence, which I think is a CD document which I refer to in evidence, and that's CD 20.19. Which is a paper on green bridges.
And what's the headline from that?
And here it's page 3 of the paper. Objective 1 is the title there. And it's under that it sets out that it's been found.
Have you got that, madam? Yeah, okay, go on.
It's page 3. Executive summary, I'm looking at page 3. And objective 1 is the title.
PDF 7.
Oh, sorry, I've got a printed copy.
It's actually PDF page 7.
And it's objective 1, the subheading under the executive summary. And it sets out there, it has been found that green bridges do provide effective mitigation in addressing ecological fragmentation. And so that's a good commendation, that green bridges are a good thing to do. And we know that the dormice use them. Example I've just given, Scotney Castle. And just above the objective 1 passage I've read from, it also goes on in the paragraph above to set out that in general from the literature it's clear that when planning a green bridge this should not be done in isolation but should form part of a wider mitigation strategy, Particularly of relevance for long linear schemes, a green bridge may be used in combination with underpasses, tunnels and ledges to increase the overall permeability of the landscape around the road or railway to wildlife. So that's the approach which is taken here. It's not just reliant upon the green bridge, it includes a variety of other measures as well.
So there's the green bridge is one of the features that's proposed to have a positive implication for dormice connectivity. But what else is there?
So particularly in regard to dormice, there's the provision of the Animex bridges, which we have heard much about. So these are set out in the ecological mitigation strategy.
Yeah.
Which is 9.2.33.
Okay.
And it's table 5.1.
That's on page PDF 26 of 9.2.33. This is the table that lists with reference to the coloured plan that comes later in the document,
exactly.
where everything's proposed.
We need to read it in conjunction with plan EMS 1.
Mm-hmm. That's at PDF 53 of the document.
It is, which is easy for me because I've got a hard copy, but more tricky if you're using a PDF. Because essentially, if you bring up the plan, I can perhaps talk you through it with reference to table 5.1 if you can't have it.
The inspector's actually got it in hard copy.
Oh, well, brilliant. Even better.
Just give us a sec. It's called the Ecology Strategy Plan.
EMS 1.
EMS 1, sorry. Yeah, EMS 1, Ecology Strategy Plan.
It's EMS 1, not that one. It's the first plan.
You definitely had it. No, I don't think so. No, that's the ancient woodland one, is it? That's the no.
Should look like that.
You
Mark.
definitely, you did have it yesterday, I remember.
The blue lines on it.
Oh, is that the one? Maybe that is the one. Okay. That's the one. EMS 1, sorry. It's got the blue numbers up along the Southern Relief Road. Great. Sorry about that. Okie dokie.
Perfect.
So we've got the table on page PDF 26 of 9.2.33 and the corresponding plan that the inspector's got. So Animex bridges, tell us what you want to about them.
And we need to remember where the records of dormice were, which we've found, which are in the west, the centre and the east of the site. And so that's essentially what we're focusing on with the mitigation provisions. So to take account of the dormice in the west of the site is an Animex bridge proposed at location number 1, which is by the motorway.
Yeah.
Similarly, at location A, which is the green bridge. So essentially that's forming a link. It's not the Animex bridge, but it's the green bridge at A.
Mm-hmm.
There's also then an Animex bridge at location number 3, which is Highsted Wood.
Right.
An Animex bridge at location number 7, which is the centre of the country park.
Could I ask you, so I could see where 7 is, just before we get between 3 and 7, there's feature B.
Yes.
Which is the so-called green underpass. That is not an Animex bridge, obviously. It's a green underpass, 50 metres in width, as it says in the table, and 2 to 3 metres high. Is that feature, is that anything to do with dormice, or is that something different?
That's a feature we'd expect to be used by everything, essentially. It's such a large-scale feature that I can come on to describe that
Okay.
after these other points. But yes, hedgerows can be brought up to that and through it, so that indeed it leads animals down into the underpass and through the underpass, and that'll include dormice.
Okay, we'll come back to that one then maybe. So there's B, there's 3, which is the Animex Bridge, B, which is the underpass, 7 is another Animex Bridge.
And then in the east, the numbers 9 to 12, there's an ability to insert an Animex Bridge there as well.
Okay. So several potential locations.
Yep.
What about their utility and effectiveness? I mean, the council have raised some, I suppose, queries over the extent of evidence that supports these Animex bridges and whether or not they're, really worth, not worth having, but whether they are likely to be effective to maintain connectivity for dormice.
Yes, so these are discussed in a research paper at CD 20.2.
Okay. Trial of a bridge for reconnecting fragmented arboreal habitat.
So essentially this is a trial on the Isle of Wight of a bridge over a railway line, which bisects a nature reserve with suitable dormouse woodland either side. Of that, dormice crossing the railway at the ground level prior to the installation. The bridge was trialled because it's known to be successful in Japan. So we know that Japanese dormice like it, and as a result, we thought, well, why not British dormice? So
why not? Exactly right. Very good. Very good.
So turning to the summary of the paper, there halfway down, it explains that it was erected to reconnect 2 patches of woodland bisected by a railway in southern England. Hazel dormice were recorded on the bridge within 9 hours of its erection.
Right.
And exhibited a clear preference for the bridge, with more than 10 times more observations of dormice on the bridge compared to crossing the railway at ground level.
So they prefer the bridge to crossing the railway.
Strongly prefer the bridge, I think. Within 9 hours is a very rapid take up. So they're obviously exploring it. They like what they saw and they used it 10 times more. So it was strongly preferred, is the takeaway on this.
What's Natural England, if anything? What are they saying about the use of these bridges when it comes to granting licences, etc.?
Yes, so we regularly prepare and submit licence applications to Natural England for dormice mitigation. And we know that Natural England are positively licensing Animex dormouse bridges and requesting them, where perhaps we don't suggest they're needed. They're suggesting that actually they would like to see them because they are strongly favouring them, it seems, in granting licences.
Right then. Thank you.
Have you finished dormice?
Yes, thank you.
Have you?
Yes, I have.
I just wanted to ask one thing. So there's an awful lot of mitigation going in for dormice at great expense, but only by the look of the survey, very few of them around. So I just wondered why you're taking all this trouble over such a, or is it for other species as well?
Well, the Isle of Wight paper, which we're just reading from, does talk about the fact that other species, in this case red squirrel, were recorded using the bridge, so they won't just function for dormice. So,
are there red squirrels around here?
No, there's not.
There are.
But other small mammals will use them, I think, is the point we're trying to make. The answer is this is a very complete mitigation strategy. It may be that Natural England don't require them to be fitted here, in that they feel that it's necessary to reconnect fully the landscape. But one of the things they do take into account is connection in granting licences. So essentially what this plan shows is that the scheme is capable of providing these. The intention is to provide them, but if they're felt not to be necessary, then of course they could be omitted.
What's your sense? I asked the council's witness a bit about this. What's your sense from your experience of licence applications with Natural England as to the likelihood of achieving a licence in this case so far as dormice are concerned, should planning permission be granted, obviously?
Yeah, I think they're going to readily license it. I would conclude here, because they will assess the amount of habitat which is being lost and gained, and the habitat gain from a woodland perspective here, which is dormouse habitat, is high, so that the ratio of loss to gain is over 1 to 100 here of woodland, so that the net position for dormice in terms of habitat availability is greatly increased under the proposal compared to the existing situation.
Can we shift gears to badgers, which was the second of the three species that you mentioned so far as connectivity are concerned? What's the situation there? To what degree can connectivity for badgers be maintained, and what measures are proposed?
Yes, so badgers are more common in the landscape. We know that they are using the west of the site strongly. The centre of the site is used reasonably, and they're more diffused to the east of the site. But we know they are across the site. They're not a rare species, badgers. They are protected on welfare grounds, but nonetheless, obviously, a nice mammal in the landscape. And to facilitate their crossing of the SRR, measures are also proposed to ensure that they are catered for, and that takes the form of a variety of measures we see in table 5.1. So to run through that, A is the first one in the table. That's the green bridge. Yes, badgers will of course use that. B is the green underpass, which we just talked about. Yes, badgers will strongly use that.
Could I ask you just a question on the green underpass? The inspector asked, I think she asked me or some yesterday about the idea of the underpass forming a vegetated corridor.
Yep.
Do you remember? And there was a question about how can you have planting or continuous planting in the tunnel under the road? How does that work in real life?
So the green underpass has an ability to potentially be split, or the carriageway above it, I should say, has an ability to be split. So where we've talked about the stepping stones between, which we looked at in the EMS plan, there could be breaks there so that light is allowed to cascade down into the underpass, so therefore letting light in to the underpass, and therefore that will obviously encourage vegetation to grow more substantially. How to envisage it is a question which I've been trying to think. I know the inspector was interested in how to envisage it. Best example I can find really sits within the EMS strategy, if we did want to turn that up.
Yes, that's 9.2.33 again.
It is, and this time I'm looking Appendix 2, and it's the final page of Appendix 2.
Have I got that right? That's the ecological mitigation strategy. Is that what you said?
That's the one, yep.
Okay. Is it the thing that comes immediately before the Animex report? Is that what it is?
So it's the last page. It's actually the green Relief Road Green Space Design Study.
Oh, right. Hang on.
Which is showing the green bridge essentially.
Oh, yeah.
So it's the last page of Appendix 2.
These aren't easy to. Let me find it. Okay. It's PDF 87.
So
That's right. It's the green relief road, green space design strategy.
So what are we looking
And
at?
what you're looking at, it's a top right-hand inset there is showing the green bridge with the carriageway going underneath it. Carriageway there, if we were to look at and we can take you there to the highways plans, which I've done, sheet 3 of 8, it's 19.7 metres width there of the two carriageways. And so essentially what I'd ask you to do is use your imagination. Imagine the road going over the top and actually it being green underneath. And that essentially will be a green underpass. But what you're seeing there is a cross-section of 19.7 metres, whereas in actual fact, we're talking 50 metres. So this is going to be 2.5 times as wide as that. And so what you take away, or I take away from that, is it's a very substantial underpass, which is going to provide free, unfettered access through to the country park. It won't be quite as high as this. It'll probably be 2 or 3 metres high, but that's still in accordance with best practice to even allow bat flight lines through. So it will be free passage for all wildlife, including bats, birds, and dormice, across the 2 areas of the country park. So that's how the underpass.
So 50 metres wide and did you say 2 to 3? What did you say?
Metres high, yes.
2 to 3 metres high, 50 metres wide. Whereas the thing that we're looking at the moment in the top right-hand corner is how wide?
That's just under 20 metres.
Right. Okay.
But what you're saying is that it's going to be some sort of bridge, another bridge then?
Essentially, the SRR goes over the top, and it's a green passage beneath it to link the 2 areas of the country park up at.
This is not a
Point
visual
B.
of it. This is obviously
No,
this is a visual of.
We haven't got a
something
visual of
else.
it, so I'm trying to.
Okay, but you said that there were going to be a sort of hole in the middle. Wouldn't people fall down it? I mean, I can't really imagine the sort of safety aspect of that somehow.
Well, it's no different to any bridge. You can just put a rail up if you're concerned. But if to provide light into the middle of the underpass, you have an ability there to split the carriageways, just as there's a central reservation between the two roads. If it was going over the top, there could be light down there if that was omitted, for example. So it would be a way of getting light into the underpass.
So far as badgers are concerned, you've talked about the green bridge and the green underpass are things that they could make use of. Is there anything else that they could make use of if they were interested in trying to get from one side of the road to the other?
Yes, there's a series of badger tunnels which are shown on the same plan. We know badger tunnels are well used. They have been installed in road schemes for many years, and I include best practice guidance, which is in my proof at Appendix 10. And that is an extract from the DMRB standard mitigation for badgers. Specification. Page 102, that is, of the appendices. Paragraph 9.7 says, where specialised tunnels are to be used, these should be constructed of Class M 600mm diameter concrete pipes, widened at the entrances if possible.
So that reference to the 600mm explains back in that table of proposed features, there's a load of references to things that are described as 600mm diameter culvert below road.
That's correct.
And is that, are we talking about badgers there? Is that what
Yep.
those are aimed at?
And those are aimed at providing the badger tunnels.
So we've got them at numbers 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8 on the plan.
Exactly. So there's permeability for badgers beneath the road throughout.
And to be fair, I think actually that was one that the council are accepting of. I think from the answers yesterday, I don't think there's an issue on badger connectivity from what Ms Foster said. Bats is the third of the three that I wanted to ask you about. How, maybe it's a bit different for bats for an obvious reason, how do bats cross the road?
Bats, obviously, flighted nocturnal mammal, and in terms of the baseline, we don't see any particular hotspots of bat activity. I can take you to the survey data if it's helpful. But essentially, we've used, therefore, habitat linkage as a guide to that, which is the link between local wildlife site and Highsted Wood, for example, being a key linkage on the green grid corridor, and therefore facilitating the bat movements there are important. And that's provided for by the underpass at point B, which is shown in the table and on the plan there. But equally, taking bats across the road is something which is important. I discussed that in my proof of evidence at figure 5.7, which shows an illustration of what a bat hopover looks like. Proof of evidence, figure 5.7, that's page 62. So essentially, this is where everything converges. Essentially, the vegetation is planted to the roadside. Higher vegetation is planted to encourage bats to cross at height. And this illustration is taken from standard guidance from Highways Agency, which I include at my appendix AB 12, should you want to look at the source document. We'd envisage that these would be associated most likely with the Animex crossing points. And to facilitate the bat movement and to encourage the dormouse movement, we'd also encourage lighting controls at these locations. These are again shown on the EMS 1 plan. Actually, it's not on the EMS 1 plan, it's on the EMS 2 plan. So it's EMS 2 shows the lighting controls. Two types of control provided, which are shown by the solid blue arrows and the dotted blue arrows. Solid blue being avoidance of lighting to provide dark corridors below 1 lux, and then is a restriction to lighting to avoid light spill along the road corridor, which is the dotted lines. So we see on the solid lines there's a number of crossing points along the SRR. I think those could be some extended to the north as well to tie into the Animex crossings. And how does that work, you might ask? I discussed that in my proof just a page before. That is page 60. It's little d lighting controls. While there's no light sensitive species or rare species recorded at Highsted Park, there's principles we use for addressing crossing points where we have got light sensitive species can still be followed here. And essentially the principle which is used is to create a dark crossing at height so that bats can transit the road in darkness. And with the advanced lighting schemes available now, the modelling of the light spill is not only on a horizontal axis but on a vertical axis. And what we do typically is when we need to ensure bats cross the road, a sensitive lighting scheme is used to model light spill so that it creates an illuminated corridor for people and transport, but a dark corridor across the top, which if you flick over the page, so that the hop-over plan, the treed areas the bats would be traversing would be in darkness. And that's shown on figure 5.6 of the proof, which we need a soft copy to zoom in on, and it shows how it works.
Figure 5.6 on page 61.
That's correct.
The easiest one maybe to see.
You need to zoom in on it. What you'll see then, if I just get my copy up, is I think the resolution's perhaps reduced a little bit on this. But essentially, it models the light spill from the lighting columns. This is an example of a lighting strategy report which you'd expect to see at a detailed stage. The light spill is modelled and it's contained within a cone of lighting which is low to the road, depending on what you're designing to. This could be, in this particular case, it was 3 or 4 metres height above the road, and above that the lux levels then reduced down below 1 lux down to 0.1 lux, so that you ended up with a continuous dark canopy link across the road at height, so that bats and dormice can cross the road at height in darkness with the controlled lighting beneath.
You mean that obviously the dormice going along the Animex bridges?
Correct.
At height.
And the bats flying across the hop over at height.
Thank you. Okay. Dormice, bats, badgers, you've talked about the different ways they may choose to connect to the LWS if they want to. Taking a big old step back and trying to sort of summarise your position on connectivity, which is obviously the core of the council's concern, and in fact 3 of the 4 issues in dispute in the Statement of Common Ground are all about connectivity. What is your view overall on the adequacy of the provision for connectivity in the proposal?
So yes, we looked at the effectiveness of the measures, we looked at the location of the measures in relation to the survey data. What is the overall adequacy of the provision? For each of those, we find it's adequate, but I think we can also step back, as you've asked there. I find looking at the ES figure 11.2, which is we've had before, open CD 9.2.38, which is the habitat plan. No, this is standalone core document. Actually, it's just what 9.238, which is single
we looked
plan.
at this. Yes, this is the one
It's
that
the
we
ES
looked at
plan.
right at the beginning. Single sheet.
Yep.
Yes, so we've got that.
Yep, and to augment the exercise we've just carried out, we could carry out an exercise, I won't do it completely now unless you'd like me to, where we can conduct an exercise where we walk ourselves through the plan, looking for each of the crossing points which the SRR takes. So in this landscape, there are not many, is the short answer. There are a number of hedgerows which cross the landscape, and there are obviously the crossing points at Highsted Wood, and a small number of other tree lines. And if we walk through the plan from west to east, and then have in the other hand the EMS1 plan, which is essentially the crossing points plan, connectivity plan, what we see is essentially each hedgerow which is crossed, or each tree line or the Highsted Wood crossing, is served by a connective feature, either directly at its point or close to its point.
So what does that tell us in the end about the extent of connectivity that'll be severed or retained or compromised or whatever as a consequence of the road?
So what we conclude from that exercise is that each existing connection point, connectivity point across the landscape are reprovisioned. So essentially we end up with no loss of connectivity over and above what is present in the landscape at the current time. So therefore I would conclude the connectivity provision is more than adequate.
Final couple of questions, then we're done. Moving away from that topic, picking up on a couple of things that Councillor Bonney was talking about this morning, just to get your, I mean, you can be asked about them in cross-examination, but just to give you a chance to say something about them in chief. One of them was the chalk stream issue and a disagreement between you, maybe, a disagreement between you on implications for chalk streams from our scheme. Can you just give the inspector, again, sort of an overview, what you say about chalk streams?
Yes, I address this in my proof of evidence
and that's at page 88, section 7.8.
(7.8), yeah. And which bit?
So 7.8.3 particularly talks about the chalk stream, which is the Bapchild stream, which we were looking at this morning.
Mm-hmm.
And see, that's identified in the ES I put out, and we've just been looking at figure 11.2. It's identified on there. Actually, sorry, it won't be on that one. It'll be on the north site figure 11.2.
Yeah.
It's a different CD reference, actually. And so I state there, due to previous modification associated with the Tonge Mill, the sections of chalk stream are not located within the site. They are located, there are some sections located north of Lower Road, and we can identify those.
You're saying, sorry to just slow down a minute, the identified sections of chalk stream you say are located north of the northern sites. You mean?
Yep.
You mean outside the site altogether?
Correct, yes.
The north of Lower Road. North of the
mill.
Yeah, north of the railway, I suppose. Is Lower Road's the one that runs?
It's mostly north of the railway, yes.
Right.
So we could look at that by reference to that plan I've just referred to at 3.2.17.
3.2.17.
And also the North Site Development Structuring Plan.
So 3.2.17, Northern Ecological Features Plan.
I've lost the other plan. There it is. Once you have that plan, you'll be able to identify the Bapchild stream, which is marked up as, it's next to G1B, it's the blue.
Mm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If we then look at the development structuring plan, which is CD 2.7 for the north site.
CD 2.7
for the north site.
Okay. Okay.
We can orientate ourselves there. It's open space P02.
P02. Yeah.
And just above that is the mill pond. You might be able to see off-site. It's in black and white. Unfortunately, doesn't help matters.
Yeah.
But essentially, G1 and W2, which you also talked about, which is the wet woodland Councillor Bonney was talking about.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the wet woodland sits retained in open space P02, so that's entirely retained. Mill pond above it, and then to get back to the question of the chalk stream, we need to turn to my proofs appendices.
Do we keep these open as well?
I'll keep everything open if you can, if that's possible.
Okay. Your proofs appendices.
Last appendix, which is 15.
Appendix 15. That starts on page 129 of the appendices.
And I would start with the last page.
The very last page.
142.
142.
This is an extract from the Magic Plan entitled Chalk Rivers.
Okay.
The reason I turn to this is it's the most legible plan. There we can identify Bapchild, and to the just the east of that we can identify Lower Road. And at Orchard Cottage there's a triangle where the three roads come together.
Oh, right. So I see. So you've got Lower Road, Orchard Cottage, and next to the O in Orchard there's a triangle.
That's correct.
Okay.
With that triangle in mind, having orientated yourself as to where the site is, we can now move forward in the appendix to page 139.
139.
Which is and we're now in the extract of the North Kent Chalk Stream Survey, which we looked at earlier with Councillor Bonney.
Okay.
And the extract at page 139 is the Bapchild Stream.
Okay.
The plan attached to that is rather illegible, I'm afraid. But having just identified the triangular, three triangular roads in the Magic Plan, we can now find those on this plan. So the site is sitting south of that, and Chalk Stream, if you can read the T there, is identified by the purpley orange, the purple line rather.
It's not easy to read, is it? At this
No, it's the purple line. It's the page before. The key's a bit easier to read on the overall plan. Yeah. Just about.
So just tell us where on the page that you've taken us to on 139 the chalk stream is.
The chalk stream. So the chalk stream is north of Lower Road. If you can see the purple stream north of Lower Road, that is the identified chalk stream.
Right. So actually, I think I might have been misleading when I said it was north of the railway. It's actually because Lower Road drops down away from the railway.
Well, it does help a bit, but it helps a bit. But the electronic, the resolution's not.
That's what I'm doing. It's not great. You can try, certainly. Yeah. If you get up 37.5.2 of the electronic appendices, you can work out which bit it is. It just takes a bit of patience. 37.5.2. And within that, it's page 139.
You can zoom in and just about read it, I think, the key.
Did I? Hang on. 139. Sorry, 139. Yeah, it takes a bit of imagination, I think.
As I read it, the last one is identified chalk streams.
Right. Whew.
Purpley colour, as I read it.
I'm not sure. It's not easy, is it?
Because if you go to the plan before, that is a slightly easier key to read by zooming in.
Doesn't that, though, show that purple in the key on the plan before, doesn't it show any low certainty chalk stream? I think.
It does. I'm not sure the colours completely translate. What we do know is that it's north of Lower Road, away from the site.
But is it actually? I mean, maybe it's not possible to tell. Is it on here? Is it either an identified chalk stream or is it a low certainty chalk stream according to the key? Is it possible to tell? To say I'm colourblind, so I'm totally the wrong person to be asking. But it looks more purpley to me than it does yellow.
More purpley.
Oh right, okay.
No, so the Bapchild stream by the site is indeed blue. So that's
on 138. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So it's not an identified chalk stream. It's just one of the general streams. You can see that from the preceding plan, which is an overview plan, which essentially shows you where they are. And you can also see the Bapchild stream. We're on the extreme left of that plan, page 138. And then all the Bapchild diagram does is zoom in on that.
The identified chalk streams are in a sort of orangey colour, aren't they?
Exactly, yeah.
The low certainty ones are a sort of pink.
Exactly, yeah,
High
pink.
certainty are purple, and
Yeah.
detailed river network is blue.
That's right.
And
I think.
really think from this it looks blue to me, but
Madam, I wouldn't normally step in and
no, go on.
slightly reveal my hand in cross-examination, but
Don't
I
mind
think
that.
it probably helps given we're having this discussion now. Now, Madam, our understanding of this is if you go back to the first box that we were looking at, so the Bapchild stream, and you come to the conclusions.
Oh, what document are we in?
Oh,
Same
sorry, it's the same document. It's the
Page.
the River Trust survey. Apologies, I'm working.
This is
from
the
hard
100 page, the one in the appendices to Mr. Baxter.
Yes, so it's page 139.
Right. Okay.
And probably what needs clarifying in respect of the conclusion is what is meant by downstream. Madam, our understanding is that a stream flows away from its source, and the source being
Does
the
usually,
Thomas
doesn't
Becket
it?
Spring.
To the estuary.
Flows to the estuary, Madam. So where the conclusion says the uppermost reaches of the stream are chalk stream habitat, that is in relation to the area closest to the Bapchild Spring. That is the uppermost part of the stream. And then the impacts of the Bapchild Mill Pond means that you have low gradient downstream, preventing chalk stream habitat from occurring. And our position is, as per Councillor Bonney's evidence, that there's an identified chalk stream on the magic map, but this survey indicates that there is another chalk stream. And the purpose of this survey, if you come to page 134,
Yep.
you have the aims and objectives, and the report confirms that it is intended to be used by catchment partners, the Environment Agency and Natural England as a resource to inform the whereabouts of chalk stream priority habitats within the North Kent catchment. So I think the issue is with this is this survey identifying another chalk stream that isn't on the magic map, which appears to be what the purple line is showing, is the identified chalk stream. And I think it all turns on what is meant by upstream and downstream with reference to the conclusion.
And they talk about water quality.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm obviously happy for
Yeah.
Mr. Baxter to go away and think about that, and if we're wrong, I'm sure he'll explain that tomorrow and be
Okay.
questioned.
Well, do you want to say anything about that now, Mr. Baxter, or
Page 138 is a useful plan, which is the only
I'll turn your mic back on.
So page 138, which is a useful plan because that's the overview plan, and the colour blue, which is the majority of the river network, is consistent, and that represents the detailed river network on the key, the legend we can read. And the Bapchard stream at the site, from the triangular road, which we have identified, is that general blue colour. It's not any of the other colours. The other colours are relating to chalk streams.
Yeah.
The closest being NE, low certainty chalk stream in purple. So the W2 woodland and the Bapchard stream through the site is to the west of that, and therefore will not affect any chalk stream, which is the purple coloration to the north of the road.
What's being suggested to you, what's being suggested to you and developed in cross-examination is that in fact the text that you've been referred to on page 139 of this document is actually positing another chalk stream that's not recorded on any of the maps that are in the document, I think. Have I got that right?
Yes, and to assist that slightly further, if one looks at the legend on the map on page 138, so you have the green balloons, and round by the Bapchard Spring, you have chalk stream consultation comments, which is what this survey arguably is, I guess. But then you have the chalk stream that we've been talking about from Mr. Baxter's account, which appears in that kind of orangey colour. That's identified as a Natural England low certainty chalk stream. So presumably that is a pre-existing and identifiable chalk stream. And what this survey is doing is kind of providing comments in respect of another stream that's been identified. And that seems to sit with how the conclusion runs.
Yes, that's correct. That is correct.
And that's essentially where our understanding as to the chalk stream habitat here comes in.
So that's the debate then. I mean, you can answer it now if you'd like to, or you can wait for it to be put just in that way in cross-examination tomorrow. Is there anything more you'd like to say about this document at the moment? You've got to put your microphone back on, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it would follow to me that if that was the suggestion, it would be marked on the plan. Otherwise, it wouldn't add anything to this. So, to me, that doesn't follow.
I mean, I suppose if you have a look at, have you got that page 139 open that's been read from?
Yes.
Do you see that there's the plan in the top, the one that we're struggling to read, but anyway, it doesn't have a yellowy line on it, I don't think. The top right-hand plan, do you see the top right-hand plan that we're struggling to read with the sort of blue line through the Bapchard stream?
Yes.
And it says, the key says Bapchard stream with survey observations. Do you see? Do you see the key underneath the two pictures?
Yes.
Do you see there's the two pictures of water, and then underneath it says top, left and right, and top it says Bapchard stream with survey observations?
Yes.
Do you see where I'm reading?
Yes, I've got that, yeah.
You do. So what does the fact that it's saying Bapchard stream with survey observations tell us about what they're seeking to denote on this plan?
I presume it's then the commentary we have about the knuckle holes visible in lower catchment and stream bed are the survey observations, I'm presuming. We don't know where those survey observations are from, because the Bapchard stream, as I'm reading it, is the entirety of what's shown in the plan on page 139, which includes that purple area.
Includes the purple area.
And as I read it, that's the purple area is the identified chalk stream, not the light blue area.
Well, put it this way, is there any evidence to support the idea in any of these plans that an area of stream that passes into our red line, let's just put it like that, is a chalk stream habitat?
No, and having walked through there, it didn't strike me as that at all. I would comment in any event that, as I've set out in the proof, it might, in the event that there's any drainage into these streams, such as the one to the north there, which whether it's broken by the railway or not, we don't know at this point, is that SUD systems which are in use these days are very advanced. We've done a lot of work, for example, down in SACs, for example, Pevensey Levels, which is very high water quality, internationally designated for rare snail species, and a Ramsar site for plants, aquatic plants and invertebrates. And there, Natural England Environment Agency and the Internal Drainage Board have worked with us to develop SUD solutions which are capable of providing pollution control and filtration to a level which is quite acceptable to them through a treatment train, which allows discharge into an SAC. We're not talking about anything like an SAC here at all. So what I'm saying is that the solution for SUDs, if there were a need to even drain to this stream, is available and can readily be deployed if necessary. But at the moment, I'm not convinced that is the chalk stream, because as I read the plan, it's the purple, which is all still part of the drawing on page 139.
Right. I won't ask you any more for now about the chalk stream, but no doubt it'll come up tomorrow. We really are almost done. I didn't think the chalk stream was going to take quite that long. It's not no one's fault. These plans are difficult to read. The final, just two things that Councillor Bonney mentioned that the inspector sort of passed towards you and said that you could be asked about in chief. One of them was badger licensing. Do you recall? And the sort of practicality as to how that would actually work in real life. Do you have any reflections on that?
Yes, it's fairly onerous, badger licensing. It's under the Badgers Act 1992. It's distinct to other wildlife legislation in the sense that it is not relating to conservation legislation. Badgers are protected on welfare grounds, but nonetheless, it's fairly onerous. Naturally, administer a licensing procedure. They require detailed survey work to inform it. And if there's a need to close sets to facilitate development, there is provision in the legislation to do that. And so there's a standard method which is used. And Natural England assess whether that's appropriate before they grant a license. And if it's a main set, then there would be a need to provide alternative provision for the badgers. That's normally an artificial set. And the main set can normally only be closed after it's been monitored for 21 days, and then the artificial set has been demonstrated to be used by the badgers. So I can't comment on Stones Farm because I haven't looked at any of the detail of the badger mitigation there. There's not a proposal to close main sets as part of this scheme. Badgers, yes, are a consideration. There are a range of badger sets, but they can be mitigated using standard methods. I don't know what, or if anything's gone wrong on the Stones farm scheme. From where I understand their artificial set is, the Northern Relief Road would pass about 100 metres from it. But, as we say, badgers can cross roads fairly readily. I noticed the Northern Relief Road's coming up to a junction there. Traffic speeds would be low, I presume. Where traffic speeds are at 30 miles an hour, like in residential areas, we don't see badger mortality at all. Badgers are able to avoid traffic. So I'd like to think that that would not have a negative effect to the badgers there.
Ask on that. So did you say that there needs to be, after you've the artificial sets been provided, there needs to be in order for the license to be effective, it needs to be monitored. Did you say something about that?
That's right. So the artificial set is monitored to demonstrate it has been used by badgers. Until that positive use is shown, it's not possible to close an existing main set. It applies to main sets because badgers have a variety of sets. Closing their
lesser sets, as it were, more distant sets, it is not very impactful for them.
So, I mean, if it's not being used, how could they have got a licence then?
They would have had the license, but they wouldn't have been able to go ahead and close the main set if it wasn't being used. But as I say, I don't know any of the details because I haven't looked at it, and I don't know about the practical implementation on the ground.
Okay.
Lastly,
Yes.
skylarks. What would you like to say about the implications for skylarks?
Yep. So Skylark has certainly been considered as part of the application for Highsted application, and the species certainly taken account of. Mitigation is provided for Skylark as part of the ecological mitigation strategy. And it's off-site in this case, and that is shown at Plan EMS 3. It's also described in the EMS at paragraphs 5.5.4 to 8.
Hang on. So we've got the plan itself on PDF 57 of 9.2.33.
Thank you.
Which is the off-site skylark mitigation area.
Yep.
Just check that the inspector's got that one.
Is it all these areas, or are these alternatives?
Have you got the plan with the purple?
Yeah, it's
Those are potential, aren't they? What does it? What are they?
yeah. This is the land available for skylark mitigation.
Mm-hmm.
And it's 5.5.6. It says an area of at least 63
5.5.
6 of the EMS. Sorry.
Let's just get there as well. So that's on page PDF 29.
Yep.
5.5.6. Area of at least 63 hectares.
Yep. So potentially within it's within a sort of wider area of 190 hectares. It says above in the paragraph above, but at least 63 hectares within that wider area, potentially on rotation, will be used to establish skylark plots, density of 2 per hectare, undrilled patches, winter cereal fields to provide suitable foraging opportunities for the species. So the skylark are fully mitigated for. There's not high numbers on this site, but nonetheless, they're fully mitigated for in terms of Highsted. They're also considered in combination and cumulatively with other developments as part of the environmental impact assessment. And I can take you to that if relevant, which is CD 9.1, which is the EIA.
Sorry, just a minute. Okay.
And then it's the ecology chapter, which is 11, and it's 11.219.
Page
So that's printed page 610.
11.2.9.
11.219. Yeah.
219. Okay.
And that's the title, Assessment of Cumulative Effects.
Yeah.
So this is where the ecology chapter considers cumulative effects. And if you go over the page to end of paragraph 11.221, talks about their impacts on farmland birds, and particularly goes on at 11.223 then to talk about farmland birds and skylark. So halfway down it says baseline information relating to these sites, and a variety of sites set out above have been reviewed. Noted that none of the sites were recorded to support species associated with the Swale SPA Ramsar, while Stones Farm and Frognall Lane supported no significant farmland bird interest. Pitstock Solar Farm was recorded to support a moderate number of skylark, together with some other species such as grey partridge, although a skylark mitigation strategy is proposed, whilst other species are likely to benefit from enhanced foraging and nesting opportunities. And it then carries on to talk about skylark again at paragraph 11.225. And what it says is that because the developments which relate to farmland birds do provide relevant mitigation, in summary, cumulative local habitat losses are unlikely to be significant. So essentially, mitigation is provided where needed.
So does that mean that it's not mitigating for other sites, though, is it? Or
Well,
because they'll have their own mitigation. won't they?
yeah, they've got their own mitigation. And so because there's no residual mitigation left, I think, from the Highsted site, it therefore can't combine with the other sites. But there's nothing really to combine with anyway, because they've already got their own mitigation. So I think that the cumulative effects have been properly assessed as part of the ES for skylark. I take the observational effects from Stones Farm, which Councillor Bonney's set out. I mean, I'll take the positives away, that it was an arable field and now it's a wildflower meadow, so I think that's positive.
It's been ploughed up a bit.
It's being cut now in spring. That's not necessarily a bad thing for new grassland, because it helps them establish, and an early cut is sometimes useful, but not if it obviously affects nesting birds. So the effect on nesting birds should have been taken into account. It's good it's being used by skylark. That's a good thing. So again, working positively there. I think that something's probably just maybe gone wrong in terms of the management being communicated to the contractor on the ground, and that's the bit which needs to be got right. But so theoretically, yes, wildflower meadow, that's great, and skylarks, that's good. We just haven't quite got the management right there. So shame, but hopefully that can be corrected.
But is there, I mean, if there are skylarks on that land, and that land is part of the application site, I just wonder what mitigation, supposing the northern site was going to be, would be permitted without the southern site, just supposing for the sake of argument, there isn't any provision in the section 106 for compensation land.
Let me just remind myself whether we've got that for the northern site.
I mean, it sounds as if there are skylarks there because people have seen them.
Yeah, I would have to get the baseline out
Sorry.
to check the plan there. If it's been cleared land, that'll be suitable for them, quite possibly, and that may well be explaining why they've been recorded as present. So we do have a skylark which we have recorded in that area.
Just for my note, where is that?
So that's, I'm looking at the baseline ecological appraisal, which is CD 3.2.9.
Yeah.
And that's, I'm looking at Plan Eco 8, which is the breeding bird survey results. Skylark, well, it's literally just on the red line boundary, just off site.
So,
There's if I just give you a reference, I don't know. Do you have the Northern Environmental Statement?
Yes.
That's the Northern Environmental Statement is called document 3.1.
Yep.
I'll just give the inspector reference as well, and it deals with compensation measures from PDF page 532.
Yep.
Yeah, which is actually, I don't know, you've got hard copy, but
Yeah,
hard
I've got
copy
it, yep.
528.
Yep.
So it's 11.163 and following deal with different compensation measures for the north. The section on Skylark begins on PDF page 533, paginated page 529.
Yep, I've got it.
That's from paragraph 11.167 and following. So if you've actually got it,
Yep,
do
I've
say
got
anything
it.
about it that you'd like to, but obviously the inspector can go and read it.
Yes. So this is the mitigation section for Skylark, and where it sets out there
I
that...
think, just to be clear, I think it's compensation for
sorry, you're quite right. Compensation measures for Skylark.
Yeah.
And its Tonge Country Park will be designed to specifically benefit farmland birds with additional planting, areas of wild bird cover or cultivated land, rough margins and traditional orchards.
so it'll be on site, will it?
That will be on-site provision. It also goes on to say that it'll be providing other things, species which require large open fields for nesting. Consider that proposed enhancements provide higher quality foraging habitat, particularly within areas of wild bird cover or cultivated land for birds within adjacent areas to the north, offsetting any additional habitat losses under the proposed development. So I think
it's on the proposal is on-site compensation.
On site. So that will be covered, what will cover condition, would it?
Yep.
Well, it's through the foraging habitat to be provided within the country park, so it's part of the scheme rather than a freestanding extra.
And that's covered by a condition or by a...
Yeah, well, through the green infrastructure. But yeah, I mean conditions. But yeah, combination of the plans, and then we'll go through the conditions and work out which ones are relevant to this particular question. But the fundamental would be the green space structuring plan, and then details to be approved in accordance with the ecological strategy.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Baxter. Thank you very much indeed, madam. Those were all my questions in chief.
Sorry.
Somewhat over time estimate.
It's only because I was interrupting.
No, not at all, not at all.
Sure.
No, not at all. Thank you.
Anyway, good. So we're going to start cross-examination tomorrow then. Mr. Rhymes?
Yeah. There was just one thing I wanted to ask Mr. Baxter. I see you've got hard copies of all the documents. Obviously, that's absolutely fine. I just wondered if you also have soft copies as well. Okay. As in, like PDF versions?
Digital.
I do, yeah.
So just to recap then, in terms of times, Mr. Rhymes, what do you think? How long? You said 3 hours, didn't you?
I did say 3 hours. I think it's going to be longer than that. I think probably 5 to 6 hours.
Shocking, isn't it, when barristers do this? I just find it unacceptable. Not to stick to 9 minutes.
I mean,
Yeah.
that is an honest time estimate, just because I think that we do need to go to like quite a few documents because, it's just a mass of documentation.
The Friday slippage day starting anyway.
Well, that's okay, but I'm just wanted to say that I've got to go for dental appointments, and I made it in the afternoon.
Tomorrow,
No, on Friday.
Friday.
Well, it's at 5 o'clock. Well, I've just had actually a missed call from the dentist, so I'm just hoping they're not going to cancel it. But if it's as I arranged, it'll be 5 o'clock. But it's not just a routine one; it's one I've got to go to. I mean, I would really need to leave by 2.
Yeah, that should be.
I mean, it sounds...
I thought that was quite safe.
I thought it would have been... I think it should be.
But if not,
obviously, if Mr. Rhymes has all of... I mean, we'll see.
I mean, if not, I'm afraid we'll just have to carry on. When
So
we
I'm
come
just
back.
I'm just trying to be realistic. Just
No,
the amount
no.
of time that it takes to compare one plan.
Yeah, but if you
to
can try and
the other.
The only trouble is, I think we might have to come because I've got a lot of questions on the HRA.
Of course, yes. Yeah, so one way or another, Friday morning's looking pretty...
We will do Friday morning.
We'll do
but
Friday
we
morning.
might not be finished. That's all I'm saying. I mean,
Well,
Sorry,
well,
Mr.
no,
Baxter.
it'll be what it
what it
it
is.
is.
Yeah.
Thank
Sorry,
you
I'd
very
just
much.
much rather be
'Cause
realistic
I know we've
about
got
the
you as
time
well,
that it will
Mr. Bell,
take.
obviously.
Offset some of this morning by cutting my cloth once Mr. Rhymes has finished. I think my point's probably quite discreet and tailored. to
Okay,
his
well,
points.
that's fine. You know. Let's just wait and see, shall we?
We will. We keep trying to predict, and it's not going
I
very
mean,
well.
on Friday, is it a possibility we could start at 9 o'clock, for example?
Mm-hmm.
If
Yes.
we're, there's nobody here, is there? Oh, is that everyone? Everyone.
I think so.
We were talking about, and we probably will go into Friday. I wondered if we could start at 9. Do you think think there'd be a problem with setup or anything? Yeah, thank you. Right, okay, well, we'll start us early. Right, okay, well, let's just hope for the best, but, you know, if the worst comes to worst, I'm afraid you might have to be held over till Tuesday. Is there going to be a problem with that?
To my diary next week.
Non-sitting day.
I beg your pardon, Wednesday.
We can do Tuesday.
There we go. Lovely.
Oh,
Thank you.
can't, sorry.
Let's see how we go. Let's not give
Are
up
you
hope.
available if that worst comes to worst?
Over the weekend and finish it on Tuesday.
Okay, oh, is it? All right.
He knew it was going to go
You're
on.
anticipating. All right, thank you all very
Thank
much.
you.
We'll adjourn to Hopperstein tomorrow.
Thank you.